Hey everyone. So in this video, we're going to go through Microsoft 365 interview preparation questions. There are 100 questions put together in this single video. Before you start, I just want to highlight 4 key points you need to know before you start watching this video. First one is a disclaimer. I work at Microsoft, but none of these questions, what you see on this video, is related to Microsoft. So this is not an official Microsoft interview questions. And I don't even know this is going to be an official interview question asked by any other company. These questions are purely my own creation. So if I have to prepare for an interview for a particular topic, what are the mechanisms I would use to find out the topic, create these flashcards to prepare myself for an interview? So I have done exactly that process here. Point number 2 is the purpose of making this video. So many people have asked me in the past when I created the certification courses that can you prepare interview related questions to help them to prepare for the job interviews, things like that. Even if you are not studying for an interview, these questions will definitely amplify your knowledge on your current Microsoft 365 fundamentals. Third point is, if you don't want to watch the video, if you just want to download the content, I have prepared all the questions, including the answers and the reference link in a document. And the link to download this file can be found in the blog or the website which I host these content, or you can find pretty much in the timestamps or the description in the video. So one of the material which you can download in that resource pack include a documentation similar to this. This include all the topics which I use to prepare these interview questions. You can see that there are cloud concepts, subscription model licensing, and various in-depth topics like Teams, Viva, Windows 365, SharePoint Online, Exchange Online, things like that. All of that. And the questions look like this, and there are answers given. So if you don't want to just watch the video and hear the answers, you can pretty much go and read these answers at your own time. And if you want additional learning, you can click on this link that opens to the page where you can actually read more about that particular question. Additionally, I'm going to make this presentation pack available with the download pack as well. So if you like to use this particular one, these are how it is designed. So it has different sections. It tells you how many questions are in each section, and the questions comes like that. So if you are reviewing yourself, you can take a pause and then you can populate the answer. At the bottom of the presentation pack, there is a link for additional read as well. So I will make sure to put both the presentation pack and the document which I talked about in the download reference link. And the last point is, use the timestamps wisely. So if you are going through a question which you are already familiar with, you don't want to listen to that, use the timestamps. These timestamps are a point in time reference to a particular part in a video. Just click on that each question. I will make sure to put headings of these questions as well, so you can navigate between these topics. For an instance, if you already know more about Teams and you want to know about security and compliance, you can skip the Teams section and watch the questions on the security and compliance. I hope you're going to find this video or the information provided here useful. I will see you on the next one. Till then, take care. All right. So welcome to the first segment. First segment, it's all about cloud concepts. Here we are going to learn about the fundamentals of cloud, which include IaaS, SaaS, PaaS, etc. So let's look at the first question. So in this question, it is asking, hey, they are a growing retail company. In the real interview, they might be a different sort of a company. They could be a financial organization, or they could be a government organization. So don't focus on these aspects. Just focus on what this question is going to ask and how we can respond to it. In this question, they are basically telling they are a particular sort of company. What they are trying to understand is the benefit of moving from on-prem to Microsoft 365. So in this question, it is clearly said that they are an on-prem customer, or they have some workloads or services hosted on-prem, and now they are potentially moving into Microsoft 365 or exploring the path of moving. What they want to know from you is, do you know the benefits of moving into a cloud technology? What are the benefits? And additionally, they could ask, hey, can you explain the advantages of cloud computing as well? So it's a twofold question. One, you need to explain the benefit. Why would somebody move to on-prem to M365? Second, a general question about what are the advantages of cloud computing. So how can you answer that? So I have put together few pointers here to showcase how you can answer that. These are just points. So first and foremost, the benefit of moving from on-prem to Microsoft 365. First thing you need to address is, hey, Microsoft 365 is a SaaS based service. So SaaS is nothing but a software as a service which a cloud provider will provide full functional application over internet. So a customer don't have to install anything to make it work. So the example is SharePoint on premises versus SharePoint online, or having an Exchange server on premises hosting all the mails and things like that. You could go with Microsoft 365. Within Microsoft 365, there is an online service called Exchange Online that can provide email related services to these users. So that's the first thing you need to help them understand. Hey, Microsoft 365 is a SaaS based offering. The next thing what you need to help them understand is, hey, because you are trying to move from on-prem to the cloud, these are all some of the benefits. The first one is cost savings. So how do you explain cost saving? First, you need to paint a picture saying that, hey, on premises, if you have to host services, you need to purchase hardware. With the purchase of hardware, there is a huge spend of money upfront. Second, you need to find a big room to host all of this server. The third is you need to find an electrical supplier to provide electricity, uninterrupted electricity. The third point is you need to find an internet provider with backup internet as well. So you have so many complicated procedures to make sure that you have this server. There's a cost, there is a room cost, there is an electrical provider cost, there is a cost of the internet, all of that, and then additional cost of putting all of these services, resources, things like that. When you move to the cloud, it is the responsibility of the cloud provider like Microsoft to take care of all of that aspect. You don't worry about whether Microsoft is having the right electricity to run these services, do they have right internet provider, things like that. You just use the service. That's a huge amount of cost saving. And another point you can talk about here is, in the cost saving, here you will be paying monthly. Microsoft 365 services are a subscription based model, just like how you are paying Netflix or Spotify. So you're not paying upfront, you're only paying for what you use rather than a huge amount of money. So these are some of the points you can use while talking about this. Second point you can highlight is the scalability aspect of it. The scalability can be either going up or scaling outward or scaling down, which is scaling inward. So let's assume you are a business and you are going through a huge amount of growth and you need a lot of capacity in terms of server capacity to host your application, because so many people are trying to buy your product which you hosted online. So you need more capacity. If you are an on-prem customer, then you probably need to buy more servers. Again, you go through that exercise. Because you are a cloud service user, these cloud allow you to grow exponentially. You can grow and you can add more and more services without worrying about purchasing this hardware and services. The cloud provider will give you a platform where you can actually go and have unlimited amount of users added to your subscription, or multiple servers added to your Azure subscription to host these services. So scalability is one aspect. At the same time, you need to tell that, hey, if my company is not going through a growth phase, we are in a recession phase where we need to scale down. So cloud allows you to scale down your services as well. So when you scale down, you reduce the number of licenses you purchase. So the next month onwards, you're not paying for all the licenses which you had. Or if you had like 100 servers before, now you reduce to 30 servers. So you're not paying for that extra servers which you've been using previous month. So this allows going up and going down. So that's a huge point. You need to anyway convey that to the interview panel. The third point which you can use is reliability. So reliability includes things like, hey, these cloud providers like Microsoft ensures that there is high availability for all the services they offer. Um, Microsoft particularly offer 99.9% uptime guaranteed. So if they go beyond that, below that, there are mechanism to pay you back and things like that. We'll talk about that later. So even if you don't talk about all of this second point, third and fourth point, make sure you talk about the cost saving and scalability aspect in the answer. Then additionally, what you can talk about is security and compliance. So security is like, what are the security things you can put in place with the cloud? The data is encrypted at rest, and you as a customer can go and configure additional things, additional encryption or multi-factor authentication for extra verification, conditional access, things like that. Compliance, these cloud providers will go and get external compliance certification like GDPR or ISO certified compliance, so that they are adhering to all of these compliance requirements put out by the organization. The last point you can touch upon is the automatic update. Because Microsoft 365 is a SaaS based service, Microsoft makes sure to update all the applications in the backend. So you as a customer don't need to worry about installing a patch or installing a huge software or constantly updating this software to provide the service. This is all being done for you. So make sure you highlight all of these points. Additionally, if you want to read about it, so what I have done, I have included a link. So what it does is takes you to a page where you can actually go and read about it. So if you're quite new to cloud computing, you don't know what to start, you can quickly watch this video, or you can actually go and read about these points. What is public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud, things like that. So that is one. Second, along with this PowerPoint pack, I have prepared this document as well. This include all these questions. This is still being prepared. So you can see that cloud concept, subscription model, things like that. All of these questions are in a detailed format. If you don't want to listen to me, but you just want to read and learn, it has all these points which I talk about in a very precise format, not the blabbering what I am doing. Again, there is a link here. We can click and go and learn extra as well. So if you do want to get hold of these pack and these documents, you can go to my website and you can download it from there. Let us look at the question number 2. I don't think you will be asked a question in your interview like this, like which of the following is not, because you're not sitting for an exam. But this is again giving you an idea about, like, helping you understand. If somebody asks, hey, tell me about the characteristics of cloud computing, you should be able to answer it. So what I have done is I have sprinkled a few of the questions like this, or trying to find the false answer from the option below. So while doing that, my intention is to teach you 3 right answers. So you eliminate one wrong answer, but you will learn good 3 answers. But I'm not sure, like, I have never asked any interview question like this to anybody, but I will potentially go on. I will probably ask things like, hey, can you tell me what are the key characteristics of cloud computing? Then I expect 1 or 2 of these key points to be highlighted. Okay, let's do the deduction. From the following, these 4 options, what is not a key characteristic of a cloud computing? Let's look at the first one. Is it an on-demand self-service? 100% yes. Microsoft 365 is an on-demand self-service. That means you as a user of the service or a company of the service can log into Microsoft 365 and ask which plan you like, and then you get as an on-demand service like Netflix, Spotify, Apple Music, etc. So that is correct. Second, is it a scalable service? 100% yes. Microsoft 365 or Azure, you can easily scale up or scale down. We talked about that point in the previous question. So you understand the scalability aspect of it. The third point is requires a large on-prem server infrastructure. That is not correct because the whole objective of we moving into the cloud is to not having any requirement of on-premises server infrastructure. So that is the answer for this question. But in reality, I want you to learn about these three, the next one as well, these 3 or 4 points about what is the characteristics of cloud computing. So the last one, resource pooling. Can you do that in the cloud computing? 100% yes. So if you have resources like storage or compute or other resources in the cloud allows you to pool and use that resource for multiple requirements, whatever you may have. All right, so let's look at our answer. So the correct answer for this question is C, but that means you don't need large infrastructure for cloud computing. But you have learned other three aspects of or characteristics of cloud computing. Let's look at the third question. What are the different cloud service models? So here what the interviewer trying to understand here from you is, do you understand the different types of cloud services and how do they apply to Microsoft 365? Again, this is a twofold question. First, you need to answer what are the different types of cloud models, and then how it is going to apply or which one is going to relate to Microsoft 365. So let's look at the answer first. First and foremost, you need to talk about these three models: IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. So what is IaaS? IaaS, or infrastructure as a service, is a virtualized computing resource which is provided over internet. So that means every organization will um, get a resource allocation from Microsoft. Like, you as a customer can choose whether you want to use the server operating system, which application you want to put, what you want to build on the top of it, things like that. So if your company purchase Azure subscription, it will allow your business to run application or business related thing on top of their servers running in the cloud. So that is infrastructure as a service. The next one is platform as a service. So this is basically for development of an environment. So if you don't want to install application in a server and run everything, platform as a service provides certain services from Microsoft, like Azure App Service, which is an example of it, where you can host a website. So you don't have to worry about the underlying the server operating system, where it is running, patching the server, etc. But you only make sure that you host the website or whatever you want, and let Microsoft worry about the underlying aspect of it. That is platform as a service. The third one is software as a service or SaaS model. So this is where cloud providers deliver full functional application over internet that doesn't require any sort of installation from at the customer end. So example of that is Microsoft 365. So you basically pay Microsoft a subscription amount, like how you pay for Netflix to watch movies and documentaries. When you do that, what you get from Microsoft is Exchange Online, Word Online, Excel Online, OneDrive for Business, Loop, Whiteboard. All of these SaaS based product, you can use it at your choice. It's a licensing model. So let's click on this link and learn about what it is in detail. So here, if you go under describe infrastructure as a service, here you can see that even though it says that shared responsibility model, this particular article help you understand who takes care of what responsibility. What I want to showcase here is what is IaaS, SaaS, and PaaS. If you look at IaaS, you as a customer have a lot of responsibility. You remember, Microsoft will take care of the hosting of the servers in the data center, the networking underneath it, the host machines and things like that. But you as a customer all of a sudden have to take care of which operating system you want to install. Is it Windows or Linux machines, things like that. Then you need to control the network, install the application. When you do that, you have to patch the application, patch the operating system consistently, manage the access control layer, identity, etc. All of that is responsibility of a customer. That is the IaaS model. So let me delete this. If you look at the platform as a service model, you as a customer have to only take care of the account and provisioning. Then there are some shared responsibility as well, depending on what platform as a service you are using. But you immediately you take out the operating system out of the equation. You don't have to worry about installing any operating system on a server and handling all of that. That is being taken out from your control. But if you look at the SaaS model, you don't have to worry about a lot of aspect. You don't even have to worry about the network or application layer identity. All you have to do is purchase the subscription model, assign it to a user. So you may have 100 users in your organization. You pick and choose who you want to provide these services. Basically, that's like assigning a license. And from there onwards, you take care of how do you want to provide it. Do you want to deploy it to the laptops and desktops, the Mac operating system or Windows operating system users, and then you control the information what they use within that devices and the data. That is the responsibility of a customer. So SaaS is the most user friendly and easier one to deploy and easier to scale. Even though scalability is applicable to all other models, but it is quite difficult when it comes to the management part of it in terms of IaaS. Okay, I hope this helped you with a lot of tips in terms of how we can answer this particular question. All right, so let's look at question number 4. Here, the interviewer is trying to gauge your understanding about what are the differences between public, private, and hybrid cloud. Even before, they could potentially ask you a question like, hey, tell me the 3 different types of cloud models. Or sometimes they won't even tell 3, or they basically ask you, hey, tell me about what are the cloud models available. So then you have to tell what is then first of all you have to tell public, private, and hybrid, then give explanation. So in this question I'm already telling you there are 3 different types of cloud models, which is public, private, and hybrid, and how is that different. So let me go ahead and help you understand how you can answer this question. First, if they don't give you this public, private, hybrid, you need to talk about, first of all, public, private, and hybrid clouds are available. These are the cloud models. So what is a public cloud? How do you explain that? So in a public cloud, resources are shared among multiple customers and it is hosted by a third party provider. So the third party provider could be Microsoft. Microsoft offer a public cloud service called Azure. Amazon provide a public cloud service called AWS. Google provide a public cloud service called GCP. So these are all the public cloud. The main ingredients you need to use in that response could be these resources which you are going to host within the public cloud is going to be shared among multiple customers. Even though you get your own private instance within your cloud service, but these resources multiple customers would be using at the same time. So that's public cloud. That's how you should be answering that question. The second, how do you answer private cloud? So private cloud are dedicated to a single organization. If you are a bank and you are a Citibank and you have to host your own cloud services, then what you do is you purchase a facility or you rent a facility, you purchase or lease amount of hardware you require, you install it, you take care of the power and you take care of the internet and you take care of the patching, you take care of the networking, and then you assign a lot of IT technical skilled people to put the right operating system on top of it, install the application. What I'm trying to say is quite expensive. It requires a lot of effort to maintain it, and it require you to put tremendous amount of effort to maintain the security as well, and it is expensive. But there are some customers who prefer that because they want to keep the data secure, even though there is security within the cloud. But some private organization want to keep it in-house. So in that method, they go for private cloud. So it is dedicated to an organization. That's how you answer it. Not exactly word by word, as I said. It is basically like taking the meaning out of it and framing it in your own sentence. Or just go through the document which I prepared. So there you will have the textual reference. Read it and you can articulate it however you want. The third is how do you answer hybrid cloud? So hybrid cloud is basically which contains both the elements of public and private cloud. So that is hybrid cloud. So some organization prefer to keep some data on-prem or in their own facility, and some of the workload will be running in the public instance. It could be Azure, it could be AWS, it could be GCP, or it could be Alibaba, or whoever it is. But they do prefer to keep some of the data internally for whatever reason. It could be for security reason, it could be for sovereignty and things like that. So in that instance, some customers choose to use the hybrid cloud model. So that's how you answer. Public is totally on a provider's resources, which is shared by multiple users. Private is your own dedicated instance. You host it, you control it, you manage it, but it is quite expensive. Hybrid is a middle ground where you keep some of the sensitive stuff or some of the things which you want to run locally on a closed instance closer to your organization, and rest of the services in a public instance. Let us look at question number 5. So in this question, the interviewer is trying to understand, hey, how does Microsoft ensure regulatory compliance and data control? So the last part is financial services company. It could be any highly regulated company. It could be a government organization. It could be a sector, healthcare sector. They want to first of all understand, I'm trying to move my data to Microsoft 365. What are the regulatory compliance and data control available for me? If it is healthcare, they are trying to understand, is there any healthcare specific standards and compliance already available? If it is financial organization, they are trying to understand, do they have the regulatory compliance, things like that. So that is what you should be answering. So I do have all the resources put down in this particular link. So this takes you to the Microsoft compliance portal. This tells you, hey, based on the regulatory and industry or compliance standard, we do have GDPR, which allows them to put the data in European regions. What are the other Microsoft compliance offering available? Because I am from New Zealand, so it is kind of showing me what are the Australia and New Zealand compliance. Similarly, it has all the data available you need to go through to get the report and things like that for answering this particular question. So rather than you spending heaps of time in this document, which you can very well do if somebody asks this question, I will help you understand how you can answer the question. So I have put down that details here. So first of all, you can answer this question in these ways. These are the key points you need to include in your answer. First, you need to tell that, hey, Microsoft does have these industry standards like ISO, GDPR, HIPAA, SOC, etc. Just go and read about what is this ISO, GDPR, HIPAA, etc. Not in depth, just to understand like what it is. So GDPR is for European data sovereignty, things like that. HIPAA is something to do with healthcare. That's the extent of knowledge I have because I don't deal with this day in and day out. But if you are somebody who is going to be hired in terms of a security role or security flavor in it or compliance flavor in it, it's very important for you to understand. You might already know about it. That's how you answer it. So I have shown you the document where you can actually go and see all of it, but you just need to tell that, hey, these cloud provider comes with these sort of standards. Second, data residency and sovereignty. So there are a lot of regulatory compliance your company need to go through. So Microsoft allows organization to choose the data residency option because Microsoft have a lot of data center. The last I heard, I could be wrong as well, or it could be more than that, more than like 80 data centers all around the world. These data centers are regions, which is quite huge. It comes with its own availability zones, things like that. So it is massive. You can actually go and search on that, but it because of that it allows you to store your data on your preferred location. That's how you can tackle the data residency and sovereignty related questions. Which geographic location you want to keep the data? If you are hosting Microsoft 365, you want to keep your data in Singapore, you can choose that, or you want to keep in Japan, you can keep that, things like that. So that is another way you can answer the question. The third way is advanced security measures which you as a customer can put in place using Microsoft services. So when you purchase these Microsoft 365 services, there is a security component on top of it, which includes solutions like Microsoft Purview, which contain things like compliance manager. You can use all of that to define how your organization can track these compliance risks, and how can you implement the required security measures so that your data is kept in a compliant and secure manner. So that is another way you can handle the question. Similarly, like that, there are controls you can use, which is called DLP or data loss prevention, which will enable you to turn on these controls, which will prevent any sort of sensitive data leaking your organization. Sensitive data like your credit card numbers or personal information or other sensitive information pertaining to an organization. You can make sure that you apply these policies or DLP controls, which will prevent that from accidental leakage or deliberate leakage as well. So that's how you should answer the question. Not this long-winded answer, but I was explaining. That's why I put this many words in my sentences. But you should have all of these ingredients. Like tell that, hey, it comes with the compliance standard, blah blah blah. You can put in additional controls using data loss, or there is Microsoft Purview with a compliance manager, which will allow you to actually see the compliance standard and put the right measures in place, things like that. And if you want to dig deep into it, make sure you go and click on this link to read more about it. Okay, let's look into question number 6. In this question, it is trying to understand the key benefit of cloud computing in Microsoft 365. So we have to do the elimination process, go through all 4 available options and tell which one is the key benefit. Let's do that. You have to consider 2 aspects. One, cloud computing, and along with Microsoft 365. Because cloud computing can be either infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, or software as a service. And Microsoft 365 is particularly a SaaS based service. So we have to correlate both. The first one is manual software updates are required. So in the cloud computing term, yes, if it is IaaS, you need to do the manual software update. But because we have cloud computing in Microsoft 365, this question refers to SaaS offering. In the SaaS model, software as a service model, if you remember in the previous questions, I explained Microsoft make sure that they update the application in the backend, so customer don't have to update any software or things like that. So that is not the correct answer. The next one is high maintenance cost due to hardware investment. So again, one of the benefit of cloud computing is that you don't have to buy any sort of hardware. So that immediately eliminates that particular answer. The next one is scalability allows businesses to adjust resources based on demand. That sounds like a cloud or cloud computing or Microsoft 365 benefit, because cloud computing offers scalability by default, and Because Microsoft 365 is a subscription based service, it allows you to buy as many number of licenses you want, or if there is a growth you can buy more, and if there is no more growth and you are having reduction of staff, then you can reduce the number of licenses as well. That eliminates you from paying for whatever you paid before. So that is the right answer. The last one is data backups must be handled manually by the IT team. So by default, there are some backups available, but you don't have to manually handle anything. In the cloud, you basically need to provision. So we will come to that later, but that is also a wrong answer. So the correct answer is C, which is scalability allows businesses to adjust resources based on demand. Let us look into question number 7. So in this question, interviewer is trying to understand, do you know what is shared responsibility model in the cloud? If you remember, I think in the first question or second question, I took you to website which talks about shared responsibility model. So that is what they are trying to understand. And how does it apply to Microsoft 365? So first and foremost, let's look into shared responsibility model. So these are shared responsibility model. If you look at it, the dark blue are managed by customer. You can see that over here. The pale blue is managed by Microsoft, and these are managed by both. So if you look at it, shared responsibility model comes only in SaaS and PaaS model. Nothing in IaaS or on-prem. On-prem customer manages everything. In the IaaS also, there is clear differentiation between what Microsoft does and what customer does. But when it comes to PaaS and SaaS, there is shared responsibility model. So let's look at the PaaS. What are the shared responsibility model? In the platform, Microsoft gives you until operating system. Then the network part, Microsoft gives you the controls on how you can configure the networking, but in the backend, the internet connectivity and all the underlying network infrastructure is taken care by Microsoft. But beyond that, if you want to configure networking for your application, how it should talk to each other, or do you want to give control of that application or access to that application externally or only to your organization, all are customer responsibility. That's why networking is a shared responsibility model. Again, application. So there is an application called Azure SQL, which is a platform version of Azure SQL database, where Microsoft provide you the application capability, but there is an additional component in terms of controlling that application. The database is the responsibility of the customer. So you both handle different responsibility individually. Similarly, in the platform, identity and directory infrastructure, so there is a backend of it Microsoft takes care, but the front end and the user and the admin part is taken care by the customer. So that's the shared responsibility model. In the SaaS model, customer need to only take care of the data. How do you deliver the application and the user account and identity? But the underlying infrastructure directory requirement, there is some responsibility between the customer and Microsoft. So that's how you should be explaining how the shared responsibility model work. But I just mentioned 2 points here. First one is you need to talk about what is Microsoft responsibility, like on a high level. Talk about Microsoft takes care of the infrastructure, the physical security, network, etc. So very easy to explain that. And talks about other aspect, like go and talk about the customer responsibility. Here you can tell that, hey, you as a customer can define multi-factor authentication, role-based access control, endpoint security, etc. So multi-factor authentication is nothing but an additional layer of authentication before logging into any particular service. RBAC is nothing but a role-based access control. You can define who can access what, in what level of access you want to restrict. Not everybody is an administrator. They can only view a certain part of it, or they can only read a certain aspect of it, things like that. Endpoint security is when you deliver these services. Endpoint could be a mobile device, endpoint could be a laptop or a desktop or things like that. So how do you put security around it? So those are all the aspect or the responsibility of the customer. So make sure you explain both these points, Microsoft responsibility versus customer responsibility, and give some examples. That's how you should answer this question. Let's look into the question number 8. What are the different Microsoft 365 cloud deployment options? So here you are expected to answer the different types of cloud deployment. And I remember in the second or third question, we talked about hybrid cloud, public cloud, and private cloud. But here you need to explain that in a way that how is it going to impact the organization depending upon the choice you make. So keep those three things in your mind. First of all, the private cloud, public cloud, and hybrid cloud, and then give suggestions or examples on how it is impacting that particular organization. So let's look at how you can answer that. First, tell all the benefits of a public cloud. So when you talk about public cloud, tell that it's a multi-tenant environment, which is most common for any sort of deployment. Very cost effective because multiple organizations share these cloud resources. It is particularly ideal for small and medium businesses because they don't have to invest anything on their hardware. If that could be a good impact for an organization to choose the public cloud. The second one is private cloud option. Here you can tell that, hey, this is an exclusive one. So if any organization decide to go with private cloud or a dedicated cloud, the resources are going to be exclusive for that one organization. Because it is exclusive, it offers greater control and security in terms of what you put there, because you can decide and define your security in the private cloud. And you can tell another example like this is suitable for highly regulated industries like finance sector or healthcare sector, where they want to keep the data close to them and within their own control, but they don't want to put in a multi-tenant environment like a public cloud. This one is an ideal option. So that covers the dedicated part. The last one is hybrid deployment. This is like a mix of on-premises and cloud services. This allows businesses to gradually transition to the cloud. That's a good point to add. Like if you are exploring cloud and you have not fully committed, you can slowly transfer some of the services to the cloud and retain rest of the services on-prem. Or you are probably doing a proof of concept or a pilot, or doing a phased approach of only deploying newer workloads to the cloud, and any sort of legacy applications you want to keep it on premises. So that's a good example about keeping everything in a hybrid environment. Another example could be this is useful for companies who don't want to have everything in one single place. So the companies may have some of the things they want to retain on-prem, some of the things they want to retain in the cloud. They can choose this hybrid model as well. So that's how you can explain how it is going to impact. In terms of Microsoft 365, if any organization, I don't know there are any, but when I started like this cloud journey like 8-10 years ago, there were customers who I used to work with. They have some on-prem mailboxes and on-prem SharePoint. Now they are all fully transitioned to the cloud. But Microsoft 365 allows customers to keep that hybrid nature going. Like if they have some mailboxes on-prem and some in the cloud, they can do that, and things like that. That gets a little complicated if I try to explain it, but it does allow that hybrid model as well. All right, we completed the first segment. In the second section, we are going to go through subscription model and licensing questions. Like I told in the beginning, in the document, if you look at it, I prepared these questions based on different topics. So the first one we have gone through was cloud concepts. Next, we are going to go through Microsoft 365 subscription model and licensing. Similarly, these questions are categorized in different buckets. One, it is easier for you to learn this way rather than like putting all these questions in a shuffled order. Like especially if you feel like, hey, I'm not super good with licensing models, then you should spend there and prepare some more time. And if you are quite really good with Teams and OneDrive for Business and SharePoint, then you can ignore these parts. That's the reason of putting this question in this particular order. So if I go to the subscription model again, we have question and answers and reference link and things like that. So in this section, we have 10 questions. Let's look at question number 9. Here, the question is, they're kind of telling you upfront that they are a mid-sized company. So again, the licenses can be tricky. So each and every word counts, because even I'm not quite really good with these licensing. I have to refer to the Microsoft documentation to find the right licensing type and things like that. If somebody asks you a question on licensing, I would definitely encourage you to look into the latest documentation, because a lot of things can change. So let's look at this question. It's saying that, hey, a mid-sized company is considering adopting Microsoft 365. So they're definitely looking at a subscription-based model, but it is unsure which subscription model suit them. So they're confused about different plans available. They have 150 employees. This is again a very crucial information in terms of these questions. If they tell you the number of employees upfront, they are looking into your knowledge in terms of finding the best optimum licensing they can use, rather than you can provide the latest and the greatest, most expensive licensing that will cover everything. But we should always look at the customer requirement and suggest the optimum one, which should cater their requirement, as well as it should be cost effective as well. That should be our goal. All right, now they are telling, hey, they require advanced security features. They don't need basic, they want advanced, and need Microsoft Teams. And which Microsoft 365 subscription would you recommend and why? So first and foremost, I need to tell you that this customer need a business plan, because business plan allow customers to have a Microsoft license up to 300 users. So because it is under 300, which is 150, we can recommend business plan. Now, which plan is quite good? We need to typically go to this comparison sheet to find out which business plan is ideal for the customer. We can ignore the home plan, that is basically for personal usage. You can see that it's only for 2 to 6 people, and it's personal subscription. You can pay monthly or yearly. The business is one we are looking at here. So under business, you can see that there is Microsoft 365 Business Basic, Standard, Premium, and then there is M365 apps that will only give them applications. So you can look at it. The last plan will only give them access to these 4 or 5 applications. That's not what we need. If you look at the basic, you can see that they get Teams. Yeah, that is one of the requirement. We need Teams. The rest everything is good. But if you look at the security, this is quite basic. Now, if you look at the business standard, again, we have Teams here. But you look at it, there is no extra security. Everything is basic and little plus. If you look at the M365 Business Premium, you can see that everything which is included in the basic and standard is part of this, and they get additional advanced identity and access management, that is the enhanced security. Again, they get additional enhanced cyber threat protection against viruses, phishing attacks, things like that. So this is the requirement. This is what our customer asked. Based on what they asked, they told 2 requirements. One, they have employees less than 300. So you can see that these plans are good for anybody who's got up to 300 employees. So that we are at the right plan. And within that, our requirement was Teams. So this does include Teams. And other requirement was extra security, which has all the security. I know it is tricky to by heart all of this. So unless you like really work on it, it's very difficult. If they ask, these are the type of questions they can ask. They can't go deeper than that and expect anyone who is going to answer that. Unless you are going to join as a licensing specialist, there are roles or jobs out there by company who hire people for just licensing skills. They know a lot of things around volume licensing, enterprise licensing, cloud solution provider licensing, and things like that. Then you can expect a lot of licensing question. Otherwise, probably maybe one question at the most. So the right answer for this question is Microsoft 365 Business Premium, because it offers up to 300 users and it has Teams and advanced security features. So let's look at question number 10. In this question, we have been asked like, hey, from the list of options below, which one is not a valid Microsoft 365 subscription? This can be quite tricky because we need to have a good understanding about Microsoft licensing. So what we can do is we can go and compare. First and foremost option is to compare. So we looked into the business plan. So we know the names like Microsoft 365 Business Basic, Standard, Premium are the business name. And I've opened another page where it shows the enterprise plan. Plans are called as E3 or E5 or F3. So that's how they are named: Enterprise 3, Enterprise 5, or Frontline, and things like that. So that's how they are named. So with this understanding, let's go and compare the answers provided. So the first one is Microsoft 365 Personal. If I go back to the comparison, under home, you can see that there is Microsoft 365 Personal licensing. So that is part of the licensing. The next one is Microsoft 365 Business Standard. So if you come back to the business, and you can see that there is Microsoft 365 Business Standard. If you come to the next option, which is Microsoft 365 Enterprise Basic, if I go under the Enterprise plan, there is no Enterprise Basic. I have E3, E5, and F3. So that's the wrong answer. If you go to the fourth option, Microsoft 365 E5, under enterprise plan, I have E5 already. So the correct answer is option C, which is Microsoft 365 Enterprise Basic. All right, so let's look at question number 11. In this question, what the interviewer trying to understand is, do you know the key differences between Microsoft 365 business licensing versus enterprise plan? So far, I have taken you through a couple of examples on looking into where you can find this licensing information. Again, like I said, it's very difficult to by heart these things, but you should be knowing about like few of the high level things. So again, there are links in the footnote. You can click to take you through the comparison between business and enterprise. But I have prepared a comparison table which talks about key highlights. So I'm going to take you through that. So first and foremost, the usage limit. So that is something you need to understand. That is the one key differentiator you can always highlight when somebody asks about, hey, what is the main difference between business plan and enterprise plan? The business plan supports only up to 300 users. That is quite different to the enterprise plan. Enterprise plan is catered towards unlimited number of users. So you can very well be an organization with 5 users or 10 users or 100 users. You can go for an enterprise plan. Or if you are a business which is less than 300 users and you only want these business premium plans, then you can go for 300 user business plans. But most of the time, organization with less than 300 users stick to the business plans unless they are looking at some other enterprise agreement, things like that. That can get tricky or complicated, but just stick to the knowing that if you are less than 300 business plans or more than 300, you go for enterprise plans. What are the main plans available between these? So we have seen a couple of examples so far. Under business, we have basic, standard, and premium. And there is app only option available. Mostly with the enterprise plan, this looks like E3, E5, F3, etc., which is enterprise 3, enterprise plan 5, frontline, etc. From the security features point of view, you can look at the business plan offer the basic security functionality, wherein the enterprise plan offer you advanced security capabilities, wherein there are a lot of add-ons, there are a lot of proactive security tools you can gain out of this enterprise plan. You don't have to know much details about it, but if you want to know about it, I will create a separate video on security related topics or interview questions for security beginners. There I will cover about deeper aspect into these topics. From the analytics point of view, you get limited AI capabilities, but when you go for enterprise plan, that's where you have an option to get Power BI Pro or Copilot for Microsoft 365 within the enterprise plan, things like that. Obviously, the pricing, which is the obvious fact that business plan is comparatively a little cheaper than the enterprise plan, because this is catered towards small businesses and the other one is catered towards the enterprise business. All right, so how do you answer this particular question? So again, highlight the fact that one is the cheaper version for lesser number of users. The other one is for a little more expensive, comes with more advanced functionalities, and it is geared towards enterprises with unlimited number of users. Not unlimited, like lots of users, definitely more than like 300 users. So that's how you will try to answer that question. All right, so let's move to the next question. All right, so let's look at question number 12. Here, the interviewer is trying to understand, do you know the difference between Microsoft per user license versus per device license? So, because we are in the topic of licenses, this can come sometimes, but majority of the Microsoft licensing is per user licensing, that is subscription based model, especially in Microsoft 365. There are one or two scenarios where you have to deal with the per device licensing. So let me help you understand how and where it is applicable. So the per user licensing model, first and foremost, is assigned to an individual user. So if you go to the Microsoft admin portal, you have an ability to assign a user license to a user in a per user licensed model. The device licenses are assigned to a device rather than a user. The example of a device license could be, let's suppose you are trying to get workstation licenses for a kiosk or call center or schools. Then you will potentially look at these per device licensing, because these devices would be shared by multiple users. If the device is in a shared manner, that's when you explore the per device licensing. If a user uses the device all the time, it is allocated for that user, then you 99% of the time you would go with the per user licensing model. Let me quickly show you how you can assign a license to a user. Again, this is not a deeper dive, just because we are in the topic. I just want to show you that aspect of it. So if you go under Microsoft 365 Admin Center, this is the Admin Center. Again, when we do the deeper dive, I will take you through that. But now for you to understand, if you're a beginner, this is the portal. Any administrator, if you get a job in Microsoft 365, you will be spending a lot of time in this particular portal, doing a lot of activities. One of the activities is user management and group management and things like that. So a lot of things you can do. But the license assignment, either you can come to the user panel and you pick a user, and there is an option for you to assign a license. So if you go here, you can see there is a tab called licenses and apps. So if I want to provide the Copilot Studio license to the user, you can see that there is 16 of 25 licenses available. So out of 25, I have 16 more. So that's a tenant-wide license. And then if I want to assign a license to the user, I assign it. You click on Save Changes. You remember I talked about Microsoft 365 is a SaaS-based service. Because it is a SaaS-based service, when I assign these licenses, these capabilities will automatically turn on for the user. In the traditional world, when you purchase a license, you have to install softwares manually to the user account. In the software as a service world, you don't have to do that. So if I have to provide Teams license to a user, all I have to do is buy the license and then assign a license to a user. They will automatically get Teams in their device what they are using. So that's how the license management work. Another place where you can see the license is if you go under settings. It may not be under settings, it's under billing. Yeah, so it's under billing. You can see there is a licensing tab. Here you can come in and see all the licenses you have available within a single tenant on a bird's eye view. So here you can see that, hey, I have Copilot license, few Teams licenses, Studio licenses. You can look at the available licenses per these individual product, how much you need to look for extra capacity, things like that. So that's a good place to look at the existing license, things like that. So that's how you answer that question. So you either tell, hey, per user licenses are assigned to a individual user level, per devices are assigned to an individual device level, but the per device license is mostly created for scenarios where there is a shared uh, responsibility, like the device is being shared by multiple users. It could be a kiosk, it could be a school, it could be a call center scenario where these workstations are shared by multiple users. That's where you look into the device based licensing and you assign per device. Question number 13. In this question, let's look at the question first. A company has M365 E3 license, so they are an E3 customer for all employees, but they want to add advanced security and compliance features. What licensing upgrade option available for them? So you, by looking at the question itself, you know that they are an enterprise customer because they are using E3, and they want to understand what are the upgrade option available. That is quite simple, to be honest, these questions. One, you can fairly say that, hey, let's look at upgrading to E3 from E5 and they get all the advanced features, things like that. That is quite good. And if you say that, yes, you are kind of answering that question and you are definitely touching all the points. But if you remember, in one of the question I said, as a Microsoft specialist, we always look for optimization as well. We can always buy the latest and greatest bundle and it has everything. But if you are cost conscious, you need to look at what are the effective ways I can do it. If you go to the upgrade, you will go for E5, which include the advanced security features like Microsoft Defender, Defender for Identity, Azure Active Directory Premium 2, advanced compliance tools, things like that. That include everything what you can think of from a advanced security point of view. But if you look at add-ons, E3 customers are eligible to get add-ons. This add-on can be not, you don't have to pay for the entire suite of E5 pricing, but you may not, so that's where you will ask question like, hey, you said you want to add advanced security and compliance features. Can you tell me a bit more about what particular thing you are trying to solve? If they are trying to solve like features like, hey, I need extra controls on my compliance, then you look for an add-on called Microsoft Purview Compliance Suite rather than buying e-file license for everybody. Or if they say that, hey, I'm looking at a Defender functionality for my Office 365 plan, then you have Plan 2 available as an add-on. Or if they say that, hey, I want additional extra security features for my identities within my organization, then you look at adding on a Azure AD P2 license rather than upgrading everyone to E5. So that's how I would answer, or I would think, rather than telling them, hey, it's easier for you to upgrade to E5. Yes, that is right. I would actually double click and ask additional further question, because that will show your way of thinking, how you think in terms of optimization, things like that, and that shows your knowledge in terms of, hey, there are add-ons available rather than going for a bundle or a suite offering. I hope that insight helped. Hey, before we move to the next section, I just want to talk about one more additional thing where you can get deeper insight. So if you come to this particular link, this time I pointed towards something called Microsoft 365 Licensing Guide, created by Aaron Dinage. So he's one of my colleague, works in Australia. We have this amazing repository of all these licensing information, which we all look into. I don't look into that much because I'm a technical specialist, but all the salespeople always look into this, including our customers, to get an understanding about Microsoft licensing. And he takes a great effort in terms of updating it because there are a lot of changes happening once in a while. But I'm sure he's spending a lot of time, um, first of all, developing it and maintaining it. So the reason why I want to call out is like here you can come and compare product. So let's assume you want to compare Microsoft 365 Business to Microsoft 365 Business to an E3. That was one of the things what we have done, right? Enterprise E3, and you click on compare. That actually puts that in a side by side window. Let me make it a full screen. It allows you to first and foremost understand what are the components involved in E3, and second, it tells you, hey, business basics. Uh, Based on June 2025, these are all the components involved. These are the either the features or the software set included when you purchase these licenses. It tells that, hey, from a security point of view, it comes with MFA, single sign-on, temp access pass, things like that. So if you are trying to understand what are the security features comes in E3, you first of all look into the E3 component and you go through this security component. You can see that there are lots of additional things you get with the E3. So that's one way of looking at it. If I go back, if I exit out of this comparison, individually you can look into these plans as well. I'm sure you can do a lot more things, but please have a look at this. This is called M365 Maps or M365maps.com. I highly encourage you to just pay attention to this and look at if you have any licensing question along with the Microsoft available content. All right, so next, look into question number 14. Before question number 14, I just want to tell that we are moving into a new section. So that's the licensing question I've added, and that's enough kind of, because if you actually study these four questions, you are learning quite a lot. The next one is Microsoft 365 support and SLA type questions. In this section, we are going to go through what are the different types of support mechanism available within Microsoft, and what is the service level agreement, and how we can get best out of Microsoft service level agreement, or particularly for you to showcase your knowledge in terms of what are the support available and Microsoft service level agreement. Okay, the 14th question is, a particular company experiences frequent service outages. That is quite important. So they are telling you upfront that they are having an outage. So you can kind of guess where they are leading with this. So these are some of the keywords. And they're concerned about the Microsoft 365 availability. Again, that's such a keyword here, availability. Availability, whenever somebody asks or talk about availability, they are trying to understand the service level agreement, or where can they find information about a particular service is being available. If they are affected, what can they do, and things like that. So those are a couple of keywords. Then they want to understand the service level agreement, of course, and provided by Microsoft, and how do you explain the SLA for Microsoft 365. So this is a great question. One, it helps you understand what is service level agreement, how much Microsoft, what's the Microsoft SLAs for M365, things like that, and a couple of other aspects as well. So let me take you through that. One, the first point you need to understand is Microsoft 365 provide a 99.9% financially backed service level agreement for their uptime. That itself will ensure high availability and minimal service disruption compared to any other on-premises solution out there, because you are guaranteed to get at least up to this. This is like quite a huge number. If you look at from an uptime guaranteed time, if you look at 99.9%, that means in a year, technically it should not go down for more than 8 hours per year. So that is the kind of service availability you are expected to get from Microsoft for any M365 services. That's a guaranteed uptime. Second point you need to understand is it is backed up by a financial compensation as well. If Microsoft fails to meet this SLA, customers can claim for service credits as compensation. I don't know how that works, but you can always go and read these fine prints to understand how that works. But you can understand that this is a financially backed up compensation method. So if you as a customer is affected more than 99% of nine time, which is technically around I think 8.7 or 8.6 hours. So if you are affected 10 hours and you want to get a compensation credit for like 1 hour, you can reach out to the Microsoft team, account manager, or there are multiple avenues you can reach out to get the financially backed up credits. The third point you need to land is the scope of SLA, because the scope of SLA covers the core Microsoft 365 services, which include the Exchange Online, the SharePoint Online, OneDrive for Business, Microsoft Teams, etc. So all of the scope of SLA covers all of these core products as well. So let's see if I can take you through a blog post which showcase that. All right. So this is the documentation, service level agreement, online services documentation. You can come in to have a look at all of that data in detail when you get time, if you want to go through it. I'm sure if when you search for it, you can find additional or other contents as well. So that's how you answer this question about availability. You need to make sure that you understand 99.9% availability, financially backed up compensation. These 2 points are very important. You should understand about M365, these 2 points. Let's look at question number 15. Let's remove this marker. Right. Question number 15 is, which of the following is not included in M365 service level agreement? I just shared few things with you, so we can just do the deduction now. Right. The first one is financial compensation for downtime. I just told you in the previous question, yes. If there is any downtime of less than 99.9, and then you are eligible to get a financial backed up credit from Microsoft. So that is a right answer. So that's not a wrong one. The second one is it guaranteed 100% uptime? So that is wrong. I just now told you that is 99.9%. So different services have different. If you go to Azure, you might see different service level agreements. But for Microsoft 365, that is 99.9. So that's the wrong answer, but that's the correct answer for this particular question. But let's look at the other option. Is it 99% available commitment? Yes, we already talked about that point. And does it cover Microsoft Teams and Exchange Online? Yes, like I said, it is backed up for all these core services like Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, Teams, etc. All of that is part of that coverage. Question number 16. In this question, what the interviewer is trying to understand is, what are the main differences of Microsoft 365 support plan? Are you aware of these different support plans, and how would they help the business? So in this question, basically you need to understand what are the different types of Microsoft support plans available, and how can this help an organization make the right decision to get the which one is the right one. So I don't know whether if you don't work for Microsoft products or you don't work at a customer who's got Microsoft product, you should be knowing this. If you're a beginner, this is kind of like a tricky question, but I can help you understand how to answer that. First, you need to understand these are the main type of support plans you need to understand. The first one is called Microsoft 365 Standard Support. This you will get with a subscription. When you buy E3 or a business plan or whatever, you will get this standard support. So what does it include in the standard support? So this is available for all Microsoft 365 customers. This include any self-help resources which you can use to look for answers. This include getting information from the community forums, and you can go to help and support, and you can raise a support ticket, and that engineer will contact you to fix it, or the support technician will contact you to look into that issue. But when you do that, these response time may vary based on the issue severity. So if your issue is not a high or critical issue, that the response time may vary. So that's the first standard support. The next one is a premier support. So Premier Support will offer you 24/7 technical support with faster response times. And this include proactive guidance, escalation management. So if you feel like, hey, this is quite critical and I would like to get a resolution as fast as possible, then you can go through avenues where you can escalate it to the higher technical capability team to resolve your issue faster. Then additionally, you will get a dedicated account management. So that means you can reach out to an account manager to actually tell that, hey, these are the tickets which you have raised and you want to get a faster resolution, or you want to get a understanding about what's the current status, things like that. You have a person to contact. So this is really good for any sort of large enterprises that require dedicated Microsoft assistance. That's where you would look for the premier support. The next one is the Microsoft Unified Support. This is an enterprise grade support for cloud or hybrid resources or on-premises services. Uh, Not only it can get you support into resolving issues, things like that, you will get additional things like you will get trainings from Microsoft. You can get resources like cloud solutions architects come in and deliver trainings on particular topic or a solution, etc. Or you get advisory services where you can reach out to a partner advisory team to get knowledge in terms of particular problem you are having, or understanding about capabilities between two different product, or you want to understand a capability of one particular solution, etc. You can reach out to these advisory services for solutions. Then you get dedicated technical account manager, just like the premier one. And this is ideal for organization with complex IT environment where you have a lot of different teams, IT folks, where you want to have a comprehensive solution or a support mechanism from Microsoft. I would definitely encourage you to look into this unified support. So that's how you would understand this. And how do you answer? It totally boils down to how much you know about it. But kind of try to understand these three key terms like standard support or premier support or unified support, and try to include the essence of all of the things what I mentioned so far into your answer if somebody asks this question. But at the same time, if you want a crisp answer to read it whenever at your own time, you can always refer to the download pack, which include this documentation, which has all these points I talked about. Uh, in the reference link, when you click on this reference link, that takes you to this blog post. This kind of highlight shows you different support offerings as well. The business assist, standard support, what does it include, professional direct, and Microsoft Unified. So if you want to double click and learn more about it, and you want to know what is included and what is not included, I didn't want to go through that much detail in this particular question, because one, if you are not interested in this question, I would be like wasting a lot of time of yours. But if you are keen and interested, then I have provided you with the right resources which you can use to actually take your time and go through and read about it, because it is quite comprehensive. All right, so let us go to the next question, question number 17. All right, so in this question again, I can see that there is a critical service outage. So somebody is going to ask us anything about the support or SLA. So let's read the question. A company is using Microsoft 365 Business Premium. That may be key. And they have encountered a critical service outage affecting Microsoft Teams. So they're having some definite downgraded performance or no connectivity to Microsoft Teams. That's quite important to understand. So first and foremost, they need to understand what are the steps should take to get the immediate support. What can they do to get the service back online? All right, so this can be tricky. So let's see how you can answer this first, even before raising it. So even though it says that what are the steps you should take to get immediate support, first and foremost, don't jump the gun and raise a support ticket immediately to resolve it. There is a tool available called Microsoft Service Health. So let me bring that up here. So when you go to Microsoft Service Health, you will be able to first of all look into the Microsoft Service Health and look at the current service and things like that. So this particular document helps you understand where you can find that information, at what level information you can gain out of it, things like that. It's quite really good. So as a Microsoft 365 expert or a engineer in an organization, you should be knowing about this. That's why I'm showing. Now let me show from an admin point of view where you can find it. So you go under the admin portal. If you go home, let me collapse this. So on the left hand side, you can find there is health. So if you click on health, and there are quite a lot of options over there, but what I want you to focus here is the service health. Here under service health, you can see that any issues with any of the services, you can see that all of the services like this is healthy, which include Teams, Viva, and things like that. So if Microsoft is going through any technical issues or anything like that, you would be able to first of all come and see here. You can see that there are a couple of advisories on SharePoint Online. You can click on details to see, hey, SharePoint Online at the moment have an issue with online column filter, which is not working as expected. So if there is a problem happening, if you come under service health, this will immediately tells you before panicking, hey, there is an outage and somebody is working on it. So this is quite a handy place to come as an administrator. So that is what I would do first. Let me go back to the presentation to help you land a couple of additional points. So that's the first thing you would do. You would check your Microsoft 365 Service Health dashboard. Second, even with that, you can raise a support ticket. If you don't see anything in the service health, you can immediately contact the support. How do you contact? Again, let me go back to the admin portal to show you a couple of additional things. So if you scroll down, if you go under support, you can click on health and support. Sorry, not health, help and support. You can search for an issue, or you can look at the support history, or this is where you would be able to raise if you have any existing tickets open. You can see it over here. There is any support ticket you want to raise for Microsoft Surface related queries, you can do that. So this is where you can come and get support incident status, and you would be able to raise a new ticket as well. So that's something you need to be aware of. It is contacting the Microsoft support team. And these contacting could be different based on the conversation we had on the last question. Do you have the premier support, or do you have the unified support, or are you part of the standard support? So based on that, the SLA might vary as well when you reach out to Microsoft. The last point is to escalate if necessary. So if you have a premier support or unified agreement, then you would be able to escalate it. I think in the standard as well, you can escalate it if you say that that's critical and you want to change the priority or severity of the ticket, you would be able to escalate it. So again, use these points when you answer similar sort of question, like show your knowledge in terms of you understand there is something called service health dashboard. That itself is like a big bonus on answering this question, like showing that you have an ability to you clearly understand there is something called service health dashboard available in M365. These things are easy to explain. You tell that, hey, if there is an issue, raise a support ticket. Anybody can tell that, but land this particular point. All right, so in this question, the interviewer is trying to gauge your understanding about, do you know what is the difference between the planned maintenance and unplanned downtime in Microsoft 365? So that is not only related to Microsoft 365, that's a common term, like the planned and unplanned downtime. So if you know, you know it. If not, I will help you understand what it is. So what is planned maintenance? So planned maintenance is when Microsoft notifies the customer in advance about any sort of updates and infrastructure improvement needed. So you remember I showed you the service health, that is one place you can get the advisory report, or the message center is where Microsoft publishes to tell that, hey, there is a planned maintenance happening. This is the time duration when it is going to be affected. So you're always notified. And the one more thing to notice here is these activities are scheduled during the off-peak hours to minimize any sort of business disruption. So that is something you need to understand. So it is not um, during, most of the time it is not during any sort of your peak office hours, based on your organizational working time and things like that, during the night time. And if you are somebody who work at the night time, probably it would be morning time for you, things like that. So that's first is planned maintenance. The second is unplanned downtime. So these are unexpected service outages or disruption due to any type of technical failures or security incident. Um, this is where again customers need to track the real-time issues, like you may be finding a degraded performance in your teams or your exchange online. First, you as an administrator, if somebody calls up and tells you, hey, my teams is not working great, uh, before panicking you can immediately go to the service health to check out if there is any service outages, things like that. And what else can you do? If you remember the first question, I talked about the service level agreement, SLA, and if the downtime is more than the SLA time what Microsoft guarantees, you can look at avenues to look into getting any sort of service credit as well. So I don't know how that works, but there is a mechanism. If the service is goes below 99.9% in an annual year, and annually, then you can get service credits as well. So that is something you need to be aware of. All right, so that's the points which you need to use to answer this planned and unplanned maintenance question. Fairly easy, straightforward question. All right, so let's look at the next section. The next section is all about billing, different types of billing options available for Microsoft 365, trials, and different purchasing options. We will go through 5 questions here. So first, question number 19. Here, the interviewer is trying to understand, do you have knowledge on what are the trial options available? Gaining your understanding about before purchasing any software, can they actually go and trial this before making a decision? So a particular business want to try Microsoft 365 before purchasing. They want to know what are the trial options available and what should they know before signing up. So to answer this question, you need to first of all understand, is there any trial option available within Microsoft 365? That's the first thing you need to understand. If yes, what are the trial options available? So let me help you understand how to answer this. I will put across these 2 points. First, yes, to answer the question, yes, there are trials available. And there are two types, business trials and enterprise trials. So first, let's address what is business trial. So if you purchase Microsoft 365 Business Standard or Business Premium, Microsoft first of all offer a 30-day trial. I mean, like 30-day free trial. So if you are in planning to purchase Standard or Business Premium, you can try it first before buying it. And you need to know that that include the Office applications as well, which is the usage of Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Teams, OneDrive, Exchange, things like that. All of this can be tried as an installed version on your device, like a Mac or a Windows, or like an online versions like Word Online, Exchange Online, things like that. But that requires the business to sign up with the business email. So to be eligible, you cannot sign up with your outlook.com or a Gmail mailbox. Sorry, gmail.com. You need to sign up with your business email to get that. So that is one thing you need to be aware of. The second is the enterprise trial. So if you are a customer who is using E3 or E5 of Microsoft 365, again, Microsoft provided 30-day access to enterprise features as well. That will include the advanced features for the security, compliance, and analytics features, things like that. So how can you do that? So if you want to try additional thing, you can go to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center and you can look for trial. The Admin Center is something which I showed you before. So let me see if I can quickly go to my Admin Center. So this is the Admin Center. You can go under billing and you can go for look at your product and you can try other products here as well. Or if you wanted to find the trial or anything in the Admin Center, you come here and type trial. So you can see that, hey, your product under products, you can come and see the new product. You can say add more product. That gives you an option to try out additional product which you don't have as well. You can see that, hey, there is a new trial for Power BI. So if you click on it, it says that, hey, there's is a 30-day trial. When you click on checkout, post the trial, if you keep it active, you're going to pay around this much. So that's a good indication of, you can set an alert to notify you before 30-day to deactivate it if you don't want to automatically or accidentally pay for it. But yes, of course, you can come in here and you can look for recommended products, or all product will give you a list of all Microsoft 365 based product, including optional add-ons and things like that. So you can come in here, filter these based on what you're looking at, and then you can understand how much is the cost, or if you want, you can compare before trying it and things like that. So that's how you answer this. There are two options. Yes, first of all, yes, trial is available. Second, there are business trial and enterprise trial. Business require you to sign up with your business account. Enterprise also give you 30 or sometimes more days on your trial depending upon what you are trialing. That is totally relevant on that particular product, and then you can go to your admin center to try it. If you click on this learn more button, I have included this link where you can actually go and see how you can trial a particular product even before you're buying it. You can click on start a free trial, ask you to sign in with your not Outlook or not Gmail or things like that. Sign in with your organizational email address. Question number 20. Again, this is an elimination question. So which of the following statement about Microsoft 365 purchasing option is false? We are looking into the purchasing options. So let's read about it. First one is Microsoft 365 subscription can be purchased directly from Microsoft or through cloud solution provider. That is correct. I have shown you an example where just now, along with trialing it, there is an option to buy that service as well. So you can buy directly from Microsoft. You don't have to go through any channel. But if you do want to go through a channel, there is an option called Cloud Solutions Provider. I haven't talked about it in the previous question. That is another way you can buy Microsoft services, where these resellers or the cloud solution providers can attach or wrap around additional services like add-on services or managed services along with Microsoft services. To give you an example, you are like a small business and you want 200 Microsoft 365 licenses. They not only give you licenses, they say that, hey, I can come in and do the optimization for you, I can come in and do the implementation for you, or ongoing basis I can do the security checks or make sure that I put in right policies in place for everything is right in your organization from a security standpoint, things like that. That's the wraparound service they can put on top of it. So that's cloud solution provider. So now you know that. So if you want to know more about it, just go and read about it. Yeah. So that statement is not false. Let's look at the second statement. Microsoft allows monthly and annual billing options for most business plans. 100% right. So we have seen examples where you can either pay monthly or you can convert that into an annual plan, even for business plans or for enterprise plan. There are options for that. The third statement is Microsoft 365 Business Plans support unlimited users. That is wrong because we have seen multiple examples so far. The business plan only support up to 300 users and the enterprise plan support unlimited users. So that is the right answer for this question, but it is a wrong statement. The fourth statement is enterprise customers can purchase Microsoft 365 through volume licensing agreement. Correct. So that's another way enterprise customers can buy these licenses. All right. So I hope you understood the detection method, what I used, and while giving you more clarity on all of these points. If you want further reading, just go and click on this link or go through the documentation to read more about it. Question number 21. Here, the interviewer is trying to understand, do you have enough knowledge to tell the key differences between monthly and annual billing? That's like a quite straightforward question. But hey, what if somebody asks you this question? How do you answer that? So let me help you understand that. So obviously, monthly billing is nothing but you pay month to month, and annual billing is where you have an ability to pay once in every year, which you can define when you want to pay for it. To give you a bit more clarity, in the monthly billing, even though you can pay month on month basis, what I want to tell you are the couple of key points which you can tell, because this is an obvious question, right? Monthly billing, pay monthly; annual billing, you pay annually. But what else can you add on top of it is, for a monthly billing, this offers flexibility, allowing business to change or cancel plans anytime. With annual billing, even if you make a decision to not having enough licenses, you have already paid for it, or you're already committed to pay for annual billing. You don't have that flexibility to move things around. So even though it provides you that flexibility in terms of changing or canceling the plan at any time, typically the cost is more when you pay monthly compared to annual plan. So that is something you need to be aware of. Additional points on annual billing is, here you are committing to a 12 months plan, but while committing, like I said, this is less expensive compared to monthly planning, a monthly plan, and this is recommended for business who have an understanding about their business, and they know that in the long term strategy they have good stability in terms of understanding how many licenses they need. They would typically go with the annual billing model because they get cheaper pricing compared to the monthly one, and they know that, oh hey, I know that I need 100 licenses or 1,000 licenses next financial year. They anticipate that they add along with their billing. The next point you can add is, some plans allows annual prepayment for additional saving. Even though I said that you pay annually, if you sometimes pay pre-annually, like it's called prepayment. Let's suppose you're supposed to pay $100. Maybe the prepayment offer maybe $80. I don't know if that example helps, but that's another discount you can get for some annual plans. But the problem with the annual plan is, when you cancel in between your term, then that may result in penalties, or sometimes you may not get refund, things like that. I don't know the more details, but that could be another thing you need to consider. So now you have extra points in terms of understanding how the monthly billing and the annual billing and things like that work. Let's look at question number 22. Here, the question is, hey, some company want to purchase Microsoft 365 for 500 employees. By looking at this, immediately you know that this cannot be a business plan, because business plan only allows you to buy 300. So now you're learning lots of things. Now you immediately spot, oh, hey, 500, it's an enterprise plan, not a business plan, things like that. So now the question is, what are the available purchasing options and which would be the best fit? So it is trying to test your knowledge on different available purchasing option. That is the key question here. What are the different purchasing option and what would be the best fit? So let's see if I can help you answer that question. First and foremost, you already know that any customer can go directly to Microsoft website and purchase it. That is direct purchase. But That plan is only best suitable for any small business with simple licensing need. And the plans are mostly for employees up to 300 users. And enterprise customers can have unlimited number of users. Those are the differences you need to understand. Direct purchase. The second one is cloud solution provider, which I kind of introduced you in the previous question or the one before that, is which allows you flexible billing and dedicated support through Microsoft partners. So these partners can come in and help you wrap around their services and give you additional managed services. So if that is what you are looking at and you want a flexible billing model, a monthly payment option, that which I kind of forgot to mention the couple of points questions below. Cloud solution provider plans allow you to pay monthly as well. So that is a flexible offer. And this allows businesses to purchase additional services like Azure or security add-ons, and you can club multiple things together, not only Microsoft 365. So this is recommended for organization needing customized solution. This is what you look at. The third option is enterprise agreement or volume licensing. This is suitable for organizations with 500 or more users, because when you go through this enterprise agreement, usually it comes with bulk discounts and centralized license management. I don't know about the discounting and how it works, but what I heard is like when you go through the enterprise agreement, there are opportunities for you to go into a negotiation to get better discounts for your deal. And typically, that comes with you needing to have a contractual agreement for 1 or 3 years. I still don't know about that detail, but that requires you to have a commitment, because you're getting some cost savings. Because if you back out of that commitment, you might need to pay the penalty, or the may not be refunded, things like that. So that is something you need to understand. I did put a link in this particular section to talk more or understand more about cloud solution provider licensing. Here you can come and read more about that licensing agreement and things like that. Let's look at question number 23. Here, the interviewer is trying to gauge your understanding in terms of they want to buy additional licenses for security and compliance. That's the key question. And what they primarily want to know is, do you know the knowledge about add-on licensing option, which you kind of learned, I think 5 or 8 questions before. Like there are different ways you can add on licensing and how it works. So that's what they are trying to test here. So your knowledge on that. So how can you answer this question? You can tell that, hey, if they are an E3 customer, you already know that anything with E3 or E5 or F3, they are an enterprise level customer. So they have more users, definitely more than 300 users, maybe around more than 500 or maybe 10,000 users. Currently they are E3, so they get some security functionality, but they are looking at additional security. So what are the additional security things you can tell? You can tell, hey, you can either use Microsoft Defender, which has Plan 2, which provide additional protection around your mailboxes, things like that. There is Microsoft Purview Compliance Suite, which offer a suite of products which include a lot of capabilities like data loss prevention, risk management, advanced e-discovery, and things like that for your compliance need. Or you can tell, hey, you can go for Microsoft Teams Phone or Power BI Pro licenses. Like Microsoft Teams Phone provide you with enterprise voice calling, and that integrates with Microsoft Teams for your VoIP services. And Power BI Pro, it's another additional capability which you can add, which enhances your business intelligence and reporting within your Microsoft 365. So this actually kind of like flexing and showing your knowledge in terms of what additional thing you can proactively tell, because the question is intended towards checking your knowledge on add-on licensing. First of all, do you have that? Second, whatever add-ons you know about it, E5 plans, what is not part of E3, just throw all of that bits in, because that's where you're flexing and showing your whole Microsoft knowledge in terms of additional product knowledge or security product knowledge, things like that. So that's how you answer this particular question. In the next section, we are going to go through the Microsoft 365 apps. which include Word Online, Excel Online, Outlook, then Teams, etc. All of that application comes as part of the bundle when you buy these M365 apps. So question number 24. The question is, a company wants to understand the difference between Microsoft 365 apps for business and Microsoft 365 apps for enterprise. So they are looking at, do you know the difference between these two apps, one for business and one for enterprise? And how would you explain the difference? So first and foremost, both of these plans provide these core Office applications like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, and you would be able to install it on your device, and that device could be a Windows device or a Mac operating system or your mobile device. You will have eligibility to use or install this application to use the services which it provides. That is first and foremost the thing you need to understand. The next thing what you should be knowing about is the difference in terms of feature. So we've been learning that any sort of business plan will offer only up to 300 users. Enterprise plan offers the users to use it for unlimited number of users. So that is something you need to be aware of. In the enterprise features, you get additional um, compliance and information protection. So I haven't touched based on information protection so far. So let me quickly give you what it is. Information protection allows organization to define these policies, and users can leverage these policies. It comes in the shape of information rights management. It On a very simplistic term, what it does is it allows the user to define permission on a particular document before sharing it to anybody. So I can decide, I created this Excel sheet, but I want to share it with so and so, but they can only view this file, or they can only read the information on a until a particular day, or they cannot forward it to anybody else. If I'm sharing an email with somebody, that forward button is disabled. So all of that can be controlled. First of all, admin can create it using information protection, and then users can leverage that on any assets they create internally. So those sort of things is not available as part of the business plan. The next one is shared computer activation. So first of all, in the business plan, that is not even allowed. We kind of talked about this shared computer scenario when we discussed about the two different licensing options, the user-based licensing and device-based licensing. The device-based licensing, if the customer have this RDS VDI deployments available, then enterprise plan enable them to actually use these apps on these shared devices as well. Some of the plans need additional purchasing of Teams. If it is a business plan, not all, some. The Teams is basically included in all enterprise plan. Pricing, we already talked about it. It's considered lower cost compared to the higher cost which comes with the enterprise, but they can go through various mechanism like prepaying or like locking it for a few years to get extra discounts on the enterprise plan. In this particular article, it explains what is Microsoft 365 apps for enterprise and what are the privileges it gets. You can see that you get all of these applications. One additional thing I forgot to mention is you can install up to 5 PCs, 5 tablets, and 5 mobile devices. That's a great option for users if they are using multiple devices for their day-to-day work. And additionally, it provides 1 terabytes of storage capacity for users to store their files and data in the OneDrive for business. And customers can opt for Fast Track. Fast Track is a service which Microsoft provide additional guidance and support in terms of their adoption or enablement of these services within their organization. So that's a quick overview about what are Microsoft 365 business apps and how you can answer these sort of questions. Let us look into question number 25. So here what we are trying to do is we are trying to eliminate the answer to find the right one. So the question is, which of the following is not a feature available in the Microsoft 365 Word? This should be quite fairly straightforward. So if you are familiar with Word, Word is a document canvas where you will be able to create new content, modify it, edit it, share it, customize it, things like that. So, does Word provide real time collaboration with co authoring? 100% yes. You can go to Word and you would be able to share that with other people. So, you would be able to collaborate on Word at the same time. The second option is, can you do smart lookup for web based research? So, during the document creation, or you are trying to find something from internet, does Word allow you to look up certain things from the internet? Yes, it does. What about data modeling and pivot table? So that is a functionality which, if you are looking to do, you would potentially look into Excel to do these sort of data modeling and pivot tables, not in the Word. So the answer for this question is C. Well, that's the wrong answer for the Word. Let's look at the next option. Dictation for hands-free typing. Yes, Word allows you to do dictation so that you don't have to type in your content. You can basically talk to it and it can capture that information. So that is a feature of Word. So let's look at the correct answer. The data modeling and pivot table is part of Excel. So if you want to learn more about the Word features, click on this link. It tells you what are the latest features. What you see over here in the screen is ability to utilize or use Copilot in Word, because with Copilot you get enhanced features not only with Word, all the Microsoft 365 application. You would be able to create content with the help of Copilot, draft content, modify it, customize it, things like that. So please have a look into this, and we can click on what's new, watch the video and things like that to understand the new features, not only for Word, all other applications as well. Let's look at question number 26. The question is trying to understand, do you know what is the real-time collaboration work in Microsoft 365 app like Word, Excel, PowerPoint work? So first and foremost, you need to understand that these applications you can actually create and share with anybody. Real-time collaboration is nothing but it allows you to work simultaneously with other collaborators while you are editing or modifying the document. So if I'm working on an Excel sheet, if I want input from anybody else, I would be able to share a copy of that to somebody with the right permission to edit or things like that. When I do that, the other collaborator can open that Excel file with the data in it and they can provide their input or delete it, modify it, depends on what rights I provided. That is called real-time collaboration. That is available across Microsoft 365 applications, especially with Word, Excel, PowerPoint, etc. That is how you should answer. You can provide additional points, which I will mention that right now. So let me populate that on the screen. You can talk about additional thing. It does come with cloud storage. So the cloud storage are things like OneDrive for Business. That is like the personal cloud storage. So with the Excel file and the Word file I'm talking about, first and foremost, you need to store that in the cloud storage. It could be in OneDrive for Business, or you can store it in SharePoint as well. That allows any additional user from real-time collaboration. Second is live editing. This is kind of what I mentioned before. So users can see each other's changes in real time. When I mentioned about you having an ability to share that file with someone else, when that other person try to modify the document, you will be able to see where they are making changes in a live editing format. At the same time, the other person will be able to see that, hey, you're also open the document, you're working on this particular cell, or you're this particular slide, things like that. That's called live editing. Additionally, you can tag or comment or mention other people within your organization. So if you want someone else to work on a particular part of the document, you can add the rate mention. So when you put the add the rate, It allows you to put a name of a person within your organization. So that first of all send them a notification as an email or a Teams notification with the link to access that particular part of the document. So when they click on it, it takes them directly to the place or a part of the document where you had mentioned them, and from there onwards they can either read the comment or they can action whatever you have asked them to action it, and they can leave their comment as well. So that is another part of real-time collaboration in this application. The next or the last point is the version history. So whenever you make these changes, you will be able to track the previous edits. So this allows user to restore to earlier version if you need it. So these are the points you need to consider along with what I told before. So kind of first and foremost, yes, it allows the real-time collaboration, and add in these key points like cloud storage, live editing. You would be able to comment and mention people, or you can go back to previous history in case if you want to revert back to a previous copy. Let's look at question number 27. Here, the interviewer is trying to understand, do you know the benefits of using Microsoft 365 Excel's Power Query and Power Pivot for data analysis? So again, I'm not an expert in Excel. Whenever I had to do this Power Pivot or pivot table and VLOOKUP, I look at the videos or instruction on how to do that. Now I co-pilot it. I go to Excel and I tell in my natural language, this is what I'm trying to do, and Copilot is intelligent enough to like create these formulas to make that happen. So it is like a godsend technology to me in terms of boosting my productivity. To help you answer the question, so let me first populate the information. First and foremost, Power Query and Power Pivot are the mechanisms which you can use to enhance your data transformation and analysis in Excel. That is how you should answer that, because these are enhancement which you can do to transform your data. So let me help you understand what is this Power Query all about. So Power Query is something which you can use to automate the data extraction and transformation and loading, which is the ETL from multiple sources. And this supports any sort of merging and cleaning large data set effectively. So if you are working with a huge amount of data set, this is ideally what you would want to use to first of all either to merge or either to clean up data effectively. So what is Power Pivot? Power Pivots allows creating data models and relationship across different tables. So you can use the DAX. DAX is data analysis expressions, which can be used for any sort of advanced calculations. And this can handle millions of rows without showing any down performance. So together with these two tools, you can make use of Excel as a powerful business intelligence solution. So that's how you should be. If anybody asks anything about like this, and you should be answering in such a way that it is definitely enhancing the capability of the person by using these particular options available within Excel to boost their productivity or ease of their day-to-day work by having these sort of controls available within the software. Let's look at question number 28. So here the interviewer is trying to understand what are the PowerPoint designers. So they're trying to test, do you know about the designer and the presenter coach and how do they enhance the presentation? So first and foremost, these questions you can probably understand now that it was asking about basic features and functionality within this application. Like it was asking things like for Word, Excel, now the feature of PowerPoint. And PowerPoint comes with certain functionality. The one is Designer. Designer helps you with automatic suggestion with layout, things like that. So let me populate that so that you understand. So first and foremost, the PowerPoint Designer. Let me see if I can quickly show you what Designer is. If you go and launch the PowerPoint, when you try to compose any particular information, so I can click on this test, and when you expand this ribbon, and towards the end of the ribbon under the home tab there is something called designer. You click on it, it allows you to customize these with different templates and these suggestions, and these are automatic suggestions or design layout based on the slide content. In the backend, what it uses is it uses an AI to create a professional looking slide with minimal effort, so that you don't have to spend a lot of time creating these sort of picture things like that. It works on different slides as well. So when you have different slide with different layout, when you go under these designer, the layout immediately changes based on the type of content you might potentially add in this particular slide. So that is designer. The next one is presenter coach. So presenter coach is an ability added into PowerPoint which helps users practice presentation by providing any sort of real-time feedback on pacing, tone, filler words, and pronunciation. So while presenting, I can turn on real-time feedback or presenter coach. What it is going to do is it is going to observe the presentation throughout, and post that you would be able to ask, or you would be able to get feedback on how was the pacing throughout the session, what type of tone did you use. It again uses the AI capability in the backend to provide that sort of an assistant. So you can very well use this technology like an assistant or like a tutor helping you with a particular a problem or particular aspect of the presentation skills. And it does work in the PowerPoint Online as well. So these features help users create visually engaging presentation. First and foremost, it is faster and with a better delivery skills. So that is something you need to be aware of. So kind of try to answer the question like, hey, designer is something which you can use to suggest different layouts. So you don't have to spend a lot of time creating this. Presenter coach is something which is going to help the presenter post delivery to understand how did their presentation go, like asking or getting feedback on their tone and the filler words and things like that. And ideally both of them is helping them with their crafting and post presentation things like that. That's how you should answer that. Let's look at question number 29. So in this, I think it is like an Excel, not it's an Outlook related question. So let's read out the question. The user frequently sends large email attachment. So that is a keyword, large email attachment in Outlook, which slows down the email delivery because it's a large and the slows down is quite an important term as well. What are the best practices for handling large files in Outlook? So the question is trying to understand if there is an issue in the organization with email slowdown and performance related things. Apart from looking into the service history and raising a support ticket, do you know some other troubleshooting mechanisms and things like that? So let me populate the answer and walk you down through the steps on how you can help answer that question. First and foremost, you need to understand that you need to educate the users on using the OneDrive link, because I kind of mentioned like these plans come with OneDrive access, and OneDrive have a storage capacity of 1 terabyte and it can be increased as well. But this 1 terabyte is plenty enough for users to use for their day-to-day work activities. So instead of sending the large attachment as it is, users have an ability to store that in their OneDrive and send as a link instead of an attachment. So you're basically sending a link, so that saves them a trouble of attaching a huge document. So that is the first and foremost tip. So instead of attaching large files, upload them to OneDrive and share a link. This reduces the email size and ensure recipients always have the latest version. So that is another key point as well. So if you have to change the version of something or you want to modify something, the next time you don't have to reattach the whole file again and send it across. If you send the OneDrive link, you have the copy of the source file. So whenever you modify something, all you have to tell them or the recipient is to click on the link again, which give them access to the latest information or the modified version. So that is how you should tackle that part. The second is compress the attachment, the good old fashioned compressing using a zip compression. So it allows them to allows the users to reduce the size of the attachment. Third is to check the mailbox coda. So these large attachment, what it does, it reduces the mailbox storage. So users should periodically clean up the old emails and things like that. Sometimes if you don't have enough storage space in your mailbox, it sometimes can give a degraded performance. So either you can archive or delete large attached non-used email which they want to keep in their mailboxes, things like that. And the fourth point is the splitting the large files. So if an attachment must be sent, if you can't use the first two options, you can't send via a OneDrive link or you can compress the attachment. Another option for you is to consider the splitting it into smaller parts. And if you have multiple documents, that combination of the document is probably 1 GB. What you can do is you can split that into 2 or 3 different parts and sending 3 different emails or sending it separately. So that way, rather than downloading a single 1 GB of email into the mailbox, user could download 250 MB of 4-part email. So that's another option. So when you answer it, try to make sure you touch on all of these points, especially on the first 2 points. Like show your understanding about what is OneDrive and what OneDrive offers to sending the link, and especially land the messaging in terms of um, when you have the possession of the source file, you can always modify it. So every time they click on the link, they get the latest version of it. All right, so let's look into the next section. The next one is Exchange Online. Exchange Online is nothing but the email services of Office 365. This is the service what we all use using the Outlook mailbox to send and receive emails, look at our calendar, book an appointment, things like that. All of this is being delivered via the service called as Exchange Online. That is what you need to know about what is Exchange Online. So you know that in the Microsoft 365 suite, we have many services. So one which we learned in the previous section was the apps. Apps is one of the services, like using Word, Excel, PowerPoint, things like that. Then we have services like OneDrive for Business to store personal storage. That is a personal storage for storing data. Then we have SharePoint Online for team-wise or company-wide collaboration and storage of sources of repository for documents and other artifacts, things like that. Exchange Online is the email service of Microsoft 365. So the first question, which is the 30th question in this particular series, is the interviewer is trying to understand, do you know what is Exchange Online and how is it different from on-premises Exchange server? I don't know if there are many customers still using Exchange on-premises. Few years ago, that was the case because many of them were looking from moving from on-premises to Exchange Online, that is the Microsoft 365 SaaS-based services. Now, if there is anyone left, that could be of various scenarios, like if they want to keep it for some compliance reasons or things like that. So if you don't know anything about on-premises Exchange server, let me help you understand how we can answer that. First, you need to help them understand that you know what is the difference between Exchange Online and the on-premises. How do you answer that? You tell that, hey, Exchange Online is a cloud-based email and calendaring service. So when you say cloud-based, that include the implication that you know it is a SaaS-based offering. Because it is a cloud-based service, you don't need any hardware to install on premises to get that service. And it is part of Microsoft 365, which you already know. Then you highlight the fact that it differs from on-premises Exchange server. Let me help you understand that in various ways. Exchange Online, because it is a cloud service, you don't need any hardware. On-premises Exchange server is a hosted on customer-owned server. So to have Exchange on-premises, you need to have a hardware requirement. Second, Exchange Online maintenance and updates and all the improvements to the service is made by Microsoft. So it is automatically taken care for us. Wherein, if you use Exchange on-prem, you need to download the latest software all the time from Microsoft, install it, manage it, maintain it, make sure that the service is available all the time, even during the updation period. So that is quite tricky and difficult to do it. Exchange Online is easy to scale because it's basically a license purchase and you are assigning these licenses to the user. So when you assign the license, it's easier for them to access the service. When they leave the organization, you downscale it or remove the license so they don't have access to it. The scalability aspect of Exchange on premises is limited to your hardware capacity. So if you don't have enough hardware resources, then it's very difficult for you to scale. Then it's access, like Exchange Online is a publicly available service. You can access it from anywhere and any device. Exchange on premises, you require solutions like VPN or remote access to access this. So that is quite tricky. So that's again needing additional services in your on premises to make sure that you provide that services outside. Security and compliance, there are a lot of built-in features available with Exchange Online, like um, um, threat protection, data loss prevention, e-discovery, things like that. If you want to do the same thing in your on premises, you need to configure a lot of things to make it happen. It's not by default you have these capabilities available. Backup and disaster recovery. So something goes wrong, you need to handle the mailboxes, you need to recover things like that. It is all handled by Microsoft. You don't have to do that. If you have to do that for the on-premises, you need to require a lot of backup and you need to have a different backup strategy, things like that. So how do you answer that? First and foremost, explain that Exchange Online is a cloud-based service. You don't need any hardware, and tell the differences based on the things I laid out here. That's how you answer this question. Let's look at the question number 31. So in this interview question, the interviewer is trying to understand, do you know about the configuration things of Exchange Online? So the question is, a particular company wants to enable automatic email forwarding. So that means they want to forward the email they receive in the mailbox to somebody else or something else for a certain users, but block it for external recipients because they are facing some security concerns. So you just need to showcase the ability. You don't have to actually walk them through the steps, but you just need to tell them, hey, is it possible or not? If it is possible, what are the ways they can achieve it? So let me help you understand how we can answer that question. All right, so these are the steps which I mentioned here is the how you can do it. It's like first you have to go to the Exchange Admin Center. First and foremost, you need to know that there is an Exchange Admin Center. I have shown you a couple of times so far the Microsoft 365 Admin Center where you can manage the user, the domain, the groups, and other uh, super high level settings in the tenant. There are different admin centers available for Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, your Azure, there's an Azure portal, etc. So you need to first of all know there is an Exchange Admin Center available. So you tell that, hey, you can do that in the Exchange Admin Center. And if they ask further question on how to do it, you can tell that, hey, there is something called mail flow. Within mail flow, you can create a rule and you can set a particular action and you just save it. And based on the rule what you have defined, this is gonna particularly adhere to the rule what you set. So that's how you answer it. For you to understand it better, let me quickly show you how it is been done. So I logged into the admin center. Let me quickly enlarge it. So this is the admin center where you can actually come and do a lot of tasks. I talked about different admin centers available. So if you don't know a particular portal name, how to reach there, so you can reach to the admin center by going into admin.microsoft.com. So that's how you come to the Microsoft 365 admin center. Here, if you scroll down, there are other admin centers available that take you to the corresponding center, which you can configure a specific part of what you're looking at. So here we have security, compliance, Intune, identity, Exchange, SharePoint, Teams, and blah blah blah. And you can see all of that in a different view as well. Click on All Admin Center. This takes you to this particular page, and it tells you on a high level what you can do. You can see that there is an Exchange Admin Center. So here you can do manage advanced email settings such as quarantine, encryption, mail flows, etc. So what we are going to do is the look at the mail flow rules. So click on this link, or on the left hand side you can click on this link as well. Let's take you to the Exchange Admin Center. I don't want to spend a lot of time here explaining about all the things you can do or cannot do. We're just going to stick to the question. The question is about how you want to enable the automatic email forwarding for specific users. Where can you set that? You can, on the left hand side, you can see there is a mail flow option. Under mail flow, there is something called rules, and here you can come and click on create a new rule. So click on add a rule. You can pick a choice from here, like what you are trying to do. Or you can go ahead and create a new rule. So give a name. In our case, we are trying to create a rule um, which says that if you want to block somebody, you can say that who is the recipient, is it the center. So you can say that, okay, if the recipient, select what are the action. If they are external or internal, you can say that they are outside the organization. Then do what do you want to do. So do you want to redirect, do you want to block the message, do you want to forward the email to somewhere else? You can say that, hey, block this message. Or if you want to add any exception, you can accept that if the sender is someone else, the domain is part of your own domain, then don't save it, exempt it, things like that. So you can do a lot of customization here. So that is what that question was asking, like, hey, how can you enable this automatic email forwarding, and if you want to block anybody, how can you do that? So now you have learned how to do that. So frame your answer according to that. Don't just give them step by step guidance. That is not something they are looking at when they interview, basically to understand where to do it, how to do it, what are the options available, etc. Let's look at question number 32. Again, we are trying to do a deduction here. So we are trying to understand which is not a feature of Exchange Online. Exchange Online is part of the Microsoft 365 suite. So I'm sure you know that by now. All right, so let's look at the first option. Does Exchange Online provide focused inbox for intelligent email sorting? Yes, it does. Focused inbox is something you can configure where the Exchange Online will sort the high priority or like the focused information, the people who interact with you most, your customer emails at the focus inbox, and then on the other inbox it will keep the junk related email or like advertisement or something which you are bcc into, or like another type of conversation which is not super relevant. So that is what focus inbox, so that is part of the Exchange Online. The second is integration with Teams for shared calendaring. Yes, so when you go to your Exchange Online or Teams, there is an integration between Teams and Outlook or Exchange Online. So all the meetings, what you see over there, you can see it in the Teams calendar as well. And additionally, on top of it, when you try to create a meeting, because it has the integration available, you will be automatically able to add in the necessary link or the bridge link to join the Teams call within the Outlook calendar itself. Or you can do it in the Teams calendar as well. So you have that automatic integration between these two. The third is AI writing assistant for composing email. So this is right and wrong, because by default this built-in AI writing assistant is not available in Exchange Online. But if you purchase Copilot license, then Copilot Gale will add in certain functionality on top of Outlook or on top of your Exchange Online, wherein you would be able to take help of AI writing assistant to compose email, draft new content, things like that. So for in this question, I'm saying that this is wrong, but in a very broader generic conversation, yes, but you have to tell that, hey, that's a Copilot functionality. You can add Copilot to make that happen. The last question is message encryption for secure email communication. Yes, while sending the email, or you can set certain parameters or security measures in place, which will automatically encrypt certain email, encryption at rest, encryption in transit, things like that. So the correct answer for this question, which is the wrong answer, which is doesn't it's not a feature of Exchange Online, is the built-in AI writing assistant. Let's look at question number 33. So how does Exchange Online protect against phishing and spam emails? So here the interviewer is trying to understand your knowledge in terms of, are you aware of the security features of Exchange Online overall, and using that, is it possible to prevent against these sort of attacks like phishing or spam emails, things like that. So basically you need to have a good understanding about the email filtering or the security measures which is available within Exchange Online. So how do you answer that question? Let me populate the answer first. First, you can tell that, hey, there is something called Exchange Online Protection available, or EOP. Using that, you can block spam, malware, phishing attempts, etc. So this internally, this uses the AI and threat intelligence to filter any sort of malicious emails. So that's how you answer that. Second, you can tell that, hey, there are safe links and safe attachment. So what it does is it is actually going to scan through your email content for any fishy URLs or a malicious URL or malicious email attachment in real time for threat. So it doesn't it prevents the user from clicking on it. If, or even if the user clicks on it, it gives a warning to the user stating that, hey, we identify there is a malicious content in it. Do you want to open it, or do you want to open it in a safe space, things like that. That is available. The another option is anti-phishing policies. So you remember I took you to the Exchange Admin Center. So the places like that, you can go in and you can configure these policies to protect users by detecting these spoofed sender addresses, and somebody's trying to impersonate someone and trying to get into mailboxes. So these policies can be created to actually prevent that from happening. On top of it, every user will get a report now or phishing email notification. So when you do get emails like that, you would be able to like click on it to notify the user to prevent that as well. The next is quarantine and reporting. Using this, you can identify suspicious emails which are held in the quarantine for admin to review, or you could look into users who receive these alerts for any sort of possible emails, phishing emails, things like that. So there is mechanism available to either quarantine, or you can create alerts to report it. Finally, you can set up multi-factor authentication. So that's another great way to actually prevent any sort of unauthorized access to the email account. So I know that that is not directly related to this online phishing or spam emails, but multi-factor authentication is again a great mechanism. You can put it in place to any tool, so that that is being taken care of any sort of malicious login in attempts to any services. So that's how you answer it, like incorporate all of these components, especially at the first 4 points, to tell that, hey, these are the main things available, and what it kind of does. Let's look at question number 34. Here the question is, a particular user is complaining about that their calendar events are not synchronizing properly across devices. So that means they are using multiple devices, and they have some syncing issue with their emails and the calendar, or they just mentioned about the calendar. So what are the troubleshooting steps would you take? So if you are someone who haven't worked on this, then it is quite difficult for you to understand or like explain it, but let me see if I can paint the picture. First and foremost, this is how you answer this question. So first and foremost, if somebody is having any sync issue, make sure to ask them, or like you check their connectivity. Like that's the first and foremost thing. Change into the different Wi-Fi, change it into a different data, or like if they use VPN, make sure you turn off the VPN, turn on again. All sort of that connectivity troubleshooting. Second is verify the synchronization issue. So how do you make sure that? So you can go into OVA. So OVA is Outlook Web Access. So when you log into the online version of the Outlook, you can see that, hey, can you see the calendar there? Just like the installed Outlook. And you can make sure that, hey, that is something else it is working on. So it is synchronizing, but it is not syncing to the mobile devices. The third is you can clear any sort of cache. So when you go into the Outlook client, you can go to your file and account settings. There is a data files available. There is an option to clear any sort of offline items. So that when you clear that, that allows more items to flow in and things like that. Additional point is you can use Outlook in safe mode. So safe mode is like if you have any add-in issues or conflict, you can launch Outlook by going into outlook.exe/safe in the run command. And when you run it, it opens in the safe mode. So that's how you do it. Finally, you can re-add the calendar. So re-adding is like removing the calendar and re-adding it again. We'll make sure that if you're using any shared calendar, remove and re-add it. Sometimes that will fix the issue. For mobile devices, especially for phone users, if synchronization persists, remove and re-add the Microsoft account on your mobile device. So that's another troubleshooting step you can use. So there is not one troubleshooting mechanism, but if you tell like one or two or three examples in from this whole list, if you ask this question, that would be enough to showcase your knowledge in terms of, hey, you know about this particular aspect and how to deal with it. So that's how you answer it. The next question is about checking your understanding about archiving. So it is asking, hey, what is Exchange Online archiving and how does it help organization manage the email storage? So basically you need to talk about what is this archiving about and how is it going to help an organization achieve something. So let me populate the pointers and then let me help you understand how to answer this. First and foremost, you need to tell that, hey, Exchange Online provide unlimited archive storage for users who are in the E3 and E5 plan. So that is you showing that, hey, what are the archival options available between these licensing plan, and showcasing that if anybody is part of E3 or E5, they get unlimited archive storage. So there is no reason why somebody should not archive the old emails. And you can use auto expanding archives for older emails to free up the primary mailbox storage. So if somebody's got so much email in the primary mailbox and they are looking at a mechanism where they want to change, push that to an archive storage, you can do that by automatically. Second, it's support retention policies. So retention policies allows administrators to define rules to automatically archive emails based on their age or content. So administrators in an organization can create these policies to say that, hey, archive emails which is older than 6 months, and set that policy in an organizational level. So any emails which is older than 6 months will be automatically going into the archival folder. So that is something you can define. Or you can set another condition. Hey, any content from this particular mailbox or this topic automatically archive. Another point is um, it ensures compliance and e-discovery. So this helps businesses retain emails for legal compliance and audit purposes. When you archive these emails, you're not getting rid of it. So in the future, if you want to retrieve certain conversation on emails, you can run these e-discovery policies or other compliance related report to fetch these report for compliance purposes. The last point you can touch is when you do these archival, it reduces the mailbox size issues, like because you're manually or automatically moving the older emails to an archive mailbox. So that is like preventing Outlook from slowing down in the future because of lackage of storage space in the primary mailbox. So that's how you answer this. Add all the flavor of everything what I mentioned here. It's not a one word or a one sentence answer. Yes, it is capable to do online archiving, but tell that it's a free for E3 and E5 unlimited storage, and talk about retention and how compliance help and how it is going to resolve the problem with performance issues, things like that. All right, in the next section, we are going to learn about SharePoint Online. We talked about what is Exchange Online. SharePoint Online is the document or artifact repository for an organization. So this is where you can create team site or communication site to hold all the documents relevant for a team or a project or for communication. All of that can be kept in this place. Let's look at question number 36, the first question in the SharePoint Online section. The question is, a marketing team wants to share a campaign document. So that could be a keyword. They want to share some documents externally with partners. So that's another keyword. So they want to share, and that too they want to share externally while ensuring sensitive information remain protected. So they want to keep the data protected. At the same time, they want to share some data to an external party. So what are the options available in SharePoint Online? That's a good question, actually. So it has so many content. One, you need to know about what is SharePoint and how SharePoint is useful for an organization. So you need to explain that. Second, can somebody share any data or anything externally? So you need to know about that fact. And the third part of this question is, while doing that, how can you make sure that everything is protected? So if someone asks you this sort of a question, they are looking for a multi-fold answer, not like a yes or no or a one statement. You need to factor in a lot of aspect to it. So let me show you how you can answer this sort of question. One, you just need to tell that, hey, it's possible to share external data. You tell a bit about SharePoint and things like that. You can tell that, hey, you can use SharePoint's external sharing settings to configure who is allowed and who is the external user and things like that. And by using that, you can actually define the permission. In the admin center, you can have your own control as well, policy sharing, or as a user also, you can define who you can share that with. So let me see if I can quickly show you that. So I'm in the demo tenants. Let's go to admin center. Here, just like any other admin center, if you come to the Microsoft admin center, on the left hand side, you will be able to find the SharePoint admin center as well. Here, as a company, you can define the sharing and access control. On the left hand side under policies, you can see that there is a sharing button. When you go there, you can see that what are the sharing permissions you are allowing within your organization, especially for external sharing settings. So you can dial in and dial out the least permissive or most permissive, that is applicable to SharePoint or OneDrive, or it can be for one as well. So you can change or play around with this equalizer. So that is one way. Second, for more for external sharing, if you want to limit external sharing or for a particular domain or for all domains in your organization, you can do that. Or you want to enable external sharing only to the marketing team. So in the question, their marketing team, they want to share. So if you generally have a setting within your organization not to allow sharing for anybody except the marketing team. You can set that. So there are a lot of things as a user you can do that. The next I want to show you is from a user point of view. So let's go to a SharePoint. This is how a SharePoint in an organization look like. When you log into your SharePoint, you can see different sites for your organization. So if you go to a particular site, you can see that, hey, there are so many documents. What is this site about? You can click on the documentation link to see all these documents in a listed format. So if I want to share any document, I can click on this share button. This allow me to put in the email address on who I can share. Because my organization allowed me to share externally, I would be able to put an email address to share it to external email as well. So you can see that, hey, this particular email is an external. Do you want to continue? I say yes. And then I can define what sort of a permission. When I share it, can they edit it, review it, or view it, or they can do everything, but they can't download it. So things like that. And either I can come in here and define when is the expiry for my sharing and all sort of things, or I can copy the link and share it with someone, or I can put the email address and click on send button as well. So this is how the external sharing work from an user point of view and from an admin point of view as well. So I showed you the admin experience and I showed you the user experience. So first of all, the admin need to enable that to even work. So that's how you answer that in the first point. Second is you can limit access via permission. So kind of I showed you when you try to share it, you can set the permission like view only or edit rights. So that defines what sort of a control the recipient have when they receive that link or attachment. The third is you can enable data loss prevention. So these policies prevent any sort of unauthorized downloads or sharing of any confidential data. That is another settings you can do within an organizational level. Let's look at question 37. This is a deduction question. So in this question, we are trying to find which of the following statement about SharePoint Online document versioning is false. So first of all, you need to understand SharePoint Online document versioning. Document version is nothing but like when you make changes to the document, it keeps the previous version intact so that you can go and review it and identify the previous records, or you can restore the previous version. So let's look at these options one by one. First option is SharePoint tracks changes made to file and allows version for restoration 100%. That's the whole point of version control. So anytime when you make changes to a particular file, SharePoint keeps that version so that you can actually, as an owner, go and restore to the previous known version, or you can track changes, things like that. Second topic is versioning is enabled by default on all document libraries 100%. So this is a settings which you as a user don't have to go and enable. By default, this is enabled, so you can just start working on the document. All the changes to the document will be saved on the version control. Third is users can limit the number of versions stored to save space. Yes, users have an ability to actually make the changes so that you can save space as well. The last one is version history only applies to Microsoft Office files, which is wrong. So this is applied to other types of file as well. So let me show you the document which related to that. So in this particular article which talks about all the types of versions you can do, you can say that you can view version history, restore previous version, delete version, unpublished version, things like that. And this document talks about all the other types of files, not only the Microsoft file, which you can use for version control and things like that. So if you are interested to read more about it, please click on the link to understand more about it. Let's look at question 38. This is looking at how does Microsoft OneDrive for Business relate to SharePoint Online. So this is a comparison. So I'm sure these sort of question you can expect on any sort of general interview, because this is trying to understand, do you know about what is Microsoft OneDrive for Business? Do you know about SharePoint Online? And how does it different to each other? So let me first populate the answer and then help you understand that. First and foremost, you need to tell that, hey, OneDrive for Business is built on SharePoint Online. Even if you don't tell the fact that OneDrive for Business is a personal cloud storage. And SharePoint is for organizational storage, repository or team storage. That is first point you need to tell. And then use this particular feature comparison list to actually highlight the differences. One, like I said, OneDrive for Business is for personal, it is individual users. The SharePoint Online is for team and organizational wide collaboration. So a team of people can come together and collaborate on a SharePoint Online site. Access, OneDrive for Business access is restricted to that particular individual. Nobody else have access to your own OneDrive for Business. SharePoint is shared across teams and departments. So anybody who is part of the team or whoever you give access to within that department have access to that whole team site. The storage location, this is stored in your local device or on your local personal OneDrive. SharePoint uses the company-wide storage quota. So personal OneDrive comes with 1 terabytes of storage space, and the SharePoint storage space can vary, depends on how much storage space your company purchases. Integration, by default, OneDrive is integrated with all the Microsoft 365 applications. So you can store files, you can create files in Microsoft application and keep it there. But additionally, SharePoint have integration with Teams and Power Automate to create different sort of flows and automation in the OneDrive. So if you want to know more about it, just go and read these documentation which is attached in the link. Let's look at question 39. In this scenario, a particular department, HR department, want to automate an employee onboarding process. We just talked about that thing in the previous question. If somebody want to automate using SharePoint Online, is it even possible, and what are the features which they can use to do it? So first and foremost, I just want to tell you that that is possible. So to paint a picture, to make it happen, first you need to store the document in a document library. So you can store your onboarding document or policy document, your training materials or employee handbook, all of that in the document library. Then you go to a solution called Power Automate Workflows. This is where you would be able to create or automatic approval requests for onboarding forms or things like that. And then you can send automatic email with the onboarding process. All of this can be done in a Power Automate workflow. SharePoint have something called SharePoint list. You can read more about it. You can use the SharePoint list to track these progress in a structured format. Let's suppose you are doing an onboarding document policy or employee handbook. If you want to track all sort of these process, you can keep that sort of a progress report in the SharePoint list so that it is already tracked. And finally, you can use Microsoft Form and Power Apps for additional interactive onboarding surveys or creating form. So the answer to the question is, of course, yes. But how do you respond to it? It matters. You can say that, hey, integration of SharePoint document libraries with the Power Automate flow or storing the information in the SharePoint list help you with that whole automation or onboarding process. And additionally, you can enhance that by providing or using Microsoft Form, which you can use it to actually create these interactive surveys using forms and things like that. That's how you stitch together a story to answer that. Let's look at the next question. Here the interviewer is trying to understand, do you know the difference between SharePoint team site and communication site? So when you try to create a SharePoint, it creates two different sites, or at least give you the option to create two different sites. Let me first show you that. So when you go under SharePoint and go under home, if you have rights to create it, when you try to create a new site, it first basically asks you, do you want to create a team site and communication site? So here you can see the answers here. So what is the difference between these two? So that is what we are trying to learn here. So first and foremost, the main difference between the team site and communication site is team site is for collaboration within a team, and communication site is for broad audience. So if you are creating something for the whole organization, you would typically create a communication site. If you're creating something within your team for collaboration, storage of documentation for the project, things like that, you would create a team site. So let me show you additional differences that helps you answer the question in a better way. Right, the team site, like you understand, just before collaboration within a team, this is for sharing information with a broad audience. Integration, this works well with the Microsoft Teams, and this communication site can be used as a standalone, or it can be an intranet site with lots of information and collaterals and artifacts with many people within your organization, or you can make it as a home page of your organization as well, with all the bookmarks and all the important information, know-hows, things like that. Second is access. When you create a team site, you can restrict to a small subset of users. When you create a communication site, you can make it a public site. You don't even have to restrict to anybody. You can make it public so anyone within your organization can discover it or use it. Or you can make it private if you're modifying the site or things like that. The use case is very important. The team site use case is for any sort of collaboration within a team, or file sharing and document modification or collaboration, things like that. The communication site is mainly because it is catered toward broad audience. It is used for any sort of company-wide news sharing, or you have a training repository where everybody come in and view details. That is where the company-wide communication site is being used. So I hope all these points which I mentioned just now can be used as like a good pointers to answer these sort of question between what is team site versus communication site. The next section is OneDrive for Business. In the previous one, we went through some of the questions on SharePoint Online, Exchange Online. Exchange Online is a email service. SharePoint Online is a Teams or organizational wide document repository. Let's learn about what is OneDrive for Business. I kind of told a couple of times OneDrive for Business is for personal storage. So let's see what are the questions we are going to handle here. This particular question, the interviewer is trying to gauge your understanding on how OneDrive for Business is differ from OneDrive for Personal. So I'm sure you already know that there is a service out there called OneDrive, just OneDrive. You can use it for your personal cloud storage. I don't know how much GB you get at the moment. When I signed up maybe 15 years ago, I got like around 5 GB. I'm sure it is increased right now, but that is a personal storage. But OneDrive for Business is something similar with a bit more control and more storage and things like that. That is catered towards storing your organizational business data. So you may have the files and folders which you use for your day-to-day work, like Excel, Word, a video file, or whatever it could be, and you want to keep it in a cloud storage so that anything happens to your device, you can always restore from the cloud. Then you should be potentially looking at using OneDrive for Business. So the question is like, how is it different from each other? Let's populate the answer first before I help you understand. All right, so first and foremost, you're going to talk about, hey, OneDrive for Business is a cloud-based file storage and synchronization service that is part of Microsoft 365. So if you're not quite sure about what is this synchronization service, so when you install this OneDrive for Business on your mobile device or your Mac device or Windows device, you have an ability to access these files which is stored online, or you can keep some of the files on the local device and some synced in the cloud. So all of that synchronization activity, or you can always keep certain files on your local device, and the copy or the delta changes will be always replicated to the cloud. So all of this is synchronization. So that is what it means by this synchronization service. So OneDrive for Business is a cloud-based storage service, and the synchronization service that is part of Microsoft 365. It allows users to store access and share files securely from any device. That is a perfectly crafted response. I don't think we would be able to read like this exactly, but use the essence of what it is put down in this particular sentence. Now, let me show you the main differences. Right, the first one, the OneDrive for Business, and the right hand side you can see OneDrive Personal. So OneDrive for Business is for work related file storage. When you subscribe to the Microsoft 365 service, you will get access to OneDrive for Business. You can store your work related file in OneDrive for Business. You get, I think, 1 TB with the enterprise plan. So that is quite a lot of data. The storage for OneDrive Personal is for your personal use. So when you have the Hotmail or Outlook account, you can sign up to the Microsoft account, and then you will get a personal storage account to keep your personal stuff in the cloud. Who owns the OneDrive for Business? Your organization owns the control and the retention and the settings of OneDrive for Business. The settings and what need to be uploaded, what need to be deleted, the conditions and things like that for OneDrive for Personal is owned by you as an individual user. Let's look at the collaboration. When you use OneDrive for Business for your work, because it is integrated with your SharePoint and Teams, it is easier for you to share some documents or files or whatever you have in your OneDrive for Business seamlessly within your organization, because it has that deep integration with other components of Microsoft 365. Wherein if you look at the personal one, you only get the basic file sharing. From a security and compliance point of view, because it's a organizational wide personal storage, you get additional enterprise grade security, data loss prevention, access control policies which you can apply on top of it, so that it can prevent the user from accidental leakage of this data, or retention, so that you can retain certain amount of data for compliance purposes, things like that. For the personal one, you only get the standard encryption sharing option. So understanding all of this, you need to put together a frame of sentence to explain this particular question. Like you tell that, hey, OneDrive for Business is for enterprise usage, where I can store the data for my work related stuff. OneDrive for Personal is for my personal storage, and yada yada. Question number 42. The question is a particular team, this time it is a sales team, who want to access their work files offline. So that's a keyword. So they want to access these files offline when they are traveling. How can they do this in the OneDrive for Business? All right. So first and foremost, you need to know that if that is even possible. If that is possible, how is it possible in the OneDrive for Business? So let me show you how you can answer this particular question. First, install the OneDrive sync application. So this is basically the OneDrive application which you can download and install, because particularly this particular user want to access this file offline. So how do you access online? You can always go to OneDrive Online link, and you will be able to see all the files you have uploaded to the cloud, and you will be able to access and open and modify and all things like that. But if you are on travel and you don't have internet connectivity, but at the same time you still want to access that data within your OneDrive, once you install it, then you have an ability to sync these files to the local drive or local device. You can say that, hey, keep it always on the local device, or just use it, select certain files and download it to the local file. And the third point is you can use these files on demand as well. So that means you can save space by keeping these files online until it's needed. So you don't have to download all the files. You can selectively select few things to be on demand, and rest everything you can keep it on your device. So let me show you how it is done. So if you go to your device, let's see if I have OneDrive on this device. I don't have, so I can install OneDrive here. So this is the sync app we were telling. So because I installed it just now, all I have to do is probably sign in with my organizational account, and sometimes it can automatically pick up the account based on the sign in user on this account as well. All right, so it is asking me to sign in. So here, instead of my personal account, I can put in my organizational account and click on sign in. And now we can see that the icon have changed into blue. Let's provide the password as well. Sign in and click next. And that's where it is going to store this file. Now it is asking, do you want to sync your from your local PC, your documents, pictures, and desktop to the OneDrive? I'm saying no and click next, next, later, and open my OneDrive folder. So now when I open the OneDrive folder, I can see that there are lots of information in my OneDrive cloud versions. You can see that the cloud status is showing as just empty cloud. So if this is the particular document or these are the set of files I always want to keep offline, maybe because I'm working on it while I'm traveling, I can right click on it and I can say that always keep on this device. So now what it is doing is you get these green tick boxes. That means that you have a local copy of that along with a cloud copy. So if I want to open this, even if I don't have the internet connectivity, I can say open, always open in Word. Now it will load that document faster because it is not only coming from the cloud. It has a local copy as well. So that's how you can keep a few files locally and few files on demand. I can always access, if I go to the online version, if I go to my OneDrive and I click on this OneDrive, this is the SaaS based service, so I don't have to install any application. Now I can go here, click on my files, and I can see all the files in my OneDrive. I can from here share it with anybody. All sort of things what we have learned in the SharePoint is applicable here as well. All right, so I hope you understood a bit more than what you knew before. Let's look into question number 43. Which of the following statements about OneDrive for Business is false? So we are trying to eliminate certain things we know about OneDrive for Business and figure out which one is not right. So OneDrive for Business provide 1 TB or more for cloud storage per user. That is correct because I kind of told you many times. Like if you want to know more about it, you can click on this link or other links or search for OneDrive for Business and find in-depth information about it. But it does provide 1 TB or more for your personal storage within your organization. Second is files stored in OneDrive for Business are automatically backed up to an external Microsoft data center. Correct. So anytime when you upload a file to OneDrive for Business or you move any information to OneDrive for Business will be automatically stored and backed up for you in an external Microsoft data center. So in case there is no internet connectivity, you can always keep it offline, or if you lose a local copy what you have, you can always fall back to the cloud storage what you have put in the data. The next one is OneDrive for Business allows file sharing with external users based on organizational policies. 100% right. We just now saw an example where you can select a file and you can share with anybody. When you try to share it, you can either share internally or you can put an email address to share it externally. But like this statement, it totally based on your organizational policies. So if your organization block users from sharing it externally, then you will not be able to share it externally. So that is something you need to be aware of. The last statement is OneDrive for Business has no integration with Microsoft Teams. That is wrong. My OneDrive for Business is integrated with Teams, so you can share files over there, and you can use your OneDrive with Teams as well. So that is the wrong answer. If you want to know more about the Teams integration, please have a look into this particular link. The next question is trying to understand, do you know how does the file sharing work in OneDrive for Business? And what are the different link types are available? So it's a loaded question. It is trying to gauge your understanding about multiple aspects in a single question. So first and foremost, you need to understand that OneDrive for Business offers flexible file sharing option with different links and permissions, things like that. So let me populate the answer so that you get a lot of talking points. First, sharing with specific people. So you can create a link that can be only available to the recipient you put. You remember in the question, I think question number 42, I kind of showed you when you select a file, you click on the share button that allows you to create a link, and whoever the recipient you put in that box will be able to access it. That's the only person you are who can access it. That's one way of sharing it. That's a one type of link. Second, people in your organization. When you allow people in your organization setting or anyone within your company to open a file, then that technically means anyone with the access to that link which you shared, even it could be shared by you or someone resharing the link what you have shared. If you have selected the people in your organizational option, anyone within your organization will be able to access that particular piece of content. The third option is anyone with the link. So that's another option. So this you are granting public access if your admin have enabled that setting for you. Then anyone with that link will be able to access it. Finally, you have fine-grained controls which you can define to set view only or edit only rights. So view only will restrict a recipient from writing or modifying that file. They can't edit it, they can only read the file. When you give edit rights, the recipients can modify and reshare the file. So let me see if I can show you a few of that. So if I go into that OneDrive and select a file to share, these were the things what we are talking about. I can immediately copy this link. You can see that when I hover my mouse over there, it says that anyone with the link can edit. If I want to further control who can edit it, I can click on that cog wheel. Then it gives me ability to change anyone within the organization can use it, or people in my organization, or only people with existing access, or people you choose. And when you select any of this, you can make further addition as well. The more settings are, the recipient can edit the file, or recipient can only view the file, or recipient can do either of those, but they can't make a copy of the file, so that they can't download a copy of it. And additionally, you can set expiry as well. So whatever you are sharing is going to expire after a particular day. So this is quite a lot of control which available for you to modify. While putting these users, you can add extra messages as well while sending it, so that goes as an email with the link to the recipient on accessing or downloading that file. So that is quite handy too. Let us look at question number 45. In this question, a company wants to prevent employees from accidentally deleting important files stored in OneDrive. So a couple of keywords here. One is you want to prevent employees from accidentally deleting these important files stored in OneDrive, and what are the features which can help. So first, let me populate the pointers so that you can use that to frame your sentence. First, by default, there is a recycle bin option. So what it does is when you delete a file from your OneDrive, you can always go to your recycle bin and restore it. I think it is stored more than 90 days. I might be wrong. You can actually go and check the latest number of days which is being kept in the recycle bin. Second option is second stage recycle bin. This is only admin controlled. So you can notify your administrators. Administrators can go in the backend and recover certain files if they have configured this second stage recycle bin. That is the second option. The second key point here is if an organization want to prevent that from happening, and if that happens they want to keep the data, then they can use the retention policies. So retention policies allows organization to configure these Microsoft 365 retention policies to prevent these file deletion for a specific period or a specific type, and whatever period they choose to. So if when you create these policies, this allows the organization to keep the emails or the documents from deleting or moving away from your organization. That's the second point. The third is, if you remember when I talked about SharePoint, we talked about the file versioning. So it allows you to go back to the previous version of the file. So it works kind of same in the OneDrive as well. So you can go back to the previous version of the file by looking into the file versioning. So let's see if I can show that in real time. So if I go and pick up any particular file, I don't know whether Let's pick this particular file, and it is opening in Word Online. So what you see over here is I just clicked on the file. I didn't even have to open in the Word file. I can open it. So if I want to open that in the Word file, I can right click or click, and you can say that open in the app or in a browser. So previously I just opened in the browser. Now I'm just going to open in the application. So that's how easy it is to configure. So when you do that, it allows you to, if this document has been modified quite a lot and you want to change or you want to track a previous version, you can click on the version history that shows the previous version of that as well. So you can see that there are multiple versions of it. I don't know what all the changes I made every time, but I can't highlight that, but you can see the different versions available here. This is called version history. And the recycle bin, you already know it. So if I minimize it, if I go to my OneDrive, and on the left hand side of my OneDrive, you can see there is a recycle bin. So if any file I delete, it automatically goes into this folder and kept there for like a certain amount of time. So that's how you answer this particular question. Make sure you touch on these points like recycle bin, second stage recycle bin. If you want to flex it, show additional knowledge in terms of telling that, hey, admins can do the second stage recycle bin. This is probably will get you brownie points when you explain this. And talk about retention policy. You already know that retention policies help them keep the data for longer, and versioning, which we just saw. Question number 46. What is OneDrive known folder move, or KFM, and how does it benefit the organization? So first of all, you need to know what is this known folder move and how does it benefit. So let me populate the answer and let me help you understand it. First and foremost, the OneDrive has a functionality called known folder move, which enable users to sync their desktop documents picture folder with OneDrive automatically. I don't know whether you remember, like when we started this section, I first went to, you can actually go back and actually watch that. I can't replicate that anymore. So I think the first question in the OneDrive, when I went into my lab device and launched OneDrive and put in my username and password, it asked me, hey, do you want to enable the automatic syncing for desktop documents and pictures? I clicked on let me do that later. I did not automatically enable it. So that is what is known as known folder move. When you enable or enforce it, it automatically keeps the backup copy of the desktop documents and pictures along with all the files you save in OneDrive. So if something happens, if your laptop, your organization laptops get corrupted, users will automatically get all the files which they stored in OneDrive for Business. Additionally, sometimes we do tend to save some of the files in desktops and documents and picture folder that is being backed up automatically as well. So I don't have to do anything to recover that. So what are the benefits? How do you explain that? So first and foremost, if you enable that, it ensures the files are backed up in the cloud. So it has lots of benefits. Second, it provides seamless access across devices. So if I go into another device or go into my mobile device, and if I go to my OneDrive, I can access the files which is stored in my picture folder or desktops as well. Third benefit is it reduces the data loss risk from hardware failure. This is exactly the example I used to explain this. So you can probably use this example as the overarching example to explain the whole thing. So if there is a hardware failure or corruption or data loss risk, if you have this non-folder move enabled, you are prevented from that. And finally, simplifies IT management, enforcing OneDrive storage and policies. So IT can define this policy so they don't have the headache of recovering the data using another tools and things like that. So that's how you answer this question using all of these points which I mentioned here. Let's look at question number 47. The question states that a user loses their company laptop, and how can IT ensure OneDrive files are not accessed by unauthorized user? That's a great question. So this is a security related or security conscious question. So you need to know what are the things you can put in place to make sure that if an unauthorized user get hold of the device, they are not getting hold of the data as well. So let me first populate the answer, then I'll explain it. First, you can admin, not you. Admin can remotely wipe OneDrive data. So you can go to so if you are an administrator, you can go to your Microsoft Endpoint Manager or Intune, and then you can wipe your OneDrive data. So as soon as the employee notifies the organization that hey, they lost their device, they're worried about their company data on that device, then you can initiate this process. So even if they try to log into the device, they can't access the files. The second is revoke device access itself. Again, you can go to OneDrive Admin Center and you can see the devices and you can block that device from accessing. So anybody got hold of that device, try to open the OneDrive, it forces them to authenticate or they won't be able to access that application itself. So that's another option. Third, as a company, if you have configured require multi-factor authentication that anyway protect any unauthorized user from logging into a new device, because when they try to sign in, even if they know your password, it is going to ask for additional verification. It could be an authenticator verification, or it could be a phone call, or it could be a fingerprint or biometric, which the other person, unauthorized person, don't have. Only you have the second factor authentication with you. The fourth point which you can use is you can use conditional access policies. So this conditional access policies which allow us to create these policies based on location and various parameters. So you can create a policy state that hey, prevent access from any sort of untrusted location or unknown devices. That will immediately prevent anybody from signing in with your to your device using your login details, things like that. So use the combination of any of this, one or two or all of that, to talk about or to land the answer for this particular question. So these are some of the great points to ensure IT that even if anybody loses their device, nobody can access the corporate data. Sometimes, I think most of the time, data is the most important asset for the company, not the hardware. Hardware cost can be mitigated because there is not too much damage it can do to an organization by losing a device. Of course, there is a monetary loss, but companies have insurance policies which they can use to claim the device which is been stolen or lost, things like that. But the sensitive information is the most important thing cared for every company. So using these combination of one of these or using all of that can give confidence to the organization that their data is not being leaked. All right, so we are moving into a new section now. In this section, we are going to go through Microsoft Teams. So I'm sure you know about Teams. If you don't know, Teams is a unified platform where you can chat or message someone or call someone, attend meetings, collaborate with other people in a team-based manner, upload files. Teams can do a lot of things. I've done a few videos. I'm sure you will be able to find plenty of information online to know more about Teams. So let's look at what are the questions we can expect on Teams as a beginner. So first and foremost, a question can be, hey, what is Microsoft Teams and how does it enhance workplace communication and collaboration? So that's a perfect start. So if you are fairly new to Teams, you will be able to understand what it is Teams. And if you are quite an expert on Teams, you can skip this question and move to the next one. So first and foremost, I just put down these points to tell you that, hey, Microsoft Teams is a unified communication and collaboration platform within Microsoft 365 that enables organization to chat. Chat is an instant messaging with individuals or group. You can either chat with a single person or you can invite a group of people and create a group chat, have a conversation, things like that. That's great. Second is meetings and calls. So Teams allow you for audio and video meetings with screen sharing and recording available. So you can quickly create a meeting, share that link with somebody, they can join the call. You can share your screen. During the same time, you can record the call, and this recording can be accessed post the meeting. You can even share the recording with other people who couldn't join, things like that. All of this can be done. Next, Teams allow you to collaborate on file or share files. So you can either store or collaborate files in real time using the SharePoint and OneDrive within the team option. So you can upload a file, you can modify it, anything what you upload will automatically move into the SharePoint site, which is associated to that team site and things like that. What are the integration behind it? So you can connect with the third-party application, or it is already connected to the Power Automate. So you can create these custom bots or applications, and you can bring that into Teams. That's like a pretty advanced stage. So Teams can be a platform where you can have different applications doing your business process automations type of work as well. So if you are not comfortable, don't talk about it. I'm reluctant to talk more about the integration because that's quite advanced. We can cover that in the advanced interview question. And finally, touch upon the point that enterprise grade security and data encryption, retention policies, and access control are built into Teams. So you can be safely deploy Teams within your organization because it takes care of all the security and governance and the compliance aspect of it. So use all of these points to explain team, particularly talk about these three things like personal chat, group chat, meetings, calls, audio video calls, conferences, screen sharing, recording aspect of meetings, file sharing, collaboration, things like that. So use all of that points to frame your answer. Question number 49. Here, a project team needs a dedicated space for discussions, file sharing, task tracking. How can Microsoft Team help? So here the interviewer is trying to explore or push you to the boundary to understand how much you know about Teams. Apart from doing these calls and meetings and recording, do you know a bit more beyond that? So let me first populate the answer. So first of all, Teams allow you to create a team. So that is quite confusing. It's called team. So let me first show you and then you understand. So let me first go to my lab. If I go to my lab and open Teams, launch Teams app, sign in with your organizational ID. So when you go under Teams, you can see that on the left hand side. All right, so I just expanded it. So no, all right. So when you go under Teams, when you click on Teams, you can see that there are these teams available. So you can quickly go and create a team for the collaboration, what you're trying to do. You can name a team, you can make it private or public. When you create a team, it looks like this. You can have different channels within it. So this is a team for product development. It has a general channel talks about general stuff. There are other channels with a lot of information. So these channels can be different discussion points where they can come in and like upload a file, and everyone who's got access to this particular folder can access that file. They can interact with it. They can have threaded conversation and things like that. So that is what I mean by teams. Now let me go back to the presentation. So you can first of all create a team. So that's the team I mean within Teams. Second, you can use channels for topic discussion. I just kind of showed you. So once you create the team, there are sub channels you can create. These can be for general announcement or project update or client discussions, things like that. And the third point which you can use is you can collaborate on files. I showed you there is a tab available within Teams when you create team, and within channel, each channel have a tab available called files. So any files which you upload or use within that channel will be automatically used or updated in that particular file. The fourth point is track task with planner and list. So Teams have additional application. Let me quickly show you. If I go back to the Teams, so when you click on this plus icon, this allows you to bring in whiteboard or planner or forms or power apps and so many things. So if you want to add this planner, all you have to do is click on save. Now you have this planner built into your Teams channel. Now you can track your particular project, and you can create a new plan and use this template, and now all of a sudden you have a place to keep track of a particular project and assign a task to a particular user and things like that. So that is what I meant by using track task with planner and list. So now, how do you answer this question? Of course, you need to first of all say that yes, it is possible. You can create teams and channel. Additionally, you can tell that hey, more than that, you can collaborate on files on real time. That is something which you can flex your knowledge, and then you can tell that hey, there is additional option to add different applications like planner or list or more application, which will either further enhance a space for discussion, collaboration, file sharing, and task tracking, things like that. So that's how you answer this question. Let's look at question number 50. Which of the following is not a capability of Microsoft Teams? So we are doing deduction here. First, hosting virtual meetings with breakout rooms. Yes, like I said, you can use Teams for team meetings and things like that. Along with that, there is option for webinar, town halls, live events, which will allow you to do breakout rooms and things like that. So that is a functionality. Next, email encryption and spam filtering. It is possible, not under Teams, it is possible on Exchange Online. We kind of covered this topic. So if you are just watching this particular section and if you want to know about email filtering and spam filtering and how to do that, we covered that sort of a question in the Exchange Online section. The third is integrating third-party application like Trello and Slack. 100% possible. There is options available which you can use to integrate with third-party application to move the data, or integrating and working seamlessly with two different applications. The fourth point is creating live events for large audiences. If you remember, I talked about different types of meetings you can organize. One of that is live events or town halls, which can cater multiple users for these meetings. So let's look at the answer for this question. So the right answer is the email encryption and spam filtering. That is not the feature of Teams. It is a functionality of Exchange Online. Question 51. So here the interviewer is trying to understand, do you know that if there is an integration between Outlook, meetings and communication within Teams? So how does Teams integrate with Outlook for meetings and communication? So first, let's populate the talking points. So first you can tell that, hey, you can schedule meeting from Outlook or you can schedule meeting from Teams. If you schedule meeting from Outlook, you can use the Teams meeting add-in. So most of the time organizations automatically deploy that add-in. So when you schedule a meeting, it automatically has all the ingredients for a Teams meeting, like the joining link, conference bridge details, things like that. So you can click on join Teams meeting, that plugin or the button on top of the invite itself to join the meeting. So you don't have to log in or open the message to click on the link. So it is automatically done. So that's the first point. You can schedule meetings from Outlook and you can do that. Second point is you can synchronize calendar events. So your Teams calendar syncs with your Outlook calendar for easy meeting management. So if you look at it, both will have the same sort of a feeling in terms of the calendar. The third is you can send emails to Teams channel. So if you want to not add any content by typing it in the channel, but if you have an update which you want to automatically update it in the channel, you can email that to the channel. So that will be automatically populated. So let me see if I can show a couple of this. So first let me show the calendar. So when you click on the calendar, you can see this is the calendar. If I launch my Outlook, since I don't have a meeting, the calendar will look blank. But if I go and create a meeting and invite someone, and you can see that there is an option to automatically add the Teams. This is the plugin I talked about, the add-on. So you don't have to necessarily put in the details for the team meeting. So you click on send. So now the other recipient, when they receive the invite, when they go and open the meeting invite, they can see the details of the bridge. So they can either join by clicking on this link, or during the time or closer to the meeting, they will have a join button on top of this invite itself. That's how you can use this option. Second, when you have meetings, it will be automatically synchronized over to your Teams as well. So now the same meeting what we created in Outlook here on 26th, if I come to my Teams, you can see that there is another meeting invite. So this is what I talked about. You can click on this join button. It automatically opens the Teams meeting option and you can join the meeting. The next is the emailing option. So if you want to email something to the channel, you can click on this ellipsis for the channel and you can click on get email address. So that gets you an email address. Now if you go to your Outlook and you want to forward this and the content, I say forward. Oh, it didn't copy. This is the email address. You can see who can view it. Anybody can send addresses to this. Anybody can send information to this email address. So when you click on save and I copied it, now if I go back to my Outlook and I try to put this and click on send, now technically it should like put that information in the channel, because that's how emailing information into the channel. Now if I go back to the Teams channel, I think I copied this. Let's see how long it takes. Oh, I got a undeliverable message. Let me copy one more time. Click on get email address, or let me go to the general channel. Let me go to my company, click on general channel, click on get email address, and let's copy this email address and let's see if it works this time. So technically this is all you have to do. Just forward this email to this particular email address and it should ideally put that content, whatever it is there in the content, in that particular channel. Right, so you can see that now in the general tab that is being automatically added. I just forwarded it, but you can see if I click on see more, that was the email content. So how do you answer this question? Make sure you have all of these points laid out. You can schedule meeting from the Outlook. You can synchronize the calendar on both Teams and Outlook, and you can send emails to Teams via channel. So that's how the integration work between the Outlook meetings and communication within Teams. Let's look at question number 52. A remote employee, maybe that's a keyword, a remote employee has poor internet connectivity but still needs to join Teams meeting. What are the options available? So here the interviewer is trying to test your knowledge in terms of, do you know what are the meeting options a user can use in terms whenever they go through a poor internet connectivity, things like that. So let's see if I am able to help you. Let me populate the points first. All right. First, you can let the interviewer know that, hey, there is an option to join via phone dial-in. So if they don't want to use their device for the poor internet connectivity, they can join from phone. Or they can dial into a number which is available in the meetings as well. So sometimes you don't want to open the whole Teams platform with the video, audio, things like that. You can directly dial in with a number. So usually when you schedule a meeting, so let me see if I can quickly show you that. When you schedule a meeting, if you go to your Outlook and go to meetings, open a particular meeting, you can see that there is a dial-in number available. So you can use that number and the pin to join that particular meeting. So if it is poor network connectivity, that is one option. Second, you can use the low bandwidth mode. So that is nothing but you can turn off your video and use audio only mode to reduce the bandwidth usage. So if it is related to internet connectivity, that should resolve the problem. You can have an audio conversation but turn off the video feed. The third is enabling the background blur. So when you do the video conferencing, you can pretty much show your face and whatever you want to show through the camera. That actually takes in a lot of details from your background as well. So when you turn on the background blur or low resolution video, it helps reduce the bandwidth consumption, because it doesn't have to translate all the background information apart from your face as well, other things in the background. So that can help. The fourth point you can use is access meeting transcript later. So this is not an ideal scenario. What if somebody is telling, hey, I have to join this meeting, there is no other way I can get that is not recorded? Then the fourth option is not valid. But you can say that, hey, because of low bandwidth, if you can't join, make sure to tell them to record it, so you can either watch the recording later when you have access to that, or if you get access to the transcript, because you can enable transcript, which takes the transcription, so you can access the meeting transcript. It's basically a file to read about it. If you have Copilot, it's even better. So you can use the transcript to ask question on top of it, to get reasoning over it, to ask intelligent question, to get anything to know about all the conversation they had during the meeting. So that's how I would frame the answer to keeping all of these points in mind. Low bandwidth, you can join via dial-in or use the low bandwidth mode or enable background blur or low resolution video or access the meeting transcripts later. I just noticed there was a spelling mistake. I just corrected it. Low bandwidth. It was not OW. Question number 53. What are the different types of Teams meetings and when should you use each of them? So I kind of mentioned about this couple of times. There are different types of meetings like the audio, the video, the town halls, the live meetings, things like that. So let me populate the answer and take you through each one by one so you know how to answer this question. All right. The first, you can use the scheduled meeting. That is what I showed you before. Like you go and create a meeting and you schedule it on a particular time and date, and you put down the recipe and you send it. The second is instant meeting. That is like you click on a user. So let me see if I can show you that quickly. So if you go to the chat and you click on a user and you can click on this instant meet button, like you can immediately call the user a video call or an audio call. That's like an instant meeting. That also give you an ability to meet a person immediately, instant meeting. Then we have live meeting. These are the one which I said, the town halls and live meetings to broadcast to a large set of audience. And webinars are like an interactive meeting with an attendee and things like that. So I have prepared a comparison, or the data sheet gives you more granular detail. So the scheduled meetings are planned in advance with a set time and who is the attendees. So these could be use case or regular team meetings, client calls, etc. Instant meeting is ad hoc meeting which you start instantly from a chat or a channel. So you can do the same thing what I did in the chat on the channel as well. You go to the channel, click on meet now, it automatically calls an immediate call to all the people which is part of the channel. So these are for quick discussion or urgent collaboration. Then we have live events and town halls. These are specially used for broadcasting to a large set of audience with limited interaction. So you probably mute everyone. You probably enable the Q&A panel so that they can ask the question in the Q&A panel rather than in the chat. So it is not buzzing all the time. So this is widely used for webinars or company-wide announcements. Then we have webinars. These are interactive meeting with attendee registration. So you can collect the information from the user, the email address, and few other things, which can be used for any sort of demonstration, pre-sales calls, or training conversation, things like that. So make sure you talk about these four things. Definitely include that aspect in the answer, and like pick up few points from all the things what I mentioned here when you answer these sort of question. Let's look at question number 54. A particular department, this time it's an HR department, want to host a company-wide town hall meeting where employees can watch but not speak. So I kind of talked about it just before. And what is the best way to do it? So if you understood the previous question, you immediately will be able to answer this question. So in the previous question, I talked about different types of meeting. One of the meeting I told is specifically catered towards broad audience. So that is a live event or town hall. So what the HR team can do is they can schedule a live event. They can choose who is the presenter and who is the producer. And the presenter are the one who is actually going to share the content and speak. The producer is the one who is going to control the event stream. And they could be the one who is looking into the Q&A panel or looking into answering the question or facilitating other aspect of the meeting. But the presenter is the one who is just going to focus on speaking and sharing and talking about the content. So you can do that. And finally, you can enable the Q&A part. So that allows employees to ask question, and you as a producer will be able to moderate the question. You can answer the question, and then you can publish it for all the attendees on the call, or you can publish it for a specific person or respond back to that person as well. So make sure you understand these things. But first and foremost, you understand the previous question, the question 53, that talks about different meeting, and this one particularly talk about the live event or town hall meeting for larger audience. Question number 55. So here the interviewer is trying to understand your knowledge in terms of security and compliance features of Microsoft Teams. So it is asking, hey, what security and compliance features does Microsoft Teams offer to protect organizational data? So they are focused on the data that could be either the video file, audio file, transcript, any information you share within the Teams platform. It could be anything. So what are the talking points you can use? First, you can basically talk about, you can sprinkle in or you can bring the multi-factor authentication anywhere whenever they talk about security. I can't stress this enough, because when you have multi-factor authentication, it requires the user to verify and identify with an additional security mechanism. Could be biometric, it could be fingerprint, it could be a authenticator app, it could be a phone call, it could be a text message. So that prevent anybody else from accessing. That's a security and compliance feature. Second, as a company, you can define or set policies called data loss prevention policies, which prevents sensitive information like credit card information or other sort of PII data from being shared outside. So you can put in controls in place. It can automatically detect these sensitive information, and before they share that document or a file, it blocks them from doing it while attaching a label or things like that. The next is retention policies. So retention policies define how long a message and files are stored before deletion. So if you have sensitive content which you want to purge quite fast, so you can create a retention policy and apply to a container or on a file level or like a type level. And if you define like, hey, we are only retaining the data for 7 days, beyond 7 days, any sort of information within that container or whatever you mentioned will be automatically deleted. Or you can set it other way as well. So if you want to retain a particular sensitive document or a type of file or a configuration for a long duration, like probably for 7 years or 15 years, then you can define that as well. It will prevent that information from deleting and moving away from your organization. The last but not the least is the e-discovery and legal hold or litigation hold. This allows organization to retain messages for any sort of legal and compliance reasons. So some organization might have some auditing happening once in a while. Some auditor comes and asks for certain information, and they can activate this e-discovery and legal hold to go and scan through the messages and give the proof of that data. So that is where the e-discovery and legal hold work. I hope you get enough talking points here to talk about how you can effectively use security and compliance features in the Microsoft Teams to protect your organizational data. Question number 56. Here, the interviewer is trying to understand, do you know about restriction and file sharing within Microsoft Teams? The question is, an IT admin need to restrict guest users from sharing files in Microsoft Teams. What settings should they configure? So let me populate the answer first. Right, so these are the talking points you can use to frame this answer. First, you can modify the external sharing settings in Teams Admin Center. So like I showed you, the external sharing settings for OneDrive and SharePoint. Similarly, there's a Teams Admin Center. I don't want to open that because it is a little highly technical than SharePoint and OneDrive. So, but you just need to know that there are options where you can disable or limit the guest access to files. So if you enable that, the guest users will not be able to access file, or they can partly access it or restricted access. So you know that is possible, and that is being done by an administrator in your organization in Teams Admin Center. The next is adjusting the SharePoint and OneDrive sharing setting, which I showed you in the SharePoint and OneDrive section. That will prevent guests from downloading or editing the shared files. And the third is using conditional access policies, which will restrict the access based on location. So if somebody is coming from a non-approved location or a non-approved device or non-approved IP address, then that will prevent them from accessing that file altogether. So use the combination of these ingredients to answer this question. I know that could be a tricky question. Sometimes you may not be able to articulate it well, but it will, if you articulate it with some of the ingredients which I shared, it shows the depth of knowledge what you have in these particular topic. In the next section, we are going to go through Microsoft Viva. So Microsoft Viva is something Microsoft recently added into the M365 services. This is an employee experience related component which provide a lot of tools within Viva to help employee well-being, learning, knowledge sharing, communication, things like that. So if you are quite new to Viva, I would definitely encourage you to just go through Microsoft Learn to read about what is Viva first. Or maybe you can listen to these 9 questions and then get a good idea about what are the components involved there. Then you can probably go and enhance your learning by reading into that. All right, so let me take you through these questions first. First question, obviously, if you're quite new, it is asking, the interviewer is asking you, hey, what is this Microsoft Viva and how does it improve the employee experience? So it is kind of giving away that Viva is an employee experience related something. So let's populate the answer so that you understand the talking points. All right, first and foremost, Microsoft Viva is an employee experience platform within the Microsoft 365 and Microsoft Teams that helps the organization with a lot of employee experience related activities. That is something you need to be aware of. Second, how does Viva help? It enhances the communication because there is a component within Viva called I think Viva Engage, which allow all the employees to come into a centralized hub for like sharing information that can be used as your centralized hub for company news and updates and things like that. So that's where people can come in and collaborate on things. Similarly, they can get update from a single place. So Viva can definitely help with the enhanced communication. Second, how can Viva help? It can help you with to improve the employee well-being. So Viva offer a solution within that which offers deep insights into work habit of an employee. So are they working overtime? Are they having more meeting than they should have? Are they spending less time doing work related meeting and more time doing internal meetings, things like that? So you can get a lot of metric and that can help you gauge the well-being and you get recommendation for how to help that employee and things like that. Or you as an individual user also can use this tool to track your well-being on how you are using your meetings and emails and things like that to improve your work-life balance. The next topic is it facilitate learning and development. So there is a component or a platform within Viva which allows you to do that. That is called Viva Learning. So that is where you would be able to host a lot of these content, or you can integrate with other learning sites or other training courses. So you can automatically assign it to a user. They can come and watch a particular training, and you can make it as mandatory, or you can give them enough time to watch the training and submit the survey after the end of the course, things like that. So all of that can be done here. So the point I'm trying to make here is Viva enhance the communication, it improve the employee well-being by giving you that insight. It has a learning and development module which can use to facilitate the training and things like that. The final point is it encourage the knowledge sharing because it uses AI to surface relevant company information and expert on an email or other parts of your work, etc. So the Microsoft Viva is made up of multiple modules I talked about, like which include Viva Connections, and Viva Insights, Viva Learnings, and Viva Engage, and things like that. If you are quite new, I definitely encourage you to click on this link to go and learn about what is Viva and what are the tools available within Viva, etc. So you can see that there is, for employee communication and communities, we have Viva Connections. For further engagement, we have Engage, we have Viva Amplify. Then there are other tools like Viva Insight, which provide a lot of metric in terms of how much you work, your workload, work-life balance. Viva Glint will give you an ability to send surveys and track that sort of information. Viva Pulse will gain ability to get your team's feedback on particular actions so that you can improve on top of it. Then there is Viva Learning module, which allows you to like publish these courses, which a user can sign up and get access to. So that's on a high level what is Viva and how we can answer that particular question. Let's look at question number 58. A company wants to create a centralized portal where employees can access news, resources, leadership updates directly from Microsoft Teams. Which Microsoft Viva module should they try? If you remember, I just talked about it. Viva has multiple modules. One of the module which you can use is called Viva Connections. When you use Viva Connections, it is going to be a gateway to the employees to get a personalized dashboard, or it has direct integration with SharePoint, so you can share your documents or you can share your intranet content inside the teams and things like that. And you can use that Viva connection for enabling targeted communication as well. So let me see if I can go and find Viva connection in my lab. So if I go to the apps in my teams and type in connections, you can see that I can already find Viva connection. I don't think there is a lot of data in it because it's a lab environment. You can see there is a dashboard of activities which I can see, like what are the recent files I opened, who do I work mostly, and other resources. My Viva connection lacks data because I don't use this demo tenant much apart from this training and things like that. But if I do have a lot of information, then this will be lit up with so much information, insightful information, things like that. All right, so that's how you answer that question. So the correct answer for this question is Viva connection. So let me add that. So I have updated the correct answer with the real answer to the question is Viva connection. But rather than limiting yourself from just saying Viva connections, you can tell that, hey, Viva connections offer these key features. So that's how you can get brownie points. Let's look at question 59. We are doing a deduction here. So which of the feature is not part of Microsoft Viva Insights? So first option is personalized work habit insight and productivity recommendation. Yes, that is a feature of Viva because I talked about Viva Insight giving you that sort of personal recommendation, your work-life balance, productivity recommendation, things like that. So that is a feature. Second, employee engagement surveys and a poll creation. That is definitely part of Viva Suite, but it is not part of Viva Insight. That is part of Viva Glint or Viva Pulse, etc. I kind of showed in the first question wherein you can go and create surveys in Viva Pulse and Viva Glint. So these are the two tools you can use, but not under Viva Insight. The next option, focus time suggestions and reminder for well-being. Yes, definitely that is part of Viva Insight. It provides you an ability to put in focus time in your calendar so that you can really focus on getting things done or doing some work related activities, and it sends you a reminder for well-being activities, things like that. Another thing is it has a manager and team analytics for work-life balance. So if you're a manager, you get deep insight about how your team is tracking in terms of working activities and things like that. So you can use that tool for getting analysis on not only yourself, if you're a manager, to get an idea about your team's analysis, things like that. So which is not part of the insight is, what was it? It is employee engagement survey and poll creation. That is part of Viva Glint or Pulse. Let's look at question number 60. How does Microsoft Viva Learning help organization with employee development? So it kind of testing your knowledge on how much deep knowledge you have on Viva Learning, and can you articulate it well enough to tie that to an employee development point of view within an organization. So that is a quite good question. So let me populate the talking points so that you can help answer that. So first and foremost, Viva Learning integrates your learning and development directly into teams and allowing employees to find information or content available within your organization for learning and advancement. That is the first point. If you have other learning platforms, I think Viva Learning module will allow you to integrate into third-party learning catalogs as well. First and foremost, when you enable Viva Learning, it helps. These are the points which you need to remember. First and foremost, it helps organization employees to discover and access training courses. Because if you noticed, when I went into my Viva Learning, let me quickly go there. And if I go under Teams and click on Viva Learning, here you can see that if there are any trainings in progress, I can see it here. Any recommendation for me? What are the bookmark courses out of the 1,000 courses available? So if I want to find any particular course for Copilot, I can come in here. I search for Copilot and says that, hey, getting started with Copilot Pro. So I have additional trainings available for Copilot. So I can either assign to me, or once I complete it, I can say that mark it as complete and things like that. I can click on this. It automatically takes you to the course. Of course, you have to sign in to access the course and things like that. So that's quite good. So that's like a catalog which a user can go in and discover within the organization. So that's the first and foremost key point you need to tell. You can discover and access training courses. Second is you can assign and track learning progresses. As an admin, you can deploy a course to a user and tell that, hey, this many users from this department have to complete this particular mandatory training on this specific date. So when you do that, they get a notification. There's a ticker saying that you have to complete this training by so and so date and things like that. That helps the organization with some mandatory training and tracking the progress and things like that. Third, share learning content in Teams, chat, and channels. So this will enable the employees who use this Viva Learning, if they find a good course which they find it useful, they can actually copy the link and sharing with other wider employees as well within an organization. They can use the chat or channels or email to share that link so other people can also access it. Like I said, the learning system management, it can integrate with other platform like Cornerstone and SAP SuccessFactors. When you integrate that, your Viva Learning module will have all the surveys and things like that. You can find or you can track the dashboard and everything in a single platform. So use these sort of talking point to explain what is Viva Learning. First, it can discover and access training courses. You can assign it to a specific user. Users will be able to share the content via multiple channels. And if you have other learning management solutions, you can integrate that with Viva Learning as well. All right, let's look at question 61. The 61 asks about, hey, a manager want to ensure the team has uninterrupted time to focus on deep work. So it is testing your knowledge on how can you do that, and if a manager want to give some time to their employees to focus on deep work rather than getting distracted or pulled in from multiple angles on Teams or emails, things like that, what can they do? Where can they find help? First, schedule focus time automatically. So you can go to the Viva Insight and you can set the focus time, and based on your focus time preference, it can block your calendar for any sort of deep work. So nobody can bother you, because if someone looks into your calendar, it is marked as block time for focus work. So that is one way of looking into it. So that suggests a different way of looking into things. Second, you can look into your productivity insight, and this will show how much time is spent in meetings versus actual work. So when you look into your calendar that is full of meeting, you know that you're basically going back to back on meetings rather than doing any sort of productive work or learning and things like that. That insight is really good in terms of showcasing that, hey, you need a focus time to get things done or learn something new. And other point is recommending breaks and well-being activities. So you can put in breaks for mindfulness break or other time away from work, or going for like a 15 minutes walk or something like that, so that you actually get time away from the computer, so that you are having a good mental well-being as well. So use these particular points when you try to articulate this question on how a manager can help a team with uninterrupted time for focus and deep work. Let's look at question 62. So what is Microsoft Viva Engage? So first of all, you need to explain what is Engage and how does it enhance employee communication and engagement. First and foremost, you need to understand what is Viva Engage. So let me populate and tell you what is Viva Engage. Viva Engage is a social networking and community building platform. So if you are familiar with Yammer in the past, so Viva Engage is like further enhancement on top of Yammer. So that's where employees can go in and network with other employees and create different communities for themselves within the organization. That is part of Microsoft 365. So what it does is it helps employees to connect, share knowledge, collaborate across organization, things like that. So those are the things they can do with Viva Engage. What are the additional points you can tell? You can tell that, hey, Viva Engage facilitate this community creation because it's a social networking platform. It allows employees to actually join an existing community to get into that community to understand what are the activities they've been doing and they can participate in, or they themselves can create a new community and share their interest and project to the wider audience as well. So that is community creation. Second is the storylines and stories. So this will let employees share updates and insight and multimedia content like videos and posts to a broader audience. So let's assume you are part of a photography community within your organization. You want to share once in a while the amazing photographs you are taken using your fancy new gadgets. You can actually post that and that will help you get further engagement, find other people who like your content and things like that. So that is storyline and stories. Then leadership engagement. So you as an organization, leaders can come in and provide a way to interact or engage with other employees through announcements and discussions. So when they post a comment or post an announcement, other people can come in and comment and let them know how they feel about it and things like that. So you can immediately take the pulse of the employees by providing an announcement there. And finally, integration with Teams and Yammer. So like I mentioned, if you have Yammer, you can connect with your existing communication channel and it can extract the data and put it in the Engage and get further advanced capabilities as well. So if you want to know more about it, you can click on this link to go read more about Engage and how it helps. But make sure you touch on these points, especially the first three key points. First, highlighting that this is a social networking and community building platform. So that is a key highlight there. And once you highlight that, then you can touch on these three key points to land the answer. Let's look at question 63. Here, a company wants to improve employee well-being and work-life balance by providing personalized insights and recommendation. Which Viva module can you help? So I'm sure you know by this now that there are a lot of modules which I highlighted and which module can help. I'm taking a pause here for you to think and answer yourself before I reveal the answer. Let me quickly reveal the answer. The answer is Viva Insight. We already talked about it. So Viva Insight is the module which can help the employees and the manager improve productivity while maintaining the well-being, because it provides personalized work patterns which offer insight on work habits like meeting overload and focus time. It provides well-being features like encourages the employee to take mindful break and virtual commute and guided meditation, because it has an integration with Headspace. When you integrate that, you can use that Headspace integration to do meditation and guided music, relaxation music, things like that. Then there is another manager and leader insight which help track employee well-being trends to prevent any sort of burnout within your employees. And finally, it's a privacy-first approach which provide insight only to individuals and aggregates data for managers without exposing any sort of personal details. So you don't have to worry about your manager looking into your specific details. It actually collates a lot of information and aggregate data goes to the manager, not the individual specific data. So use all of that talking points and the way I articulated it here to answer this particular question. Let's look at question number 64. What security and compliance feature does Microsoft Viva offer to protect employee data? So this question is part of every module, because every service you talk about, you have to understand what are the security aspect or compliance aspect of it, how you can use to protect. So let me populate it. These are the talking points you can use. First of all, you need to tell that, hey, Microsoft Viva is built on your Microsoft 365 security and compliance standard. Microsoft Viva is a part of Microsoft 365. So any security and compliance features which is part of Microsoft 365 is applicable to this. So you don't need to have a separate one. So Microsoft 365 is built with lots of security and compliance policies and mechanisms and guardrails in place. So you can leverage all of that for data, all of that for Viva as well. A few points which you can highlight is data protection and privacy, because personal insight in Viva Insight are private to the user. It is not shared with anybody else. Only the aggregated data is anonymized to protect employee privacy and sent it to the manager. It doesn't include the username and who has that and things like that. So that manager will probably get an aggregated set of data with some insights. Second, role-based access control. Here, admins can configure who has access to the learning and insights and topic management. And based on that role-based access, they can access this. Not everyone can access it. If you want to restrict it, you can restrict it using RBAC. Third, you can integrate Microsoft Purview with Viva, which ensures that Viva data complies with the industry regulations. So if you are a European customer, you want to implement GDPR or ISO 27001 or whatever, Purview integration will help you integrate that to make it more secure. So use these key talking points to answer this question, like the inbuilt data privacy and protection, role-based access control to prevent anybody else from accessing apart from the rightful user, or purview integration for adhering to a particular standard and compliance based on industry regulations, things like that. Let's look at question number 65. An HR department want to track employee engagement and well-being trends. What Microsoft tool can help? This again testing your knowledge on the Viva suite. The Viva suite include a combination of product which I said before, the Engage, the Insight, the Glint, the Pulse, the Learning module, things like that. So here it is trying to help, it is trying to understand your knowledge in terms of, do you know about which tool they can use to track employee engagement and well-being trends. So let me populate the answer. Yes, the answer you are looking is Viva Glint. I'm sure you would have guessed it before. So Viva Glint is a tool which HR department should use to track employee engagement and well-being trends, things like that. Because using Glint, you can collect real-time employee feedback through surveys. You can analyze sentiment and engagement trends using the AI trend analysis. It provides you actionable insight to improve workplace culture, things like that. So definitely, if you are quite new, I am quite new as well. So if I want to learn more, I click on this link which talks about what is Viva Glint actually, and it tells you how to configure it. You can watch this video, or you can watch this particular scroll through to understand how they can create these signals, how they get these responses, how you can use the AI adoption to get the metric specifically catered towards you. This is how it looks like and things like that. So definitely go and have a read about it if you want to just have a better understanding about how this tool works. In this section, we are going to talk about Windows 365. Again, this is not part of the Microsoft 365 suite. This is a separate component, but it is part of the Microsoft 365 ecosystem. So what I mean by that is, when you look at the Microsoft 365 components, the tool set included are Viva, Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, Teams, all the apps, things like that. That's what I mean by being part of that suite. Windows 365 is a SaaS-based VDI platform. Like, users can use a subscription-based model to access these desktop devices like Windows 10 or Windows 11 using a browser. It's a SaaS-based model, and it is really integrated well with the Microsoft 365 because you can use Microsoft 365 products to manage, maintain, assign licenses. Who can do that? So that is why it is closely related to Microsoft 365. So you can expect some questions on Windows 365 as well on a Microsoft 365 questionnaire. So we'll go through 10 questions. I'm sure if you're new to Windows 365, you will understand everything, and then you can do further reading later. All right, so the first question is, what is Windows 365 and how does it differ from the traditional virtual desktop? Here, first of all, the interviewer is trying to understand, do you know what is Windows 365? That is what I said just a while ago. A Windows 365 is a cloud PC service that provides a secure, always on Windows experience hosted in the Microsoft cloud. Unlike traditional desktop infrastructure, you don't need a lot of infrastructure to host this service. It is just like your Exchange Online. It is hosted by Microsoft, providing that service for you. So before I go and talk to you more about it, I just want to paint the picture. So let me quickly go to my lab and see if I can show you what Windows 365 is first, so that next time whatever I'm talking about Windows 365, you know what it is. So if I go to a browser and go to windows365.microsoft.com, that first check if I have the license to use this service. If I have license to use this service, it tells that, hey, you have the license to use this service. You can actually launch this Windows device here, or you can download an application on your preferred device. Like if you're using a Windows or Mac or iOS or Android, you download any of this application and you can load the Windows experience within that application. There are two options for me. Either I can use the browser or the app. For this demonstration, I'm going to use the browser because I just want to show you what it is. So if I click on open in a browser, even before that, you can see that it tells, hey, what is this? It tells that this is a Windows 10 device. It has 4 vCPU, it has 16 GB RAM, it has some storage associated with it, all of that. And I can rename it on however I want. It has the restore option, blah, blah, blah. If you want to know more about it, I have a masterclass video on end to end from creation to all sort of management. So I don't want to talk about that anymore here. So let's go to the other tab. Here, before connecting, it is asking, hey, do you want to have connectivity to your local peripherals like printer, your file transfer, microphone, clipboard, camera, things like that. So if you want to use Teams and you want to use your local camera, then enable this. If you want to move files from your local device to this particular virtual device, then enable this, things like that. So then you click on connect, and now it is going to establish a connection. For some reason, it is not allowing me to connect. So let me show another example. Let me bring up an app. Here I'm using an app, not the browser experience. So you can see that there is a machine allocated for that user. If I double tap on it, it will launch the Windows 365 experience. You can see that this is a Windows 365 device. Whenever you sign in, you can start off from where you left off. So when I signed in, these were the windows opened in that particular device. So I can immediately open and start using that where I left off. So that's the extent of the picture I want to paint. If you want to know more about it, you know where to find that information. So let me quickly go back to the presentation. So first and foremost, you understood so far. Now next, the key points are, first of all, it delivers a dedicated cloud PC. So every time you access Windows 365, it is a dedicated personal device for you as a user. So it has the persistent state. What does it mean? So if you make any changes in the device, it stays, it retains that state. It doesn't wipe or remove any sort of content when you log off and log in again. So that is what you need to understand. Second, it has a simplified management ability. So you can use the Microsoft Intune or Endpoint Manager to manage these devices. So management compared to other traditional VDIs is quite simple when you start managing Windows 365. Because if you have to manage the traditional RDS or Citrix or VMware, you have to have niche skills, first of all, understanding about how their tool work, and then further investment on hardware and licensing and things like that. Here, you basically go to Intune and start managing it. It's super easy. Then this is the key highlight for me. It's like fixed price per user. Just like your Microsoft 365 subscription license, Windows 365 offer a fixed per user subscription model where you can assign a license to a user, and then user can use that device. And I showed you an example where users can access from any device, like access from Mac, iOS, or Android or Windows device. They have access to different applications, or you can use a web browser to access. So it's basically super simple to connect and easy to use it. So use the combination of all of these points to land the messaging on this question. First and foremost, tell that it's a cloud PC service which is hosted in the Microsoft cloud. It is not like another typical virtual desktop infrastructure is needed to host this. And main point you need to highlight here is it has the fixed pricing model. So make sure you land these points. The next question is 67. Here, a company wants to enable employees to securely access their personalized work environment from any device. And how can Windows 365 help? So this is a security related question, trying to gauge your understanding about, does Windows 365 offer any sort of security in-house or inbuilt, or what are the additional external security measures you can use which is part of Microsoft 365 within this service? So that is what you have to keep in mind while answering this question. So let me populate the answer here. First, the company wants to enable employees to securely access their personalized work environment. To do that, Windows 365 offer the first option called login from any device. So it doesn't matter where they are signing in from, as long as they have an internet connectivity and a web browser, they can connect into Windows 365. It is super simple, super effective, super quick. If they want a different experience, like an app-based experience, which is quite good if you have multiple monitor, then you can download the remote desktop client or the Windows 365 app from the store. That allows them to use the app experience, which allow them to use multiple screen and things like that. The next one is resume work instantly. I kind of showed that when I logged into the other Windows 365 instance, it already have some windows opened and ready for me, because if I'm doing something, if I finish my work, I can close that window and I can walk away. I don't have to log off or shut down. It retains that state. When I sign in again, it actually preserves the previous state on how I left that Windows running. So it is quite good in terms of like not relaunching all the application to restart all the work, things like that. So it keeps that persistent state, meaning files, settings, app remain unchanged between these sessions. The third point is enhanced security. So again, I'm sure by this time now you know how to answer the M365 related security question. You can tell that Microsoft 365 offers advanced security functionalities or features like conditional access, multi-factor authentication, endpoint security policies. These are all applicable to all products, not only Exchange Online or SharePoint Online or OneDrive or Viva or Teams. It is applicable to entire Microsoft 365 stack because it integrates really well with all these platforms. You can create one single policy which can be applied across multiple platforms and things like that. Finally, you can manage these centrally. So if you remember, I talked about a solution called Microsoft Intune or Endpoint Manager. You can use that to manage these cloud PCs centrally within your organization. You can update it, you can define policies and things like that. So use these combination of points to answer or address the security related topic of Windows 365. Let's look at question number 68. We are using the detection method to find which is not the feature of Windows 365. When we go through this exercise, we will learn 3 features of Windows 365 by eliminating one which is not. The first option is always on cloud PC access with persistent user experience. I'm sure by now you exactly know it is a persistent user experience. I kind of demonstrated it to you. Cloud PC is always on, ready for you all the time. When you try to launch it, it immediately opens the experience how you left out before. So it is correct answer. The second is pay-as-you-go pricing based on cloud resource consumption. That is wrong. I think in the first question on the Windows 365 module or section, I talked about one of the key feature or the benefit or one of the highlight of Windows 365 is it is a per user fixed monthly subscription model cost like Microsoft 365, not a pay as you go pricing model. Pay as you go is what it is used within Azure. If you want to create a VDI instance yourself, you can use Azure Virtual Desktop to do that. When you use Azure Virtual Desktop, you can create this platform yourself. It's a platform capability wherein you will pay as you go pricing model based on the amount of resources you consume in a month. So that's not a Windows 365 feature. Next option or the feature is integration with Microsoft Endpoint Manager for device policies. 100% right. You can use Intune or it is known as Endpoint Manager for any sort of device policies or management of these resources. The last point is ability to stream a Windows desktop to Mac operating system, Linux and Android device. 100%. I told before that you can either access using an app or as long as you have an internet connectivity and a web browser, you can connect into this Windows 365 by simply going into windows365.microsoft.com and sign in with your username and password. So the answer for this question is pay-as-you-go is not a part of Windows 365 feature. Let's look at question number 69. How does Windows 365 ensure security and compliance for organization? So here, this is another security question. The interviewer is trying to gauge your understanding about the broader security, what you can bring in to further enhance the existing security aspect of Windows 365. So you can talk about things like Microsoft Defender for Endpoint is integrated with Microsoft 365. You can deploy this Defender endpoint into these Windows 365 cloud PCs, which can help protect from malware and cyber threats. Because by default, the endpoint defender will be part of these cloud PCs, so that can be used to track any sort of cyber threats or malware attacks and can prevent from that. So that is one way of addressing that question. Second is conditional access. Conditional access is such a great, reliable or versatile tool which you can adapt into multiple solutions. Like it can prevent any sort of unauthorized access. So you can define a conditional access and you can define conditional access and multi-factor authentication together, saying that, hey, only users signing in from this device can access it, or your local device have to be part of a specific IP address, or local devices software need to be updated so that you can access the cloud PC, things like that. All of this can be defined in the conditional access, and additionally you can define multi-factor authentication to have an extra authentication before letting that user run that application or launch the Windows 365 app. The fourth one is the data encryption part. So by default, the Windows 365 devices are encrypted at rest, and additionally you can encrypt both the storage and the network traffic on how you design this traffic flow in between. Finally, role-based access control. So this ensures that only authorized users can manage these cloud PCs. So if you are a organization, you want to limit the number of people who have control on cloud PC management, you can define role-based access control that will limit the people within your organization who can control these policies. So you use the combination of all of these points or some of these points in your answer as ingredients to frame a good sentence to answer this particular question. Let's look at question number 70. The question is, an IT admin need to scale the cloud PC performance for a power user who need additional RAM and CPU. What options are available? So that's a great question. First of all, you need to understand that cloud PCs or Windows 365 can be scaled up or scaled down, not in terms of Azure scale up and scale down, in terms of performance. Like let's assume you assigned a user with 2 vCPU, 16 GB RAM machine, and for some reason they need more power. If you have enough licenses within your organization, you can actually upgrade the size to 4 vCPU, or you can downgrade the size as well, as long as you have the right license. So before I answer this, let me show you the capability in the portal. So if I go back to my admin portal and launch the admin center, on the left hand side you will be able to find an admin center for endpoint manager or Intune. You can see that there is an Intune admin center. Click on it, it takes you to the Intune admin center. All right, so now we are in the Intune portal. So I don't want to spend a lot of time here. I just want to quickly show you, first and foremost, all the management related to Windows 365 is done here. So you click under Windows 365, you can see all the cloud PCs or Windows 365 instance assigned within your organization, all the users, who is using it, is it provisioned, does it have any problem, things like that. And we talked about the resize. So if anybody need a extra performance, you can click on this resize option, and that will allow you to go up or down as long as you have the right licenses in your tenant. That's what I mean by upgrading or going down a performance level or going up a performance level. So that's how you answer that question. So the answers are either you can use the Windows 365 resize, which I showed you before, or you can use the switch option, which is nothing but you can integrate your Windows 365 here. So when you switch, when you click on this toggle, and you will be able to switch between your local device and Windows 365. That is quite a good option, especially because if your local device is less powered machine and you have a high power Windows 365, you can switch between these two, vice versa. So that's how you answer this question, either Windows 365 resize or switch. But even switch is an optional answer. The right answer is actually resize. Switch is an additional thing you can do after resizing to actually make the experience seamless, switching back between your local device and your Windows 365 instance. Let's look at question number 71. What are the key difference between Windows 365 and Azure Virtual Desktop? I'm sure if you are going to work in Microsoft 365 and your organization uses Windows 365 or AVD or Azure Virtual Desktop, they will definitely ask this question to you. So please learn this. This is kind of like a common question. First of all, let me help you understand what is the main difference. Main difference is fixed pricing on a subscription-based model versus pay-as-you-go. Windows 365 is a fixed pricing model. You buy a license and you assign a license to the user. You can anticipate what price it is. It is fixed. You can easily calculate within your budget and things like that. That is not going to change. AVD is a pay as you go because you are building it from scratch. So it can be volatile unless you have a fine-tuned, well-defined, optimized environment with a lot of automation. Very difficult to predict the price. So that is the main difference. Additionally, I have put together a few things to understand few additional aspects. One, the first one, pricing, the fixed one versus the pay-as-you-go. Second is management. Windows 365 is fully managed by Microsoft. So you as a customer, when you opt for Windows 365, you don't have to do a lot of work in the backend because it is already taken care by Microsoft in terms of in the backend on how to deliver that service to you. Wherein if you use Azure Virtual Desktop, you need Azure expertise to manage and maintain consistently, optimize it, security around it, and things like that. Availability of it, I can go on, but it requires a lot of expertise from your end to do it. From a user experience point of view, you get a persistent cloud PC with Windows 365 that is always on, dedicated. You don't have to worry about turning it off to save cost because it's a fixed pricing model. You use it or not, you pay that amount. wherein virtual desktop offers both, but mostly it is a pooled instance because that's where the cost saving comes. So if you are providing the virtualized experience to shift workers, after the shift, what the company does is they bring down the pool or number of instances, or they shut down these backend servers to save cost on these resources. And finally, Windows 365 offers the built-in security, wherein Azure Virtual Desktop offer a lot of security as well, but you will have to customize or create a lot of these security. You have to define the security posture there. So use all of these ingredient, but mainly if you don't want to talk about all of this is too technical for you as a beginner, then stick to the first point. Tell that, hey, Windows 365 is a fixed pricing subscription model and Azure Virtual Desktop is a pay-as-you-go usage-based model. Question number 72. A remote employee needs access to their cloud PC, even in low bandwidth conditions. What are the recommended best practices? So here the interviewer is trying to test your knowledge in terms of how can a user access these Windows 365 and what are the mechanism, things like that. So let me put that point and let's talk about the answer. First, you can tell that use the Edge or remote desktop app. So if somebody is having a problem accessing it via app, they can use the browser, or somebody is having an access with the browser. Like I showed you before, I had some access trouble with the browser, so I immediately switched to the app. So this ensures a stable remote connection. So whatever is working for you, you can use it. Second, you can enable this adaptive graphics mode. This reduces any sort of bandwidth usage while maintaining responsiveness. So when you go to this app or the browser, you can turn on this adaptive graphics mode, which will reduce the bandwidth usage while using it. That is exactly a precise answer what you can give for this low bandwidth condition. So the point number 2 is what you can immediately tell, that hey, you can enable this adaptive graphics mode for low bandwidth conditions. Third is optimize network latency. So this Windows 365 allows you to pick and choose where you want to deploy within the whole Microsoft 365 regions. So to give you an example, if your user is in Australia East and use providing the service from Singapore, then there might be a latency between getting the service from Singapore to Australia East. Wherein in Australia, you can pick the right data center closer to you so that user will not have much latency connecting into these services. So that's how you can frame the answer, by bringing the service closer to where the user is. So let's assume your parent company is in Australia and your remote employees are working from India. Rather than hosting the service in Australia, you can pick a region in India closer to the user, and when a user tries to access it, it comes with less latency for them. They can access the services immediately. Fourth point is use the local resources effectively, so that you can always redirect the printer or USB devices to your local device, so that any sort of that interaction is not going via internet. So if you want to print, you enable the printer redirection. You will be able to print from your local device rather than cloud printing, things like that. So use the combination of all of these points, but make sure to learn the second point, what I said about enabling the adaptive graphics mode, especially for low bandwidth. And the fourth point is also quite important, optimizing the network latency by choosing the nearest Microsoft data center to install or deploy this Windows 365 instance. Question number 73. What are the different Microsoft 365 cloud editions they have? Which business should use? So I haven't talked about this, but there are two different editions you get. Just like Microsoft 365, Windows 365 have two editions as well. By this now you are familiar with this business term. Anytime you hear the business term in terms of licensing, you know that it is applicable only for 300 users. So Windows 365 Business allows for small and medium-sized businesses up to 300 users. It is easy for them to set up and no Azure expertise needed. Wherein the second point is the Enterprise Edition. This allows them for anybody who's more than 300 users, and it has integration with the Microsoft Intune for further customization, management, and for deeper configuration. You can have controls in your Azure to define your security, networking, compliance, things like that. So there are two editions. The straightforward answer is two editions: business and enterprise. Business is for small businesses up to 300 users. Enterprise edition will give you much more control and Intune access for anybody who's got more than 300 users. If you want to know more about these editions, click on this link. I'm sure I put that link rightly. I hope it is going to the right place. So here you can see the main difference between what is business plan, what are the SKUs available compared to business versus enterprise. So you can see that on the left hand side, these are the processing, RAM and storage available, how much it costs, depends on the region where you're looking at. And for the enterprise, you can see there'll be slightly higher SKUs available as well. You can see that it goes up to 16 vCPU with 1 TB storage with 64 GB RAM. Wow. So you can have these different use cases, and based on the use case, you can pick and choose which or the combination of these licenses in your organization, and you can assign it to the user. That is quite cool. So that's how you answer this particular question. Question number 74. How does Windows 365 integrate with Endpoint Manager or Intune? So I kind of demonstrated that to you before to showcase what are the capabilities involved. So when you log into these Intune, it allows you to enforce these security policies. These security policies could be applying compliance policies to your cloud PCs, or the conditional access policy or multi-factor authentication policy, which you can apply to these cloud policies. That can be enforced using Intune. Second, automatic update and patch management. So you can go to these cloud PCs, you can deploy patches directly, or you can configure something called auto patch, which Microsoft will automatically patch these for the customer, so they don't have to do a lot of configuration themselves. Third point, very important point. Third point is like, this is one of the main point. I think you should talk about this first, because Microsoft Intune allow you to deploy application and manage applications which is installed in the cloud PC. So think of cloud PC as your regular laptop or a desktop which you use in your organization. The only thing is that this coming from the cloud or streaming from the cloud like Netflix, but you still need your application which you can use day to day, right? Like the Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook for your email, things like that. So that can be delivered via Microsoft Intune. That can be deployed, that can be changed, that can be uninstalled, they can install the newer version, things like that. All of this is done by Intune. So, or the endpoint manager. So this is the main point you need to talk about first. Sorry that I changed the order into the third, but you should make sure that that should be the first one you are highlighting. That's the main point of Intune. Then using Intune, you will be able to monitor the health of the tool. Like you can check the performance, the latency, the user usage pattern, things like that. All of this can be done in Intune. So Intune is the single place or single pane of glass which you can use to actually go and manage, monitor a lot of things for Intune and deploy stuff as well. So use the combination of all of that, but don't forget the point number 3 about deploying application. That's the best point to get the brownie point. Question number 75. Here, an organization wants to enable single sign-on and conditional access for the cloud PCs. How can they configure this on Windows 365? So let me populate the pointers to help you understand. First and foremost, if you want to enable single sign-on, you can enable that in the Azure Active Directory authentication. This enables single sign-on access, or you can go to the Intune portal as well. That will allow you to enable single sign-on. So if a user is signed in to the local device with the same username and password, that user don't have to sign in again to access Windows 365. That is technically single sign-on. So that eliminates the user from signing in multiple times to access the service. Second point is you can configure the conditional access policy. to restrict access from user based on identity or device compliance and location, things like that. So that can be done in either Entra ID portal or Azure portal or Intune portal. And finally, you can enable multi-factor authentication just like any other services. We've been talking about this security on every section, and almost all the sections you can see that MFA and conditional access is the main suspects or the main topic. So you know that how important it is for you to understand how to articulate what is multi-factor authentication and what is conditional access and what it is trying to solve. So if you want to read more about it, go and read more. And this information is not sufficient, you can always use Microsoft Learn to learn more about MFA and conditional access. The next section is Microsoft Loop. So Microsoft Loop is again part of the Microsoft 365 suite. How do I explain Loop? Loop is type of like a canvas or like a platform where you can actually put your notes. So it's kind of like OneNotes where you can store your notes, you can refer a lot of things. At the same time, it's kind of like Word as well, wherein you can modify, draft a lot of things. You can simultaneously collaborate with other people on your notes, or you can collaborate on other people's note. It's actually looks futuristic, and I don't use it as much like how I used Word or OneNote, but I'm slowly leaning towards using Loop more because I'm slowly realizing the potential or the power of Loop as a product. So I will show you how it looks like. I don't think I will be able to do a deep dive on it. I'm sure you will be able to find other videos or notes on understanding it much better. But let's take you through a couple of questions, what you can expect on Loop. So obviously the first question is, what is Microsoft Loop? Because that's how we kind of starts all the section. I'm looking into this question. I'm chuckling because I see a pattern here, because right after, I don't know, when I didn't realize when I put together all of these questions, this is how every section is starting. It kind of ha- good that it happened like that, because it allowed me to explain what that product is, then go deeper dive. So I will keep that in mind for future sessions as well. So obviously this interviewer is trying to understand, do you know what is Loop and how does it enhance the collaboration in Microsoft 365? So before I populate the answers, let me see if I can take you to the Loop component and show what it is. All right, so I'm in my lab environment. Let's see if I can go and find Loop. Click on this waffle and it opens all the available apps. You can see that there is Word, Excel, PowerPoint, SharePoint, OneDrive, and all sort of apps, including the admin portal. If you click on more apps, you can go and find Windows 365 app, because that was the last one we learned. So let's see if I can show you that. Click on all apps, and if you scroll down, if you go alphabetically, right after whiteboard, yes, you can see there is a Windows 365 app. You can click on it. It takes you to the page where you can launch Windows 365, things like that. So that's not the conversation. We are going to stay on the subject. The subject is Loop. So let me click on Loop. All right, it tells you what Loop all about. This is what I told before, like it's like a canvas. On the left hand side, it's kind of like OneNote where you can have different projects. Underneath this project, you can, so in Loop we call it as workspace, not project. So underneath these workspaces, you can have different pages, and these pages can be anything. It can be of anything as well. So within that page, you would be able to put on information like this, what you're seeing on the screen right now. You can tag people. That's one of the coolest thing what I found about this is, while you're collaborating, you can inform the team about, hey, you are also part of this, you are also part of this. They get a notification, so they can click on it. That takes them to the same canvas what you see here. But at the top, can you see the collaboration? So whenever you see this on Loop, that means that these many people, even though it's shared with 3 people are already looking into it, or they are already collaborating in it. They have this open, so that means they are reading, or they are modifying, they are taking notes from it, things like that. So real-time collaboration is a big aspect of this loop component. And within loop itself, you can see that you can have the text format about whatever the content. You can have headings and subheadings and things like that, and then you can attach stuff. Here you can see an example where it is a Word file from your OneDrive is attached. There is an Excel file from OneDrive is attached. There is a quick preview you can see of it. That's quite a neat, handy trick. Additionally, you can see that there is a video, a file. Then you can see that there are neat little ways you can have other components. So what you see over here is a component. It can be shared within teams and stuff like that. So there are a lot of things you can do. At the same time, yeah, I think it is hidden under here. Like you can have these nice little project trackers or poll sections where you can take vote from people. There are a lot of stuff. Sometimes it can be overwhelming if you're using for the first time. So now you're trying to get an idea, right? So again, one of my colleagues just particularly uses Loop for making sure that she's going through all the tasks and she assigns us into these components. So she uses it as like her to-do checklist. You can tick mark once that work is done and things like that. You can actually copy this component and share it in Teams. So you can see here an example of the same task list within Loop, copied it, and you paste that in the chat. Anybody within the chat can now interact with it. It's like a livable working canvas document which breathe and work within the chat space. At the same time, it'll automatically edit in the other canvas as well. That is quite cool. Not only chat, in this example, you can email drop that as well. So when you open a component with Loop, it is a live working component. So that is quite cool. Then again, with the creation, it's super simple to create it. Basically go and put a name, and that's how you create it. And then we have these amazing templates, the templates which allow you to pick a template that automatically have all these inbuilt component in it. Depends on what you're trying to create. Or you can basically start from scratch. You say that I want to create a brand new template. Then you put these forward slashes, and that open these context window, which will allow you to add a table or a heading or like checklist and task mark and things like that. And of course, you can use Copilot within Loop. Right, so that on a super high level, what is Loop? If I log in to my environment, I don't think you will see anything in this demo, but I do have quite a lot of Loop component in my day-to-day work environment. So here you can go to my workspace and you don't have anything. So if I want to create this Loop component, I can give a heading. I can put forward slash that allow me to either put in a lot of stuff here, like a table of content and things like that. And let's see if we can create a component, create a Loop component. So this is what I talked about, the component. And within that, I can come in here, I can forward slash, and I can create a table. I can put test. And here in this, I can change to a different type. The second column, I want to change it to something else. Let's see how to change it. Okay, change the column type. I want to change it on the voting. So now you know that there is a voting button. Now if I go and copy this component, just the component itself, and that link is copied. Now I can go to my Teams, go to chat, pick this user, and I can share this component with the user. Now if you notice, when you share a Loop component, it goes as it is. So now I have pasted it. If I log in as the other user, they will see this live component. It's not like how you share a Word document or an Excel file. They can interact with it. So they can go inside it. They can change the word at the same time. I will be able to see who is working on this particular component and things like that. That's quite cool. Like I can simultaneously modify this. Hey, can you please? So I didn't have to even go to the Loop to do any modifications. So I just told, hey, can you please provide your input? Now if I go back to the Loop component, if I close this, you can see that is automatically updated. So it's pretty real time. The extent of how much you can use it and how are you extending the full capability, it boils down to are you really understanding all the capability which comes with it? Do you know how to effectively use it and things like that? So just have a play around with it. I want to quickly show the templates as well. So you click on template gallery. It allows you to pick a different template. Either for it, are you trying to create a loop component for team discussion sort of thing, or are you trying to create it for a project related activity, or do you want to create it for a brainstorm activity, or it has this Kanban board and stuff like that, which you can use to track a lot of activities. This Kanban board you can come in here and view as a board. That is quite cool as well. So I do have Kanban board in my work loop component as well. So this is quite cool. I don't want to spend more time here. You kind of understood what it does with my limited knowledge. Let's go back to the question. Now, if I go and populate it, so now that you have understood what loop component is on a high level, now let me see if I can help you answer this question. So first and foremost, you need to answer that, hey, Microsoft Loop is a collaborative workspace that allows teams to co-create, organize, and track project in real time. You have seen all these examples I talked about. So you just need to articulate in a nice format. Then other key points which you can use is like you can talk about the loop component. That is exactly what I shown you before. So see if you can articulate that loop component in a nice format. So how can you talk about it? You can tell that, hey, loop components are these dynamic components which you can create within the loop page. It could be either a table, it could be a list, it could be a task. When you copy and share with somebody, that syncs across the applications like Teams or Outlook or OneNote. Because I only shown you an experience in Teams, it's exactly the same. If you open a new email and put the loop component in, it is going to act that dynamic as what we have seen within the Teams. So it is as vibrant and gives you the real-time updation and things like that. So that is quite cool. So explain and include this ingredient of loop component. Second, talk about the workspace. I kind of showed you when you start with the loop, first you start with the workspace. So workspace is nothing but a central hub where the team can come in and organize your ideas, document, and task. It's just like your primary notebook or whatever you call it. It's like the cover of your notebook or things like that. Then you can have separate chapters or pages within that. Then we have the loop page. So loop page is what we have created within a workspace. I just created a random page. When you try to create it, it asks you, do you want to create using a template or do you want to create using a blank page? And once you decide that, then what can you do? It is just like a canvas that you can use it for brainstorming or taking notes or project taking, things like that. So uh, take your mind, use your mind for imagination, and if you can come up with a better response or an answer, use that. Don't just listen to me. And the final thing is real-time syncing. So what I would do is I will talk about loop component first and real-time syncing second. I think these two are, for me, one of the top features of loop, why I would use this rather than talking about workspaces and pages, because these are just the name for the notebook and the pages or the chapters you put in. It's good to flex your knowledge in terms of telling that, hey, I know these terms within loops and things like that. But for me, number one is the component aspect, number two is the real-time editing aspect of loop. So that's how I would use or construct my answer using these ingredients which I talked about. Let's look at question number 77. A marketing team wants to collaborate on a project plan and ensure updates are instantly reflected across Microsoft Teams and Outlook. Which loop feature should you use? I'm sure even without showing the answer, you know which loop what we are talking about. So let me populate the answer. Right. So the correct answer, if you want to exactly go to the answer, the correct answer is loop component. So if the marketing team use loop component and they put all their plan and update and everything within the component and share it with the Teams and Outlook, anybody who is using this will be immediately up to date about all the changes, whatever they are making. So the loop component. So you can talk about, hey, how loop component have the real-time sync functionality. So any changes what anybody from the marketing team is making is in one place and updated everywhere at the same time. So that is first point. Second, you can talk about, hey, they can create this loop component and they can share it in Teams chat or Outlook emails or OneNote without switching this app. So anybody So somebody who prefer to work in the Teams get the notification in Teams. Somebody who would like to prefer to work in an email, they can update whatever it is and tell you that they have updated via email. Or somebody who like to keep all the updates in a OneNote, they can get the update in OneNote as well. So it doesn't matter where it is, it's available across multiple places. And finally, you can like flex your muscle memory, saying that hey, examples of loop components include these task list or the tables or the voting poll or progress trackers. You can come up with anything. It can be a bunch of text in a component as well, so you can put all of that in the loop component. So I'm sure you will be able to answer this without any problem because you have seen the demo, you have heard enough about loop component so far. Let's look at question number 78. So we are doing a deduction. Which of the following statement about loop is false? We are trying to identify the false one. The first statement is loop components sync in real time across Microsoft 365 application. You know it by now. Yes, it does sync with all the application, as loop itself is like a real-time syncing collaboration canvas. Second statement is loop requires an internet connection to function. 100% right, because loop as it is require you to have an internet connectivity unless you have an app which dedicatedly using, even if the functionality will be limited, but it does require you to have an internet connectivity because it's a real-time collaboration canvas. Third statement is loop pages can only be accessed within Teams. That is wrong. We have seen an example about me sharing it in Teams, but that doesn't mean you can't share it in Outlook and things like that. See, let me see if I can show you that. So let's go back to that example. Let me open a new email and send it to someone. Amber, vote please. And if I go back and paste the loop component, you can see that it's a real-time component here. So now I can send this. Amanda can modify whatever or put her own input there. That's pretty much showcases that the third option is the wrong one. So you can access loop component beyond Teams. The final statement is loop workspace help teams organize and track project. That's easy. You can use loop to for any sort of collaboration and tracking project, things like that. So let's look at the answer. Yeah, the correct answer is loop pages can only be accessed within Teams, but it can be accessed in Outlook, OneNote, and other places. Loop itself. The next section is Power Platform. This is again like Windows 365, not within Microsoft 365, but it's in the same realm. It works closely, it has a lot of integration, it works hand in hand. Again, this is a subscription-based service, so you pay for monthly for using this. Again, within the Power Platform, there are a bunch of product which you can use for different activities, things like that. So it's pretty difficult to explain for a beginner. So let me see with these three questions, I will be able to paint any picture in your mind about what it is. Let's look at the first question in the Power Platform. So our question number 79. So obviously the first question is what is Power Platform and how do these components work together? So for me, it's very difficult to show because these are a bunch of apps. Unless I go into that app and show you what it does, it's very difficult and lame. So what I will show, I'm trying to do is I'm going to populate the answer. I'm going to help you understand how you can articulate it and give you an idea what's included within the Power Platform. First and foremost, you'll help the interviewer understand, hey, Microsoft Power Platform is a low-code, no-code suite. So what is low-code means? That means with minimal coding knowledge, you can build something. That is low-code. Or no-code means it has templates and template type like GUI interfaces which you can use like plug and play and move things around and create application. That is what no code means. So by these two instances itself, you can understand that who it is catered towards. It is not for pro developer. It is not for somebody who's got like heaps of development expertise. This is democratizing that particular skill set in a for a broader audience. So using this platform, many employees itself who are not super developer, as long as they have logic and reasoning in their mind and they know what they're trying to solve, they can pretty much take the Power Platform as a application, use low code or tiny bit of coding or no code option, which you can use these logics and other triggers and actions available to put together a flow to automate or help business automate process. So that is Power Platform is, and within that you can use that to analyze data or build application. So that's how you put this. So I'm going to read one more time. So Power Platform is a low code, no code suite of tools that help any business to automate processes or analyze data and build application. This is how I will put together. Even if you don't exactly put together like this, I don't want you to by heart the answer, but just kind of get these 2 3 key points. One is it's a low code no code platform. Second, it can help business automate processes by using this tool set, or it can use to analyze data, or it can be used to build application, not like super heavy monolith type of complex application, but tiny application, but yet so powerful to do some automation, to fix some business logics, or like reduce some mundane task what you're doing, or time saving task by having that automation flow, etc. And within that, what are the things available? First one is Power BI. So I just want to get it across first because we talked about analyzing data, right? That's where Power BI ties in. So the Power BI is another component within the Power Platform. It can be bought as a standalone as well or add-on, which helps these businesses analyze. You can use it for deep analytics, for creating interactive reports and dashboard, things like that. So any businesses will have a lot of metrics they have want to go through. I'm sure, like, if you are not the one who is go through the metrics, somebody within your organization, at least the finance department, they will have some metrics they want to go through, like a big dashboard with lots of insight or data coming in from bunch of places. This Power BI as a tool will help you put together and make sense of the data. So without making sense of that data, it's just bunch of numbers and some random words. But with this, you will have a lot of parameters, lot of these drop down menus to make this data in a meaningful format, so you can make intelligent business decision out of it. That's the ultimate goal of using this tool, right? Using this tool to make some decisions, key metrics, to find out how things are going. Is it in the right direction? Do we need different attention towards whatever we are looking at, things like that? So Power BI helps you with that, with these interactive reports and dashboards. You can create these dashboards and publish it to any place, like in a website or other places, things like that. So that is Power BI. Second is Power Apps. So we talked about these low code, no code. So that's where the Power Apps is going to come. So the Power App is where you can go in and create these low code app development, so that you can build custom business application with a lot of logics and things like that. So either you can choose a no code option where you don't have any knowledge in code, or you don't want to use any code, using the existing logics and the templates available to solve that business problem, or you use a tiny bit of little bit of coding knowledge what you have to build this application. That is Power App. Then we have Power Automate. So that's where the business automate functionality comes in. So within that suite, there is another product or offering called Power Automate. That is what you're going to use to create this workflow automation. So you create this app. What if you create 2 or 3 different apps using Power App, and now you want all of this to integrate together and work like as an ad hoc automation task based on a logic, things like that? You can define all these workflow automation within Power Automate and connect these apps and services to streamline a particular process. So you come in here, either you use the app which you build within the Power App, and then you integrate with Power Automate workflow to make it interact with something else to streamline the automation. Or you can pretty much take any other app which is available and see if you can use Power Automate to create a workflow to streamline your processes, things like that. So that is Power Automate. And then we have Power Virtual Agent. I think you can use the Power Platform itself, like anywhere you go, except the Power BI, to create these virtual agents. These agents are nothing but a chatbot or a thing which you are designing, which you can interact with it, and which has some AI powered embedding in the backend, and which you can use it for either generative AI interaction or other AI powered customer interaction, which you can add topics and actions. You can build in behind of it. But long story short, the Power Virtual Agents are nothing but a chatbot which you can develop within the platform, which you can share within your internal resources, or you can share it in an external site, or you can publish it in a SharePoint or publish it in your teams, things like that. So these tools work together by integrating with your Microsoft 365, your Dynamics 365, and other third-party services as well. So I'm not an expert in this Power Automate or Power Platform in any shape or form, but there are a lot of integrations available with third-party tools. So if you are somebody who is working on this, you already know much more than me. If you are quite new like me, please go and read about this Power Platform. It is quite fascinating, and if you find that as an interesting area, just elevate yourself from the beginner status of Microsoft 365 and go into this branch. That is one other thing I think I'm trying to do here, not only helping you crack these interviews, but once you get the job, you know that this is like a vast area. IT field itself is like a super vast area. Within that, Microsoft is like a huge company with so many products. You can actually specialize in one product and you can spend your entire life in there. So while doing this, while learning this, you're exposing a lot of different technology, and while learning it, you don't have to stick to what you learned. Within that, you can pick up different branches. Like the Power Platform could be one branch, endpoint management could be another branch, Microsoft 365 administration is another branch, security is another branch. So you pick and you specialize on it and you get better at it. And while doing that, I hope you enjoy what you're doing in the long run, and you hope you make enough money to support yourself and the family and all the desires what you have. So that's the whole intention. Right, enough blabbering. Go to the next question. Let's look at question number 80. So in this question, we are going to look at a company wants to automate. Okay, that's a keyword. Approval workflows. Okay, that's a keyword. Approval workflows for employee leave requests without using complex coding. And which Power Platform tool should they use now and how? All right, so I kind of given you all the answers in the first question itself, because I only have 3 questions each on these topics like loop and Power Automate and other following things coming. So that's why I spend enough time explaining that in the first question. So now, without even me telling you know the answer to the question. So let me populate it so that you know what I mean. First and foremost, the answer is Power Automate. You kind of guessed it, because the moment they use the word automate, in the previous question we learned about Power BI, that is for the reporting, Power App for creating this app, Power Automate is the automation workflow, and then we talked about Power Virtual Agents, that is for creating this chatbot kind of an agent. So your company can use Power Automate first of all to create this workflow. So how do you do that? So that is a little tricky to help you explain to a beginner. So obviously these will make sense. That's how I put together this particular flow. First of all, you will be going and creating a triggering flow, because it's a workflow, right? A triggering flow is something which with the kind of thing what we are trying to solve here is the employee leave request. So whenever there is a leave request, you need to automatically approve it or reject it or send that flow to your manager. So that's the logic we need to use in our head. So trigger flow is nothing but you can use that trigger like the employee submitting a leave request. How are they submitting it? Is it via an email? Is it via Power App? Or is it via forms? So once you capture that, then you can actually use that to send an approval to the subsequent person. So who is going to approve it? Is it the manager? Where does that person want to approve it? That's the question you're going to ask. Is it in an email format? Is it in a Teams notification? Things like that. And based on that business logic, you will create a sending approval either on Teams or either on SharePoint, either on Outlook, things like that. That's like the sending for approval. Third logic, what you're going to use is processing these requests. Once it is approved, how do you want this to be handled at the back end? Once the leave is approved by the manager, do you want that flow to trigger anything within your HR system or anything within your SharePoint list? And if it is rejected, how do you want to notify the user? do you want to automatically create a trigger as an email to the user, or do you want to create that as a notification in the Teams app, or do you want to populate that in a website, things like that. So again, that comes down to the logic. So the point I'm trying to make is, this is like a complicated question. In a real life, it's a complicated question. You have to sit with the business or the person who is proposing this to sit and double click on each of these aspects to lay out a huge plan so that it is super simple when you create it. So creation process is super simple, but you have to capture all of that requirement in the back end by double clicking on each of these aspects. And the final bit here is integrating with your Microsoft 365. So once you create all these logic, you're going to automate an email notification or a record update in the list or HR system by integrating your Microsoft 365. So when you use this Power Automate tool, you have all of the tools in your disposal to make all of this happen. I know that's a long-winded answer, but I really hope if you're a beginner, you don't get this exact question, or even if somebody's asking the question, if you're a beginner, they have some consideration listening to you on how you're structuring it. If I am interviewing a beginner and ask this question, I would potentially look at how their brain works in terms of tackling this question. Even if they don't tell me exactly what tool they are using, if you are using the logic of these, what I said, I would give you a pass on that question. Yes, you kind of get the logic, and once you are experienced, you will figure out how to do it. I know that how your brain works and how you think, things like that. So use those points to answer that question. Let's look at question number 81. This is like a deduction question. Which of the following is not the primary function of Power BI? So I particularly put this question because I didn't had any other detailed things wanted to add. First of all, second, I want to have a deeper dive on Power BI to give you a couple more good points. Right. First, can you create interactive dashboard and report? Yes, of course, you can create Power BI interactive dashboards and report and things like that. Second, auto matching workflow between Microsoft 365 apps. Even though Power BI is part of the Power Apps ecosystem, but can you use Power BI to automate workflow? No, because that is part of the Power Automate. The previous question and the previous question, we learned about that. Like the Power Automate is the one which you can use it for workflow automation, for business processes, things like that. Then can you connect to various data sources? We learned that you can connect to other data sources, and that sources could be an Excel file or SQL or other cloud services, things like that. Your data can reside in multiple sources. You can bring that data into Power BI. Power BI is basically using that to visualize the data in front to you. And finally, can you use Power BI for insight for data analysis? That is exactly the point. It's not only visualization, you want to get a deeper insight, rich insight, so that it can actually impact your organization with that insight. How can I use that insight to either progress my business, or like what are the changes I can make in my organization if I'm using in that metric or lens? That is why I should be using this tool rather than just as a dashboard, just seeing some bunch of numbers here and there that looks pretty, things like that. It should be used for a particular goal in your mind. So the wrong answer is automating the workflow between Microsoft app, but the right answer is using it for all the other three aspects and more. So let's see if I can go and show Power BI. I don't have Power BI in my lab device. Let's type in Power BI. Let's see if it takes us through the Microsoft what is Power BI tool, so that I can show you a couple of, yeah. So this is kind of how Power BI looks like. You can see on the right hand side there are a lot of metrics. On top you can see a lot of graph. There are a lot of insights. These are all clickable items. You can share that, and then you can integrate with bunch of other platforms. Yeah, so just try to go and read about it, or just watch a quick video on how Power BI is if you are quite new, and how other companies are using Power BI. Let's look at the next section, Microsoft 365 security features. Here we are going to go through only 3 questions related to security features. It's a broad topic. You can go really deep in it. I'll try to create a separate video on security questions for beginners as well, where I will be able to cover more security related features and functionality and questions there. So now let's go through these questions. The first question is, what is multi-factor authentication or MFA in Microsoft 365? So you would have heard me talking about MFA in the answer quite a lot of times so far in this particular series, because that is such a great tool to block any sort of unauthorized access to the application. So first and foremost, it prevents any sort of unauthorized access, and there are various second factor authentication method we can use from the available list of authentication, things like that. So let's populate the answer, how it is going to help you frame the answer. So say something similar to this. You don't have to exactly by heart and tell like this. So tell that MFA or multi-factor authentication is a security feature in Microsoft 365 that requires users to provide two or more verification process. That is a keyword, two or more verification factors before accessing the application. That's the filter there. So this is like a wall that's breaking. So let's suppose somebody is trying to access an application. Before letting them see what it is on the other side, they have to verify not only with their password is the first verification. Second, it forces them to use one or the other mechanism. This other mechanism could be an authenticator app. So authenticator app is like a Microsoft app which you can use to add your account. So every time there is a second factor authentication, it asks you for a code verification, or it allows you to put in a code based on what is shown in that app, etc. Or it could be a SMS code where you get a text message with a code. You put that code in the application which you can use to log into the service. Third, it could be a phone call. This phone call could be with a verification code or some secret information which you listen and you say that, hey, this is me who trying to log into the service. Then you can press a particular key. It could be a hash key or a star key to let that service in. So similarly, it could be a hardware token as well, which automatically generates these code, and when you put in that code, it matches with the backend registry and it allows you to sign in. So the whole conversation is that second factor authentication could be anything before you access whatever you are trying to access. So this is an extra layer of security beyond just password. So use all the combination of all the things what I said, and frame your own sentence to talk about these things. First and foremost, you need to let this message across that it is going to prevent any sort of unauthorized access. That's a very key point, because if an attacker is trying to log into your service, if they got hold of your password, if you have MFA enabled for that service, that attacker will not be able to successfully penetrate into that application or the service, because it forces them to use another factor of authentication. Could be an application verification, could be an SMS or phone call. So the attacker have to have in possession the password and the second factor to log into that service. Let's look at question number 83. So here a company wants to block sign in from untrusted location but still allow remote employees to access Microsoft 365 securely. How can you achieve this? I think you kind of know the answer to this as well. If you're a beginner, it is difficult for you to articulate this, but I will help you frame the answer. First, let's populate the option. So the tool what we are going to use, it's called, or the service or the feature what we are going to use is called conditional access policies. Just like MFA, it is easy to configure, but it is very effective in terms of what it does. So what is conditional access policy? This conditional access policy allows us to define a risk-based access rules. These are basically like rules. Like, I don't know whether you have worked on your Outlook about email rules or email follow rules, where you can say that, hey, if I receive an email from this particular person, move that email to another folder. It basically like that, bit more advanced or complicated and bit more nuance around it. So these risk-based access rule allows sign in only from trusted locations. So you can tell that, hey, within the rule, if the user is coming from an IP address which is not trusted in my organization, it could be a whitelist which you have, and if it is not part of that whitelist, then either you can block it or you can force them to go through a multi-factor authentication. So there are two ways you can handle it. One, you can allow it and audit it. Second, you can block it completely. Third, you can force them to go through an extra verification because you just want to make sure it is the right user. Then that extra verification could be anything of that MFA, what we talked about, and then they can access it. Or another rule could be restriction based on a device type. So I talked about blocking from an IP address. Another could be if your employees are only allowed to use a corporate approved device. These corporate approved device could be a laptop which you issue to a user, or it could be a mobile device which is enrolled to Intune, so that is a corporate approved device. If anybody is trying to access your corporate resources from any other unknown device which is not part of your allowed corporate managed devices, then you can block it. That's another rule. Or you can exempt certain services. Some services they can access, some services they can't, based on the confidentiality level, things like that. And finally, another point which you can talk about is you can monitor the user sign in with Azure Active Directory protection. So that's another component which allows you to detect any sort of risky sign in and any sort of automatic responses, which is part of this. So these are all the things what you can use these points to explain or answer this question. As a beginner, if you are quite alien to this particular thing, can be tricky, but don't worry. As a beginner, they should not ask this. If they ask, you should be knowing about what is MFA and what is conditional access. Let's look at question number 84. It's like a deduction question. Which of the following is not a feature of Microsoft Defender for Office 365? There are quite a number of Defender products within the Microsoft ecosystem. I will try to explain that in the security component or a security video. But here the Defender for Office 365 is catered towards providing support or additional layer of security for your mailboxes and your Office 365 related emails and incidents and things like that. What are the other defenders available? There are Defender for Endpoint to protect your endpoints like your devices, laptops and desktops, phones, things like that. There are other Defender for cloud applications and things like that. So we'll talk about that later. So let's go through the options available. The first statement is protection against phishing and malware threats in email. Yes, Defender for Office 365 is specially designed to do any sort of protection around your emails, which include phishing attack or malware threat, etc. Second, automated investigation and response to security incident. Yes, Defender for Office 365 include these investigation mechanisms, or you can define alert mechanisms to inform the security team about the incidents and things like that. Third, real-time monitoring and device no. So that is not. So that is definitely part of the Defender, but not part of the Defender for Office 365. That is part of Defender for Endpoint, because that's where you can use the real-time monitoring for device compliance and health. The last one is safe link and safe attachment. Just like the phishing and malware, Defender for Office 365 have this option called safe link and safe attachment, which allows the admins to configure these policies. So if there is any malicious link or attachment which detonates in a safe environment, or it gives user warning before letting them open that malicious content. So let's populate the answer. Yep, the wrong answer or the right answer for the question is real-time monitoring, because that is part of the Defender for Endpoint. The next section is identity management. Again, for Microsoft 365, one of the core thing is identity management, because everything is subscription management, right? Like just like your Netflix. So it is tagged to a particular user. So when you purchase licenses, you are assigning to a user or a group. That's how get it. That's how they can consume these applications. So identity become a crucial part. Again, this is not a deep dive. We only have 3 questions. Let's see if I can help you understand some of the identity related questions. The first question is, what is the zero trust security model and how does it apply to Microsoft 365? So the zero trust methodology, zero trust security model is not a Microsoft defined one. It's like a public one which Microsoft adopt and adheres and create security solution which has all these components to help you address these zero trust security model. If you're a beginner, I don't think you have heard of it. Let me populate it so that you can answer this question. So the zero trust model is a security framework that assumes breaches are inevitable. So the model start off with telling that, hey, they always assume that breach is imminent. So it is already breached, or they are trying to assume breach all the time. And then you put peripherals or scaffolding around it to make sure that you verify it explicitly before granting access, or you use least privilege access at the very maximum, or things like that. So what are the components which you have within the zero trust framework? You have verify explicitly. That means that users always need to authenticate and authorize based on their identity, device, location, and behavior. So if you ask how do you do that, you can either use MFA or conditional access. The next is use least privileged access. How do you do that? So restrict user to only on what is necessary for the user. That is a rigorous process security team has to go through in your organization to provide the least required access for a user within an organization so that they are not abusing the rights what they have. Third is assume breach. So that's the posture you take within an organization. Like I always assume breach so that you continuously monitor for any sort of suspicious activity and respond proactively to any security threat. So these are all the pillars. And within Microsoft 365, we have conditional access, you have multi-factor authentication or defender to address these concerns. Let's look at question number 86. A company want to ensure that only company issued devices can access Microsoft 365 apps even if employee use their personal account. So they are okay with employees using their personal account. Personal account could be Hotmail or Outlook account. How can you achieve this? So if you remember a couple of questions ago, one of the rule within the conditional access is to have a device compliance. I talked about device compliance, which allow you to force the user to verify or come in from a only approved devices. That is one motion. So the user, if they try to access from any sort of any sort of device which is not enrolled to your organization, first of all they will be getting a block message, they can't access it. So you can create these rules within the conditional access policy to do that. So the answer, how can you frame it? You can say that, hey, the company can enforce conditional access policies with the device compliance, and it can be done in Azure AD or Entra ID, or there are multiple places you can do it, but that's not the whole point. Even if you miss the last point, like where you can do it, but just address that you can make it happen using conditional access policy with the device compliance within device compliance rule. Let's look at question number 87. It's a detection question. Which of the following is not a key component of identity management in Microsoft 365? So there are multiple ways you can manage this identity. I talked about it. Azure Active Directory is a directory service which you can use to manage these IDs. Now it is called Azure Active Directory or Entra ID. So that is a correct answer. Microsoft Defender for Office 365, which we just now learned, it's not an identity platform. You can't use that to manage the identities. You can use that to protect against malware, threats, threat analysis, safe links, safe attachment, things like that. Not an identity platform. So that's wrong. Role-based access control, yes, you can use role-based access control to first of all provide the least privileged access. One way of doing it. Rest of it is you only assign the right role based access for a right user. Single sign-on again is a component of identity management, because if you enable single sign-on, that prevent or that doesn't need a user to put in their username and password multiple times because you're already authenticated a user signing into the device. The rest of the services, they can automatically sign in whenever they want. So that's single sign-on. So the correct answer for this question is Defender, because you can't use Defender for identity management. The next section is compliance offering. So just like security, compliance is also a good topic for you to understand. When I go through the security video, I will make sure to include more questions on compliance and security. But for this, as a beginner, you just need to understand on a high level. So let's look at the first question. Question number 88. What is Microsoft Purview and how does it help organization manage compliance? So if you're quite new and you never heard about Purview, let me help you understand what Purview is. So first and foremost, let me take you to the Purview portal and show you what and how it looks like. I don't know whether that is going to make sense to you, but let's go to the admin portal. Just like your any other admin portal, if you come down and you can click on compliance, that's taking you to the compliance portal, that is the Purview portal. On a high level, this is where the administrators within your organization come in and create a lot of rules and policies to make sure everything is compliant and things like that. So it has multiple solutions. You can see that you can audit a lot of things. Communication compliance let you pick up on few communication things, whatever users are doing, and like flag certain not so good communications within your organization or confidential or abusive things like that. Compliance alert will let you look into the alerts. You have things like data loss prevention policies, which you can use to put policies in place to prevent any sort of leakage of your data. E-discovery, which allows you to do discovery of these assets or information within an organization, which can be used for legal and compliance purposes. Information protection allow you to define these rights management services. There are a lot of things you can do. So you can see that there are so many options. And you click on any of these, like let's put information protection, that allows you to go deeper dive into it, creating policies, classifiers, sensitivity labels, things like that. So I don't want to spend a lot of time here. I just want to show you. I don't know, did that help or did it complicated things? But let me first populate it so that I can help you answer this question. First, how do you answer it? Microsoft Purview is a unified data governance and compliance solution, because you can see that it is a unified data governance and compliance solution because it has a lot of things which you can use a single portfolio, a single tool to do a lot of things within your organization. That is first and foremost. Second, what does it include? On a high level, I already told you that it includes data loss prevention. So what is data loss prevention? It prevents any sort of accidental sharing of sensitive information. The next, it has the information protection. So what is it? It can encrypt and classify sensitive document within your organization. Then it has insider risk management. So using that, you can detect, which can mitigate risk from any sort of insider threat within your organization. Then it has audit and e-discovery, which I kind of just now talked about, which helps organization monitor user activity and respond to any sort of legal request and things like that. And then it has communication compliance, which ensures any sort of employee related things like, does the employee follow organizational policies in emails and Teams chat, things like that. You can put communication compliance and it monitors these sort of activities within users, and it can flag things which is inappropriate. So it's a centralized compliance management solution, and Purview is going to help your organization meet any sort of other industry regulations like GDPR, HIPAA, or ISO 27001, things like that. So use a combination of this. You don't have to tell all of it. You just sprinkle across few things which comes in your mind or whichever you are comfortable talking about it, and frame a response to talk about what is Purview. Question number 89. A financial organization must comply with the regulatory data retention requirement. I kind of use this retention multiple times throughout this questionnaire: regulatory, data retention, and ensure that they can retrieve historical emails for audit. How can you achieve this? So I don't know whether you remember or recollect. I kind of mentioned about this multiple times. So let me populate it so you know it, what it is. The answer is you can use Purview first of all, and the tool what you can use within Purview is e-discovery and compliance manager. So these are the combination of things we can use for either retention or going through the audit trail and creating e-discovery cases, things like that. So how do you do that? First, you can enable the retention policy. So you can set this policy to retain email and document for a certain period of time. I know that certain government agencies have a default rule of keeping the data for 7 years. Even if the employee leaves the organization, they are going to retain the data for 7 years. Second point is use litigation hold in Exchange Online. So that is going to preserve emails and Teams conversation indefinitely, so that you can always go back into that, not to look at what users are doing, but just for the fact that it is compliant for auditing purposes. Third, you can leverage e-discovery. So e-discovery is, like I mentioned before, like it's a search tool which you can use for to export relevant communications for regulatory audit. So it's a privileged one. Not all users can access it. Only e-discovery administrator in your organization can look into that data. And finally, you can monitor compliance score. So when you go to Purview within the compliance manager, there is a place where you can track and look into the industry regulations and check your score against your industry peers and things like that. So use the combination of all of these features I mentioned to answer the question. Let's look at the question number 90. Which of the following is not a feature of Compliance Manager? All right, so let's go through the options available. Does it provide pre-built assessment for regulatory compliance like GDPR, HIPAA, etc.? Yes, I just now talked about it. You can use the Compliance Manager to do that. Does it automatically fixes compliance issue without the user intervention? I never talked about any automatic fixes. Definitely know that that is not a functionality of Compliance Manager. It doesn't automatically do that. Compliance Manager only provides recommendation but doesn't fix it automatically. Does it help organization track and improve compliance posture with compliance score? Yes, 100%, because there is a place where you can actually go and see the score. We talked about it just now. Using that, there are a lot of recommendation you can use, and then you can improve your score as well. Fourth is, does it offer guidance on improving compliance based on industry standard? Yes, it does offer guidance on improving compliance based on industry standard. Like you can go in and look at these compliance standard and it offer you recommendation. So the right answer for this is option B. It doesn't automatically fixes, but rest all of the options are right. So now you know a bit more about what is the compliance manager. So if somebody asks what is compliance manager, you can use these 3 points to answer that. The next section is trust and service assurance. We have 3 questions there. Here we are going to go through a lot of these trust and transparency related questions. These are not technical but more assurance based questions. Like any company who is trying to host their services in any platform, they want to have some assurance and trust documentation and proof that it is not doing which should not do and things like that. So where can you find that information? Right, let's look at question number 91. So how does Microsoft 365 ensures trust and transparency for its customers regarding data protection and privacy? So these things I don't know whether you know by heart, but let me help you answer that question. First and foremost, you need to know about these points. There is something called Trust Center. So wherein you can click on this link now. And when you click on the link, it takes you to the Trust Center where you have an ability to go through the security or privacy or compliance detail, where you can download a lot of these report for a particular app. You can see that for Power BI, there are a lot of information and all services. It can be Microsoft 365, Dynamics, Azure, Teams, or any product. and you can find these privacy related, security related, compliance related information, and it tells you where the data is stored, how the data is handled, and things like that. And you can use the combination of all of these points I mentioned here to answer the question. First and foremost, you tell that, hey, there is a public portal available that provides details on how Microsoft secures customer data, which include in-depth details on all the data handling and things like that. Second is you can tell Microsoft have these compliance with these global standards. We don't just create these services and let users ask them to use it. We go through a process where we go through a third party auditing to get approval and compliance certification from third party to make sure that this is compliant. And these certifications or standard include ISO 27001, GDPR, HIPAA for healthcare, and FedRAMP and things like that. So these are known standards for particular industry. So some industries, when they before buying a particular product or using it, they go and make sure that does that product offer that particular standard or things like that. Third, customer data ownership. So customer data ownership mentions about customers retaining control of their data, and Microsoft does not use it for advertising. So we make sure that we clearly have documentation in place that you're trusting us with your data. We will not use that data in any shape or form for any sort of targeting you with advertisement and things like that. Data residency is another key aspect of trust, wherein we allow organization to choose where you want to keep the data stored. Sometimes you may have regulatory compliance need where you can only keep the data closer to your location or within your location for sovereignty, things like that. So we allow you to do that. There are options within our platform to which you can use to choose where you want to keep the data. The next is the transparency report. So transparency reports provide you a report on regular reports on government data requests or security practices and service status. So you can go and read about all of that in the Trust Center and the other documentation. So see if you can use the combination of all of it or some part of all the messaging which I conveyed so far: the Trust Center, the standards, data ownership, the residency, and the reports which are available to frame an answer on how Microsoft or Microsoft 365 ensures the trust and transparency. So it's not a one word or one sentence answer, it's an elaborate one, but make sure you add in all these ingredients. Question number 92. A healthcare provider using Microsoft 365 wants to ensure patients' records are protected under HIPAA. So if you remember, I kind of talked about in the previous question, if you're a healthcare, you wanted to make sure that the product what you're using is covered or protected under HIPAA, because HIPAA are a particular regulation. They come in and make sure that a particular service is designed and built using the right practices. It doesn't leak the information, or it doesn't is it not used for malicious activities, things like that. So they asking this question is a super valid question. So what steps should they take care to ensure the compliance? So it's a twofold question. First, by now you definitely know that Microsoft 365 services are covered under HIPAA regulations, because we have that standard for Microsoft 365. That is a definite yes. HIPAA means Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. So that is the full form of HIPAA. So how does a customer make sure that it is secure? First of all, they can sign a business associate agreement. We talked about it before, the BAA, which allows customers to ask Microsoft, and Microsoft offer BAA for HIPAA compliance. So they can sign up for that. Second is they can enable Microsoft Purview Compliance Manager, which we talked about it, which it provides these sort of HIPAA assessment to track these compliance posture against the product what they use and the services. Third, if you are quite worried about the patient records are protected and worried about the data leakage, go and proactively implement the data loss prevention. So DLP is a part of Purview which allow you to put in policies and control which uh, prevent any sort of data leakage. It could be a forceful leakage or it could be an accidental leakage as well. So both DLPs protect. The other topic is use information protection labels. We kind of touched on it when I showed the purview portal. So it allows you to add classifiers, sensitivity labels, and things like that. So you can use that to actually label the content. And then you can, on top of it, put in conditions like who can access it, what can be accessed, how long can be accessed, or you can encrypt these data by default, things like that. All of that can be done. And finally, you can monitor and audit access. So you can set up logging and alert policies so that you can track who access the patient records and are they supposed to access it, things like that. So you can have a constant monitor on top of these sensitive documents and data. So use the combination or some of these elements to frame this sort of question. Question number 93. So which of the following, again a deduction question, which of the following is not a service offered by Microsoft 365 Trust and Assurance, Service Assurance? So let's read these statements. First statement is providing real-time security threat alerts to end users. We know that it provides that, but not the trust center. Within Purview, you have multiple mechanisms where you can see these sort of reports for security threats, and not only Purview, like other places like Defender, multiple defenders provide that sort of thing. But that's not a right answer for this question. So what I'm trying to say is it's definitely not part of the trust service. Second, ensuring compliance with global regulatory standard. We have seen an example. Yes, it provides multiple standards and you can go and download to make sure that it provides that. And you can talk to a Microsoft representative like an account manager to give you more details. Does it offer transparency into Microsoft security and privacy practices? Yes, it does have a mechanism to provide transparency into how Microsoft handle the data and the practices which we use. Does it help organization meet compliance requirement with built-in tools? Yes, it does. Within Purview, you have options called Compliance Manager. It has built-in tool to select a particular standard and go through a score mechanism, or you can enforce that particular score on a particular problem as well. So it does provide that. So let's look at the answer. The wrong answer or the correct answer for this question is providing real-time security threat alert. That's a Defender or a Purview feature, not a trust service feature. The next questions are from the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. I kind of showed you multiple times. The Admin Center is nothing but an admin uses to actually log in to set some policies or assign licenses and a lot of those related activities. So once you are selected as an engineer or an administrator in an organization looking after Microsoft 365, you will definitely get access to the admin center. But the level of access what you get depends on what role you are in, because it comes with a lot of responsibility as well. You can destroy or create disruption within your organization. So if you are not a experienced person, you will only get view rights or do a specific aspect of certain things within an admin center, not all super high deleting or destroying stuff, things like that. So let's look at these questions. Obviously, the first question is what is Microsoft 365 Admin Center and what are the key functionalities? So before answering it, let me quickly show you the Admin Center one more time. So we go into the demo lab. Let me go through the admin portal. So you can go into admin.microsoft.com. That takes you to the admin center. You have a lot of things and functionality here you can do. Let me minimize a little bit so you can see a lot of content. Right, so if I expand this left-hand navigation pane, so if you go under home, you can see that this is kind of a dashboard view on an admin center on a high level, what's happening in your organization. Then you have things on the left-hand side like Copilot. Users is where you will come and spend a lot of time looking at the active user, deleting user, managing the guest users. Then you have similarly things for group, because an organization need to create a lot of groups for various purposes, either for access management or for license provisioning and things like that. Then we have role assignment. We talked about like role based access control, RBAC. This allows you to define, hey, who goes in where. If you are an IT person which only deals with AI, you will probably get an AI administrator role, because that allows you to manage Copilot and other related activities, but not anything else like subscription management, license assignment, things like that. Similarly, there are lots of roles. If you do get access, just go and read about it so you can understand how granular you can go. But if you are not happy with the role provided, you can customize a role as well. You can copy a particular role, remove certain things, or add few more additional things and things like that. Then you have resources, which allows you to manage room equipment and site. Then you have marketplace solutions, which can download or approve marketplace solution within your Office 365. Integrate other tools into your 365. Billing and subscription management allow you to manage your product and licenses and payment mechanism within your 365. Support will allow you to raise a ticket and look into your existing service tickets and things like that. So there are quite a lot of activity you can do. I don't think it's like a one person job, but you can log into these admin center to do a lot of activities, which is a constant maintenance and management for a particular organization. So that's a quick high level overview on that. Let me populate the answer. All right, so the question is, first of all, what is admin center and what can it do? So how do you answer the first part of it? What is admin center? So you can explain it like this. Admin center is a web-based portal. I kind of showed you what an admin center is, and it's a SaaS-based product which you can log in and do manage a lot of things. And that is what allows IT administrators to manage Microsoft 365 services. And what are these services? It could be user management, it could be security settings, or it could be compliance policies, things like that. So you can do a lot of activities. What are the key functionalities? How do you address those key functionalities? You can pick one or two of these, and you don't have to necessarily tell all of this. You can tell that, hey, you can use the user and group management to add or remove or manage user within your organization, and you can specify what permissions they have and things like that. Second, you can talk about the subscription and license management. So the subscription and license management allows the administrators to assign a particular subscription to your whole tenant. That is, like if you want to buy a Power BI, you can first of all add Power BI into your tenant, or you can add things like Copilot Studio in your tenant. So those are the subscriptions you can add. Second thing is license management. So when you purchase these products or the suite of product, it allows you to add components like Copilot to a specific user, and that allows that particular user to either use it or not use it. All of that can be controlled under the subscription and license management. The third component or feature is the security and compliance control. This allows you to define these security related features like conditional access or multi-factor authentication, so that enforces a particular user to go through multiple verification process before accessing a particular service. So all of this can be controlled or assigned to a user in your Microsoft Admin Center. Another feature you could highlight here is the service health monitoring. We do have a lot of inbuilt monitoring tools available, which allows you to either look into the service status or planned maintenance. If you remember, in the beginning of this exercise, we talked about the service health, which allows you to look into Microsoft service health, status of the service health, things like what is my service running or uptime and things like that, or is there any planned maintenance happening for Microsoft, or it allows you to create your own service desk ticket, things like that. So all of this can be done in the admin center. Finally, the report and rich insights. So you can create dashboard, or you can get these usage report for your email or Teams or SharePoint and other apps. All of this can be done within this admin center. So make sure, first of all, you highlight the fact that the Microsoft 365 Admin Center is a web-based portal, because it's a SaaS-based application or SaaS portal. Like Netflix, you can log into this service and you can access it. That's first thing. Second point is you can use the combination of these points or the features which I talked about. You don't have to necessarily use all the points, but you can use some of the points what I mentioned here, like either user or group management, subscription or license management, or you can get richer insight with the deeper integration to the report and things like that. So use the combination of all of these features to answer this particular question. Let's look at question number 95. Here is a company IT administrator want to delegate some of the administrative tasks to a specific user without giving them full admin access. How can this be done in Admin Center? So, if you remember, I kind of talked about the answer to this question multiple times throughout this series. The right answer is role-based access control, or RBAC. So RBAC is a functionality. If you remember, I just showed you what RBAC looks like. So let me quickly show you one more time. If you have ignored that, you can go to your admin portal, and on the admin portal on the left hand side, you can see this role and role assignment, and these are different roles you can find within your organization. You can see, for example, there is a compliance administrator. If I click on it, it tells you what it is. It tells you that who can be assigned to this role in your organization, if anybody who is going to be a compliance administrator, and they are going to help your organization with e-discovery and these things like that, then you would assign this role to that particular user. And when you assign it, you can see who it is assigned to, what are the permissions they can do. So you can see that with this, they can manage all of this and they can read all of this. So if when you go through this and you find that, hey, this is too much information, you don't have to give this permission. You can customize and you can create a different scope and assign to a different user. That is on a nutshell what a role-based access control is. So with that role-based access control, you can assign these access to a user, role-based access control, which allow them, instead of granting a full admin rights, it specify what type of roles you can assign. It could be an exchange administrator, teams administrator, or billing administrator, etc. The next is Azure AD privileged identity management. I can't show you that. That's like a P2 feature. That's like a quite advanced feature, which allows admin to define just-in-time role activation for security and sensitive tasks. So if you want to promote somebody with higher privileged access, rather than giving them that control or privileged indefinitely, you can give them just-in-time access for a specific amount of time. So that can be done using the PIM, or privileged identity management. The third is you can create custom roles. So I showed you the RBAC role with a defined set of control. The second set of control is custom roles. These custom roles, you can define what entity or at what level the user can manage certain things, or what level they can read certain things. And finally, once you give this control, that doesn't stop there. As a security expert in your organization, you can use tools like monitoring tools to actually go through the auditing trial to look at who used what tool to monitor what are the activities they have used. Let's suppose if you want to find out what a licensing administrator have done, you can see that when they have assigned the license, when they have deleted the license, when they have removed a user account, things like that. All of this is always tracked and monitored, so the right security administrator can come in and monitor these audit trials. So use the combination of all of these functionality to answer the question. First and foremost, the right answer is role-based access control. But if you want to flex your knowledge, you can talk about the privileged identity as well. That's like a kind of like an advanced feature or a functionality which provide just in time or just enough access for a time period. Let's look at question number 96. Which of the following is not a feature? We are doing a detection here of Microsoft Admin Center. So let's go through this one by one. First is Does it manage user licenses and subscription? 100%. We talked about it. I showed you how we can assign a license to a user, how we can attach a subscription, things like that. So, yes, you can do that. Second statement is creating custom workflows to automate business process. This is possible not in the admin center, but if you remember when we gone through the power platform section, I talked about there is a tool or a feature or a option within Power Platform called Power Automate, which exactly can do this sort of workflow management, not within the admin center. Next statement is monitoring Microsoft 365 service health and incident. Yes, I don't know which question in the beginning of this exercise, in the beginning of this video, I talked about a place where you can go to view the service health. So service health allows you to monitor the Microsoft service health. Is it running or is it there any planned maintenance happening, things like that. So you can see that in the admin center. The last statement is enforcing security policies such as MFA. Yes, 100% you can use MFA or conditional access to enforce additional security within your tenant. So the wrong answer or the right answer for this question is creating custom workflow. That is a Power Automate feature or function. All right, so we have come to the last section. We have 4 more questions to reach 100 because I just want to nicely round up. I can go on and on, or I could have done like 10 questions or 15 questions, but my mind was not satisfied with giving you just 10 or 15 questions because once you go through 100 questions, you learn a lot, and I was able to cover a lot of topic. I'm not saying that all the questions are going to come from these 100 questions, but definitely when you go through these 100 questions you will learn quite a lot, so you will be able to handle different questions coming from different angle as well. So that was the objective of me keeping it to 100, because if I provide less, I'm not satisfied. If I go more, then I can spend eternity going through multiple questions. It's a waste of time for you and me. Right, let's go through the last set of 4 questions. Question number 97. What is Microsoft Defender for Endpoint and how does it help organization protect the devices? So these are security related questions, so we can go through a few more. So I want to help you land a few more security questions because I thought like there was not enough security components attached to this module or this video, so I added few more extra questions towards the end. So I was debating what should I add, then I came to the conclusion that let's add some security questions. Right, so what is Microsoft Defender for Endpoint? How do you answer that? So Defender for Endpoint is an enterprise grade endpoint security platform that helps organizations detect, investigate and respond to advanced cyber threat, particularly guided towards managing your devices in your organization. These devices could be any of your Windows 10 or Windows 11 devices, could be your mobile devices, all sort of that endpoint related security threat or cyber threats. So that's how you answer that. What is Defender for Endpoint? And what are the features of it? These are one by one. First one is threat protection. So Defender for Endpoint provide these threat protection module which can be used to detect any sort of malware or ransomware or any sort of cyber threat in real time within your organization. That is quite handy to have. Second, it does provide endpoint detection and response. We call it as EDR, which provides deep visibility into the security incidents across endpoints. So not only a single point, so from a bird's eye point of view, you can get deep visibility into other incidents as well. Third feature you could highlight is automated investigation and remediation. So what is that? So Microsoft uses these AI tools or AI algorithms in the backend, which can provide you this automation to contain or neutralize this threat as and when it happens. So you can use for investigation or you can use that for remediation as well. Fourth feature or functionality is attack surface reduction or ASR. You can use that to minimize the exposure to the attack by enforcing security policies. So if you do end up finding a particular incident within your organization, you can reduce the blast radius by putting right policies in place so that it is not scaling or penetrating into other areas. Finally, the last point you could use is you can integrate this with other services as well. So you can integrate the Defender for Endpoint alongside your Office 365 Defender, or Defender for Identity, or Defender for Cloud Apps, etc. Because, like I mentioned in the beginning, there are a lot of Defender products or solution part of that portfolio, and each one addresses different aspect of it. So endpoint look after endpoint related thing, the Defender for Office 365 look after email protection, the cloud apps look after all sort of SaaS based or generative AI component like ChatGPT and other third party AI application, things like that. But when you stitch or integrate these things together, you get a holistic bird's eye view on your security posture within your organization. So try to use these sort of points to land or answer that question in a detailed format. At any point in time, if you want to have a further read, click on this additional link which I provided in the bottom, or use the document which can come hand in hand. So you can read all these points when you are preparing for the interviewers as well. You don't have to just listen to me. Question number 98. In this question, a company is experiencing frequent phishing attack where employees receive fake emails and they looks like from their executives. What Defender for Office 365 feature can they use to mitigate these threats? This is quite common, and a lot of companies, including Microsoft, face this. So we use tools like Defender for Office 365. Oops, I kind of gave away the answer. So the first of all, the right answer to this question is Defender for Office 365. And when you use this Defender for Office 365, there are so many features within that which help you prevent from these sort of attack. So what are these features? One, they can use Safe Link. So Safe Link can actually scans and rewrites the URLs in email, and it will prevent access to this malicious website. Because it is scanning, it tells a warning before a user clicks and access that site, or it will prevent the user from clicking or getting to that stage. It can detonate it in a backend repository which doesn't affect your tenant, your data, things like that. So that is Safe Link. Similar to Safe Link, there is Safe Attachment as well. Just like how it can scan through these URLs, it can analyze the email attachment in a sandbox environment to detect any sort of malicious content within it. Because if a user accidentally uses this malicious software within your organization, it can immediately take the data first of all, and then they can make these lateral movements and to get into other systems and other services and hold you for ransom and things like that. The third is anti-phishing policies, which you can put in place, which uses the AI to detect any sort of impersonation attempts and warn the users for any sort of these anti-phishing policies, things like that. Another function is you can use attack simulation training. This helps educate users within your organization on how to recognize these phishing emails. So within Microsoft, we do have this program where I don't know who runs this. I'm sure the security team does it. We do get these frequent fishy emails, pseudo fishy emails as well, which looks like something legitimate. Somebody from Microsoft would have sent it. Looks almost similar to our branding, things like that. But you need to have a keen eye to look for this. So that's basically letting a user educate or train on looking at these clues. Look at the domain, look at the type of the email, look at the branding, look at the spelling mistake, and things like that. So over the time, users will accustomed to spotting these fishy type of emails coming in their way. And there is a mechanism called Report Now. When you click on Report Now, that add it to the catalog where you can train the AI to spot these emails well in advance so that it doesn't even reach your mailbox. The next one is Microsoft Defender Portal. which allows the admin's visibility into the phishing attempts and any sort of attack pattern. So this portal is a great place where I think the most of the security folks spend a lot of time in. First of all, to look into any sort of phishing attempts happening or any attack patterns they can understand, so that they can take the right measures or put the right policies in. So the correct answer for this question is using the Defender for Office 365, and the features are these, and you can sprinkle these within your answer to answer the question. Let's look at question number 99. Which of the following is not a feature of Microsoft Defender for Identity? So first of all, the Defender for Identity is something which you use to look into any sort of attacks on identity or set policies on top of protecting your identity. So that is the Defender for Identity. Let's read the statements. First, does that detect suspicious login attempt and compromised credential? Of course, yes, because it has intelligence baked in to look into a suspicious login, risky sign in, compromised credential, things like that, so that you can that alerts the admin to look into that, or forcefully ask the user to reset their password, forcefully go through one more MFA prompt and things like that. Next, does it monitor user behavior to identify insider threat? 100%. It goes through user behavior patterns to find out, hey, what is a typical user behavior looks like, and if that particular user tried to almost suddenly do a new behavior, like downloading a lot of document from SharePoint Online and like moving to some other storage, or start deleting a lot of files, things like that, that would be flagged as an suspicious behavior. That will flagged as a suspicious behavior. So that's like not like a typical user behavior. So similar different vectors are used to identify suspicious behavior, and you can use Defender for Identity to actually track that in your organization. The next one is automatically blocking access to Microsoft Teams channel. I don't think so. That is not a functionality of Defender. You can probably use other mechanisms, like a Teams channel owner can block certain access, but not part of the Defender for Identity. The last statement is providing security insight to lateral movement attack. 100% yes. That is another functionality which you can use to track any sort of lateral movements and block or put in necessary security posture so that it prevents any sort of lateral movement within your organization. So let's look at the answer. Yep. The automatically blocking of Teams is not part of the Defender. Let's look at 100th question, our last question. An organization wants to prevent attackers from using compromised credential to access Microsoft 365 services. So how can Defender for Identity help? So what are the features, or what can you do to use that? So let me populate the talking points so that you know how Defender can help. First of all, Defender can help detect any sort of unusual sign-in behavior. So it is called risky sign-in feature. So let me see if I can quickly show you that. I was not planning to cover that at this point in time. So let's go to the admin portal. Here what I'm trying to do is go to other admin portal. I'm clicking show all. Here what I'm going to do is go to identity. That's like an Entra admin portal. So this is where you can look into any sort of, if you have Defender for Identity enabled in your tenant, then you can have additional report, but I just want to show you some sort of a protection you can use. You can see that there is conditional access, identity protection, things like that. And within that, you can see that there are options like sign-in risk policy or user risk policy, or there are reports available called risky user. So if there are any risk related activity or suspicious activity happening within your organization, you will be able to come in here and look at it, or you can create alerts for any sort of risky behavior so that you can pick and choose who you want to send it and things like that. So this is quite a good option you can configure to look into that sort of risky behavior. So let's populate the answer back one more time. So that's what I was talking about, like detecting any sort of unusual risky sign-in behavior. Next, it allows you to monitor any sort of lateral movement attempts. We kind of talked about it. It flags suspicious account activity that mimics an attacker moving across systems. Then it has integration into conditional access. You have already seen that just above the information protection, or just below it, we had an option to look into conditional access. Conditional access allows us to block or limit access if any risky behavior is detected within your organization or within an application. Then we have alerting. I just showed you there are options where you can put in controls or alerts, and you can define who within your organization should be getting these alerts for any sort of compromised accounts or unusual logins. So you can define or put in email address or webhooks to alert a particular tool, etc. The next is leveraging Azure AD identity protection. So this helps you automate any sort of risk-based authentication and enforcement, things like that. So use a combination of all of this, just like I've been telling, not exactly how I state these answers, just use the combination of these to answer these questions. So first and foremost, thank you for staying with me throughout this entire video. I don't know whether you've listened to the whole video or a part of the video. I hope whatever you listened to, whichever section you listened, provided some value in shape or form. I'll see if I can create other interview questions. I don't know at this moment. And if I do create, well and good. If not, I'll see if I can create some other content. So I'll see you on the next video. Until then, take care.